somewhat into it. We have quite a lot more yet to go. I'm moving sometime soon here, so this is why we're doing a lot of editing streams lately, but hopefully that's not too much of an issue. And honestly, if we can get some videos out going, I think it'll be well worth the effort. But okay, so today's video, we're going through, I've made a list. Here's the end of the list, and then here's more and more and more, and the last bit of everything to sort of go through. A lot of different timestamps. I'm doing back to front, right? So I'm doing the end to the beginning because the timestamps otherwise wouldn't really do any good for me. But that's not a big deal, right? It doesn't really matter where we start. It matters that we are making progress. So all I've really done so far, besides like in the last stream, we really just went through the whole video and just sort of watched through, listened through, took some notes, and had some conversations. Today, we're actually making real efforts and real progress in it. Outside of just doing that, there's a couple spots where I just threw in, I think, D'Angelo Wallace, some imagery there, and then a clip. I guess I should probably cut out the audio here. Threw a clip in right here.
Is wrong.
The main reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for collaborating with Sam Hyde. I got to the point where I was like, okay, I don't want you working or training with Sam Hyde, but you're doing that, so all right, I'll look past it.
He was kicked from the event because he worked with Sam Hyde, but you also were okay with him working with Sam Hyde? What?
You just not think about it? You're just gonna say it doesn't make sense, or we're just gonna leave it there and you're gonna use it as like a core position? So within my kind of conversation here, the thing is, like, it's a little bit tough because I think the more that I throw in clips and have conversations around things, the less I think people, like, the more people that might be turned away. So, like, leaving that towards the end is probably okay, but I don't know if I'd want that somewhere in the beginning. It's one of those odd things. Like I know that there's certain people, at least, that people have, like, a lot of love for or a lot of appreciation for, and so criticisms of anything they do could lead some people to be like less interested. And also it's not, it's just like a brief clip. I think small clips in there to kind of contextualize what I'm talking about are important. I do wonder if this particular guy, like, he has a lot of subscribers, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he has a very wide-ranging fan base necessarily. So it's probably fine. But finding a good clip of like a spot where D'Angelo changed my mind on something, the thing is, like, I think within a lot of D'Angelo's arguments, where later on, hello, welcome Starlight, appreciate you coming around. So a lot of D'Angelo's arguments I find really compelling in ways where I wasn't expecting to, or I kind of had to be convinced. 758 subs, really appreciate it. I think D'Angelo Wallace is like shockingly good. He does a really good job of convincing me of things that I don't agree with. Like, the tough thing there is, like, if I do that, then I have to show something that he's saying that I specifically don't agree with, which I think a lot of the times, like, I would consider D'Angelo and myself to be on the same end of, like, the spectrum of general sets of beliefs, with D'Angelo being further in one direction than I am. And then there's times where then some of his points don't necessarily connect with where I'm at, and then he does a really good job of convincing me a little bit further down that line, like, okay, I can see what you're talking about. That actually does make a lot of sense. The trouble is, how I would have to, like, sift through and find a video where, yeah, I probably agree with his general perspective on it, but a specific part in that video where he starts going down a line that I don't naturally shift towards, but that he does, like, a really good job of compelling me towards. The trouble there, of course, is, like, what if someone's on the other side of that spectrum? I figure that it'd still be, like, a good compelling argument. The arguments are the point, but I just have to find a really good spot with that, which takes a little bit more work than just finding a specific instance that I'm already thinking of. Whereas, like, this is more of like a general thing. Like, for example, I found a clip, which I will use earlier on in the video that I ultimately make, that I think is a really good way of understanding iDubbbz and what he's saying. And then I'm going to find another clip later on where it's, so, like, there's a point within the stream overall, a point within this, where I talk about iDubbbz realizing that his fans have this kind of crazy or not good perception or way of looking at things, and then sort of saying, like, here's what happened and why I had that realization that was, like, harmful, or, like, that I recognize, okay, I have to change something about myself because I'm breeding this sort of resentment towards a group of people. So there's, like, this clip, and then there's I know that there's other clips where people talk about him saying this and being like, you're attacking your fans, you're getting rid of your own core audience, which I then am going to have to find someone doing, which I know that there are several clips out there. That's going to be easier to find. But here's the clip of iDubbbz and then D'Angelo Wallace. This is a clip from D'Angelo Wallace's video where he's sort of breaking down this situation. And it's crazy to me that, like, this feels really straightforward and really, like, obviously good. And then there's other people that look at this and say, like, oh, you're betraying your fans. So listen to this.
him to this point in the first place, starting with a fan meetup.
This particular fan came up to me and said, I know you probably don't like transgender people, but can I, get a picture? That smacked me in the face. I was like, oh, holy shit. Why would you think that? But I mean, it was fairly obvious.
I think coming face to face with the results of your own actions in a public setting should happen to everyone at least once. It builds character. Another thing iDubbbz.
So like that is basically iDubbbz is explaining that, okay, I had this experience where a fan came up to me and said, something really like I hate trans people, whatever it was. And then iDubbbz sort of responds and is thinking about this, and he's like, what, why would you think you could come up with me and say that sort of, why would you think that I would agree with you and band together with you in this way? And then he's like, oh crap, it's obvious why you'd think that. It's because of the things that I say in my videos that I don't really like. I'm sort of disrespectful. I act in this way, so my audience thinks that I feel this way. And so this is like a spot on thing where he's having this realization. Oh, my audience thinks that I think the exact opposite way that I do, or like in this extreme awful way, and I don't feel that way. And so there's this dissonance between him and his audience because of the way that he communicates in his videos. And there's people that watched this situation.
This particular fan came up to me and said, I know you probably don't like transgender people, but can I, get a picture? That smacked me in the face. I was like, oh, holy shit. Why would you think that? But I mean, it was fairly obvious.
I think.
So there's people who watched that and were like, oh, iDubbbz hates his fans. Oh, iDubbbz didn't stand behind his fans. iDubbbz is turning on his fans. Like, your fans made you, bro. That there are people who watched that, iDubbbz being like, yeah, I had fans come up to me and say this, awful crap, and I was like, why would you feel that way? And I was like, oh yeah, it's because of what I make. Like, him having that realization of like, I need to change what I'm doing because it creates like this, or it pulls in this sort of a person, or influences them to feel this way. Like, there are people who look at that and see iDubbbz changing away from that as being a bad thing. And so this is sort of what I made fun of within, or like when I'm saying like, oh, when people are saying like, oh, iDubbbz, you turn on your fans, I'm like, what the heck? Like, how do you have this takeaway? So I feel like D'Angelo Wallace does a really good job within that clip, sort of like saying, yeah, it's probably a good thing that you have these sorts of realizations, because then you shift the way that you're behaving, and it's like that's ideal. That's a good thing. But it's funny that I know that people had a negative reaction to him saying that he's shifting away from those behaviors. That's crazy to me, and that very much has happened. And so I feel like I find another clip like that. But then, that's a clip with D'Angelo Wallace. I couldn't say, and then sometimes I totally disagree with D'Angelo Wallace, and he pulls me in this other direction. Like, obviously, I agree with him there. I think that's like a mid-temperature take. Obviously, it's a good thing for people to realize that they shouldn't be spreading, like, hateful messaging. But it's not, like, a universal take, because plenty of people disagreed with that and got plenty of one-ups or thumbs-ups or whatever for saying, like, no, iDubbbz, you're turning on your fans by saying you don't want them to yell slurs and be hateful and whatever. But anyway, hey Lapidov, how you doing? Welcome. So like, finding a better clip for D'Angelo Wallace there at the end, I'm gonna have to do, but I feel like we move off from that one for now, because I'm gonna have to look through and watch through, so I'll probably just do that on my own time, and focus more on like the active, like, singular edits that we can get real work done within the stream today. Shamer Factory, Gaia Trek, those. So I've got those on the list. We'll get to that when we can get to that. Obviously, right now I've got a move coming up. So like today, I'm able to stream, and so I'm streaming this instead of streaming thumbnail stuff, because I'm pretty sure tomorrow and the next day I'm just not gonna be able to stream at all. If I can stream, I'll probably just do more editing or do a thumbnail stream, so we can try to get some stuff made. But yeah, I'm kind of pumped to edit these days. God forbid kindness prevails. Exactly. Yeah, because a lot of people are like, oh, you're turning your fans, because that's the thing is, like, to be fair, so iDubbbz's original content was kind of hateful. It's not just kind of hateful, actually. It's pretty downright, and it's a confusing or like a difficult thing, I guess. So listen to this. So I watched iDubbbz when I was younger. I don't know if everyone watched iDubbbz or if very many people did. Content Cop was this huge, kind of awesome thing, but looking back on it, it's pretty gross how it was. And this is an area where, like, I didn't realize how bad it was. And I look back and I was like, Jesus, this is bad. So, like, okay, listen to this.
With a complete lack of regard for delivery resulted in decent digs like this.
He has no filter, he'll just do it. And this has resulted in countless examples of him saying really regrettable
mixed in with completely terrible things like this.
I've never said this unironically, but I think this will be the first time I actually say it unironically and mean it. kill yourself.
So like that's a bad dig. That's a good point. But then a little bit earlier within this,
episodes were almost exclusively made on bad actors on the platform, people who actually did need to be called out. Ian was giving the people what they wanted and making plenty of good points as well, but the problem was for every good point, he had to throw in something like this. That way you never forgot that it was an iDubbbz video.
Even though I have 1,000 videos on the internet of me saying, I'm gonna cry over this video.
That was the third one, by the way. So this mismatch of valid criticism with the...
So it's kind of like, ugh. Like, I'm pretty sure that iDubbbz took down these, but it took a long time for iDubbbz to take down some of the later content cops because they were a little bit less blatantly kind of like internet, I'm being edgy, you know, whatever. And also, like, there's this, like, reality, I think, within any of this stuff. I don't know if it's in the comments here. Let's see. I don't know if someone necessarily talks about the comments here, but I'm sure like basically the issue, the general issue with Content Cop and with iDubbbz back then was that if you make ironic and intentionally like ironic, you know, probably like badly placed internet humor or whatever stuff, maybe some of your audience is like, yeah, those people are awful, and those people like when Bo Burnham makes fun of people who are terrible, and like imitates them, and you look at it and you're like, yeah, he's making fun of them. Some people, with iDubbbz at least, where it's a little bit less clear, some people are going to watch that and be like, yeah, screw those people, and they're not going to be talking about the people that are saying it. They're going to be talking about the people that it's being said about, I guess. So like when he says that, there's going to be people who are genuinely like racist that are going to take that up and be like, oh, that was funny. That was funny because he said it and you're not supposed to say it, but he doesn't care. Like there are people who take that side of it that are kind of hateful, and that's going to, you're going to breed a community that likes it when you say it, you know, because, oh, you're not supposed to say it kind of thing. And so, yeah, I think modern iDubbbz has these sorts of responses to that now, where he's like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, not gonna do that anymore, and that was a mistake. And then people look at that and like, you're hurting, you know, your fans, your white fans all say the N-word, you know, and you bred that, and they made you famous, and now you're saying they shouldn't have done that, or that you shouldn't have bred that fan base, and it's like, okay, all right, okay, you know, all right. So it's pretty messy, or that they say things about trans people, or they say things about whoever, like that your fan base says these things about these sets and groups of people based on purely, you know, their traits, and that's like that you should stick up for your fan base because you always said it, because free speech matters and whatever else, right? Like, and that's kind of like the rough side of it is like iDubbbz kind of can't step away from that without. And the funny thing is that this, without alienating his fans, which I think at this point he's like, yeah, all those fans who are like that, I don't care. Yeah, you guys are in the wrong, and you should change what you're doing, and I'm changing what I'm doing because I was in the wrong too. And some of them, some of you guys were like not just like in the wrong because you were fighting on the wrong side of the battlefield or whatever, but you were in the wrong because you were like horrible people in some cases. Like some people are pretty bad and did bad things or said bad or like were bad towards other people. And so he's like condemning that. And by condemning that, people take that as like you're condemning your entire fan base. And so like you aren't humble and you don't appreciate what they've done for you and whatever else. Which, by the way, like I'm going to always triple down on this. I appreciate people. I like having good conversations. But if someone says I made you, you know, I don't need that. No one made iDubbbz. There's no, like, his fans didn't make iDubbbz. iDubbbz put out content that entertained his fans, and they liked it enough to stick around. And that's the reality of it. So, like, it's a very, like, drawing lines like that is super important. I don't know if iDubbbz didn't draw those lines, but a lot of YouTubers back then didn't draw those lines. A lot of them were like, oh, I love you guys so much. Like, you made me. It's like I like talking to people, you know, and it's cool, and I appreciate people enjoying what I make and so on, but like that stuff from early YouTube was so ugly. Honestly, one of those areas where like I really like Markiplier, but holy cow, he was probably at the core of this. He was probably the worst, genuinely might have been the worst person on the internet for that problem. You know what I mean? Like, no, like I know, I feel like in a modern day, people are more usually more understanding of this concept of like nobody made anybody really. But back then, like Jacksepticeye took years to get over that PewDiePie made him. But also all of these guys were made by their fans. And if they don't appreciate that, or if they're ever angry at their fans for any reason, then they're like in the wrong or whatever, you know? It's like, it's wild. But anyway. This is like but the fact that still now in a modern day, within the last couple of years, iDubbbz has had this like your fans made you and now you're rejecting them conversation feels crazy to me, because modern YouTube, I feel like we're stepping so far away from this kind of understanding of how creating something works. Like if I put up art in a museum and then people come around, I don't owe every person who's like, oh, I like that. It's like, it didn't make the art work, right? It's just like a weird perception. But that was so prevalent with early YouTube, again, because of people like Markiplier. And I like Markiplier. But it is, he exacerbated the problem tenfold by being a very popular YouTuber that played into it really, really heavily. Anyway. Can't say new game mode in Gaia Trek because you'd have to play it for 5+ hours speedrunning. Yeah, that's all right. I mean, like, I'll probably take a look at it more as a general game, and then if we stick around on it, maybe I'll go those directions. But okay, so where are we actually though in terms of everything here? I don't know if I like now that I'm going through the through the work of it. It might be okay to play this, like play a little light music in the background, because I'm mostly going to be shifting around and cutting through and chatting. Whereas like the first check through, you just kind of have to listen, you know. So let's see, 10. So 1 hour and 1 should be further back. This is the jabroni thing. And then 1:30, so somewhere around here, I talk about grade A, under A. Funny thing is, yeah, grade A, under A has actually come back to the site. It's funny when I'm going through all of these internet history conversations on the stream and then trying to look into them, I'm sort of realizing, yeah, like all these characters that I have in my head, like they're real people, and some of them came back. How far are you in editing Driftforce? I did the first like major cut through, so now we're down to 1 hour and 3 minutes, versus like it's a 4-hour stream, you know. And then after that, now we have all of our we have a lot of like lines of stuff to get through. But at least now we've watched through it, right? You can't really do work until you know what you're going to do a little bit. Because, yeah, you want to make sure it's all cut down in the ways that it needs to be, that there's not, like, major sections still cut out. The idea there is your computer slows way down whenever you're, like, whenever you add in things like this, where I've got, like, edits, like, actual fine edits going on, your computer will get slowed down by that, and so you want to do the first cut through first, you know? Video... Honestly, I think I should say fine edits. We need to do a rename timeline. Or, let's just do this. Video... Control A, Control C, Control A, Control V, and then I'm going to change this to fine edits. Edits, what lines? What lines? What I know I said lines somewhere. What was I don't even know what I was saying at the time. Let's cut through to towards the end. Okay, I want to go to so just see you edit. DM'd you a website that I made, actually going to start building a community of people interested in games just for socializing. That's cool. Yeah. It's pretty impressive to me that you're like doing all these different things. I mean, and I don't mean to make it about age, whatever, but especially at like a young age and everything, having the ability, and because I remember I talked before, I just have one timeline, so interesting to see you edit. Yeah, you can go through old like versions of timelines and things, but you have to, I'm pretty sure when you do that, well, you might be able to, I think you can put the timeline up here and kind of then pull it down, but I like the idea of having these like set things, like set iterations of the video, so that I can just switch through to like, oh, you know, maybe I delete this thing a while back, and like, oh crap, I deleted this thing, and I can come back through this one and find exactly where it was without having to go through like an old version creation, any of that stuff, and try to find exactly where it was. Oh, notes, yeah, so basically what I did here is through beginning to end, I took notes on timestamps of places where I wanted to do things just by watching through, and now I'm coming back through in reverse order, because if I add anything to it, obviously all the time after that is going to be pushed a little bit. So if I add a clip here, everything else is going to be pushed forward, and if I do that enough, then nothing will be lining up at all, so I'm doing it reverse order, end to beginning. Okay, so 1:30. Somewhere right around here should be grade A, under A. They're very, very good for convincing people of ideas that they didn't really have before. It's funny, actually, I recently watched a breakdown that was extremely... This guy? Maybe here. Grade A, under A, that's what it is. Grade A, under A was one of the few people who was really successful at video essay. And video... Yeah, great, because I don't know if people really remember this, but Grade A, under A was actually hugely successful for at least a brief span of time. Millions of views. Community of gamers, sharing games, like game design or just in general. I suppose you could create pockets of it, right? You could create areas for people to go. This is the thing with like when I'm making a Discord, for example, a thing that I'm kind of considering is like, so I'm talking about, well, I mean, maybe it'll be inspiration, maybe it won't be really for what you're doing, but I've been talking about doing, you know, workout streams a little bit as well once I move into the apartment. And so within those, I'm thinking of having like a part of the Discord that is just about that, and then a second part where it's, or like maybe all the sets and all the things that I'm doing, and then a second part where we kind of break it down, or like people can respond to it or talk about it. So similarly, if you had a website about gaming, you could have maybe sections of it that are like more focused in on game design and or you know, different aspects of game design, even like coding and whatever else, and then have, you know, kind of a more general section, or like a dev section, or like, you know, whatever, or like a place where people can talk about devs. In trying to build a website, yeah, it'd be tough, but yeah, you'd want to make it easily usable. That's going to be pretty important, though. Same thing with the Discord, you know. It's mainly just for a social place for anyone to be molded by people who join. It's going to be where I share progress and stuff from a game. Oh, that's cool. Actually, that's awesome. Yeah, if you're making it for, I think having things center around yourself, at least to a certain extent, or having a space where you can share your thing as like the person who's on top of it, that really is sort of like what a Discord can be, I think. But also making it, I think Discords are kind of limited in that everything is kind of organized in such a way where you can't really adjust however you want. Websites, you could probably build it in any direction you want to. Gives you a little more freedom, potentially. So, possibly. Okay. So, all right, let's see. I want grade A under A. Grade A under A. But grade A under A fell off. So he was really popular because he made these commentary sorts of things on Leafy and on Keemstar, and was very critical during a time when Leafy needed the criticism, and I think Keemstar hadn't gotten, like, there wasn't really anybody besides Keemstar who was really talking about things, and Keemstar liked Leafy. So then iDubbbz, I think, making videos on Leafy initially, excuse me, and later Keemstar was like a very important thing, but having someone else to be like kind of a simpler, less like, you needed to be a fight. So iDubbbz needed to have something to work with to say like, well, this is a definitive thing of this person's character, that person's character, and how they behave. And so iDubbbz was able to do that in part because grade A under A did so much like kind of getting under people's skin of like, you're doing this wrong, you're doing that wrong. And then you had to see really how egotistical Keemstar was, because any criticism from Keemstar was met with some crazy stuff. I don't know if you guys remember, this is actually exactly how Pyrocynical became a character online, really. Was that Pyrocynical, much like Scarce, I guess, was a sort of semi-casual, like, content creator that knew Keemstar and talked about drama and tried to build themselves off of Keemstar, and then Keemstar, like, basically Pyro did a light criticism of like, Keemstar, you know, you might want to try to like wait and get all the information first before you jump into things. And this is a problem that Keemstar had for so many times after. But Pyro had this like light criticism in one of his videos that it wasn't even really about Keemstar. And then Keemstar responded by showing his real face and real name, basically, as my understanding is like he found Pyro's like Facebook page and shared it publicly. This was like, I don't know, this is the birth of Pyrocynical as like a content creator and as like a big name, is that Keemstar doxed him intentionally, showed his personal private information in retaliation for Pyro saying you don't do enough like careful news watching, because Keemstar would like get a story and then just release it as fact, and he did this a bunch of times with Basher after this, with that old guy that he said was like was doing bad stuff to kids or whatever. Like Keemstar did this a ton after this, but at the time Keemstar's only done it like a few times maybe, and Pyro was like, yeah, you might want to be kind of careful in one of his videos, and so Keemstar doxed him and showed his face and so on, which wasn't public information at the time, and basically, yeah, tried to like wipe him off the internet. And so Pyro and then a bunch of other people responded by like talking about, I think Scarce as well, by talking about that Keemstar was doing something really wrong here, that this was like way over the line. And this is how Pyro's channel got kind of birthed into like being part of the public conversation, instead of just being like a, I don't know, kind of gaming, media channel, whatever, where he would just chat about different games. It became like this massive thing. And Pyro still talks about games and so on, but has become more of a drama channel because of this blow up. You stream material. The only thing I care about in the community is what people keep. Yeah, keep it respectful. Yeah. have a server for yourself is usually better than a community server since it's way easier to manage. I don't like your vibe. Wouldn't be a good ban reason. Sure, yeah, true. The first pick is his. Yeah. Well, yeah, he's done a lot. Yeah, Pyro. I mean, I would say Pyro is awesome, but there has been some drama with Pyro that I've always felt a little bit off about, admittedly. Okay, let's click on this one's probably the most iconic picture of Grade. Let's see, save image as. But Grade dropped off the internet at one point for like a long span of time. DM. I mean, I'm doing an editing stream, so it's not like I'm going to be reacting to videos in the background, if that's what you're thinking. But I will, potentially do these during a thumbnail stream, yeah. Let's see. I want to do this one. No, I'm going to do here. Driftforce, 2D assets, Grade A. Grade A. And then, let's see. We're going to pull Grade A into here. Let's see, what are we saying here? People searched, has Finster? Sure. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Honestly, yeah, I think Pyro was before Finster popped off in that direction. Also, it's weird thinking about these different people because I remember them before they did these sorts of things, but Pyro is not really as known for that specifically. Pyro's big drama. Yeah, Pyro's big drama is not good. I don't know, it's odd. So, Pyro got away with it, I guess is what I would say. There's like Pyro was requesting material from fans who ended up being children that was not of them, but that was not appropriate to be requesting or talking to fans about in that type of a way. And Pyro ended out, like, it became publicly known that Pyro was inappropriately talking with, like, an underage male fan, whatever, that he supposedly didn't know was underage, but he also didn't ask or check, and he probably did this quite a lot. But at least there was, like, one major instance of it, and this is why, like, and then people were like, yeah, Pyro should be wiped off the internet. And then Pyro was like, basically just like, lol, no you, and didn't get wiped off of the internet. It's weird. That's the one thing with Pyro is like, Pyro's generally on the right side of almost every conversation, but this was like an area where it was just it's pretty bad, and somehow he just kind of didn't get really much harm for it compared to what he could have anyway. And I don't really know, yeah, I don't know exactly how to feel about that. I've always felt weird about it because I liked Pyro so much beforehand, and then that happened, and I was kind of like, okay, isn't this supposed to be something that's bad now, and you go away now or something? Not really, but like honestly, and Pyro has watched enough people go through these types of situations to know to just basically like say nuh-uh and then move on, and then just not actually deal with any consequences from it, because that's the reality. Is like, people talk about cancel culture and stuff all the time, is that like things like cancel culture don't really exist and probably never did unless you talk about them all the time and become like paranoid and then stop posting. Like, that's the only way for cancel culture to actually work, is if you let it affect you. But some people just they just slide right by. It doesn't actually matter at all. And that's been like a thing that I've watched, because at one point I thought it did matter. We'll say create new. But at this point, I've seen it enough times to know it's not really that important. But it's rough because like, then I'm sort of left like, okay, like I can look at some of these, bad actors and I can be like, okay, you shouldn't have gotten away with this. Like, this is crazy. But then I also have to kind of be aware of like, yeah, Pyro shouldn't have either. Like, I don't really understand that. Not that people should necessarily be condemned to forever doom for it, but like, I don't know. It's like, it's crazy it didn't really impact him. Did you have another DM, Vetros, besides the one I just? I'll send a response message of what I just said. I'm not reacting to videos during editing streams. Just thumbnail streams. Because I can't listen for audio cues and also react at the same time. Okay. So we slide down around. I did also the other video that you sent as well. I'm like considering. I definitely would consider. You're good. But yeah, I think with thumbnail making streams, it's pretty easy to focus on both. But because it really depends. I guess it really depends. Like something like this, I could potentially, but then I've got to switch into kind of listening for audio cues. I wonder if maybe I could. Okay, maybe to be fair, like maybe. Okay, I'll think about it. How about that? Think about it. Hello. All right. Yeah, I'll consider it. I might react. I might, because it just depends on how it goes. Usually I've got like the bulk of the work of editing streams is in listening for sound cues, cutting things out, and then there's like a little extra part where I'm doing things like this. But because of the scale of this project, it's possible that I could actually react to videos during a project like this, which is kind of crazy. So, we'll take a second consideration that maybe I will be able to react. Okay, let's see. So I feel like I was in the era when people still were furries and they focused on that aspect more. True, you're so right. Because now I'm looking at it retrospectively. I remember at the time that was actually the problem. Wasn't even really that he was talking to an underage fan, like in a way that he definitely should not have been talking to an underage fan. And it was potentially just that he was a furry, which is crazy. That might have actually also saved him from a lot more scrutiny, was that it was like, oh, you furry. You're so right. I didn't think about that. You should add a bunch of soundboards in Discord and join voice chat with no speaking perms. Soundboards would be perfect. Potentially, yeah. Have to look into it. Soundtrack bot. True. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know anything about it. I don't know. I'd have to learn more about it, but maybe, yeah. Let's see. But yeah, that is a crazy thing. I totally forgot about that. That was actually what happened there. I mean, like, we can play noises in your streams. True. Well, it could be. I mean, there would have to be some type of limit or something, or else it would just be. Yeah, exactly. You know, we've got Lapidev here. Okay, we got to be more careful. Anyway, you know, but it's yeah, like maybe it would be cool. There's a potential thing there. Or like people get rewarded for watching with like a point that they can then spend on making a sound or something. Maybe might make sense. I need to note that down. Hold on. So we're gonna do grade A, save. New idea just dropped. Okay. Because there are, like, channel points or something, right? Like, that's a thing. Yippee! Okay, let's see. It's going to be something. Goals, file extractors, space captures dev has it? Oh, interesting. Don't know the thing I told you about? Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, yeah, Streamlabs, okay. Okay, let's see. I need, where would I put this? Restream? General issue fix. Let's see. We're going to say this instead is going to be issues / questions. Okay. How to allow people to TTS / TTS, we'll say. Either for money or for channel points. Really, channel points is what I'm kind of interested in, because I'm a small streamer, whatever. It feels like that could happen plenty with just like channel points of some kind. Video tutorial alongside the website and made from before. Oh, cool. Okay, gotcha. Let me pull this. How to add cool sound effects to your stream. Soundboard for Streamlabs OBS. Okay. Is there? So I think currently I use just the regular OBS, and as far as I'm aware, there's a way to connect, because you mentioned before about adding Streamlabs as a way for people to donate where YouTube or whatever doesn't take a cut and that whole thing. And there's a way, as far as I'm aware, you can do that with regular OBS where you add in Streamlabs for, like, I guess donos and something else. There's some other side to it, but yeah, there's probably a way to do it regardless. Yeah, that's a good thing. I'll add a question mark. We're not gonna be able to do it probably live right now, but that is a good idea. Okay, and then here. So we don't want this. We want. Oop. Whoa! How did I do that? How did I do that? F12. Whoa! Whoa! No way. What? How does that work? Okay. So wait, so what does F12 do? What F12? Wait, hold on. F12. Does it just post it in the one above? Oh, that's awesome. That's so much better. Everybody's saying yeah. Oh, geez. Wait, what? Sorry. What did people say? Okay. Wait, Shift lets me zoom? Oh my gosh. We're learning things, and I didn't even mean to. It's so good. Such a powerful thing right now. Sending cat emojis RN. Awesome. Appreciate you. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. So, That's actually awesome, though. I always kind of struggle with copy pasting, because when you copy paste in DaVinci normally, it means that you copy and paste in the exact same spot, whereas I might want to copy above. So if I hit Control C and then I hit F12. Wait, no, what? Oh no, wait, maybe it's if I click on the thing. I have to click one that's short though. Well, we can just, okay, we're gonna pull in this guy, and then if I click on this and hit F12, it just adds it. That's so nice. Wow, that's so nice. Okay, I have so many things to learn. Let's see. Editing. We're gonna say we'll say how to edit in, how to paste in files without in specific tracks. How to copy paste in files in specific tracks. Okay. F12 pastes selected media from master to top track. Wow. Okay. Learning. Does it create a new layer or import to a layer already there? Syncat. So, to my understanding is, whatever you have selected here, it pastes into whatever the highest unused track is, which is kind of crazy. Other people type, it hurts. I'm sorry, okay, listen. Okay, wait, hold on. They're very, very good. Grade A under A, that's what it is. This one. So I missed like a lot back. So I've talked before about like, the I thing, whatever, the reason for my channel name. I missed so much school with like surgery and stuff like that like or needing, because I had every 3 months I had to go and get like a CAT scan or MRI. So I missed this, in my school anyway. At my school, we now you type fast and a lot of people. Oh, really? Oh, that's awesome. I've had to practice it. So when I was a kid, there were like computer classes. I don't know if I've heard before people don't have computer classes or something. I don't understand, but I had computer classes growing up, and like everybody did in my school, and I missed so many of them that like I didn't know how to, like, you put your J and your F key and then these ones next to it, and then you type based on that. I always just typed in whatever way felt most natural to me, which seems fine, okay, but apparently, and it is actually a lot faster to type with like the correct placement of fingers and whatnot. So I went on typing.com as an adult, as like an 18-year-old basically, and from 18 to 19, I spent like almost every day practicing, and I went from like probably like 16 to 20 words per minute to probably like anywhere from 30 something to like maybe 50 to 60 something, depending on the set of words and whatever. But like, for the simple ones, I could go way faster now. And then for like the more complicated ones, like the actual full typing out sentences, I think it's I don't know if I'm even faster than. Can I go to? Can we hot open typing.com? Hold on, typing.com. I'm gonna need to make an account. We're gonna do log in. No, I want to do sign up. Okay, I'm a student for sure. And I'm just going to sign up under my Deadeye account. Deadeye at, is it Deadeye Gmail? Or is it Deadeye YouTube? I forget if it's Deadeye YouTube at gmail.com. I think so. You don't need an account, I think? Oh, maybe not. Let's just go to, okay, can I think I have to have an account. Well, maybe not. Hold on. Students? Typing lessons? No way. That's awesome. Okay. Let's do this. So, typing duels against the viewers. Oh my god. You guys would all destroy me. So, can I go straight to, like, stories? Yeah, stories would be a good test. I am so slow. Do not judge me, okay? I know you will, but do not judge me. This is going to be so embarrassing. All right. When robots rule the world. Let's do this. Typing adventures. Bro. Rampaging robots, time travel, hoverboards. Okay, I'm not going to read all that. I ain't reading all that. I'm one of those people that says, oh my god, it's so loud. 2 new kids, oh my god, arrive between, should I go back and delete or no? I don't know if that's actually worth it. First, there's a, right. I hate this, I'm not going back. Do I go back? I don't know if you're supposed to go back. As though someone just took a picture. Then, oh my god, suddenly. You miss letter and then everything go wrong. It's so bad. A boy standing right beside your locker. My god, okay, your locker. So bad, it's so bad. Wait a second. I'm a genius. Okay, anyway, sorry. I'm a genius. I just discovered it. I didn't know. There's tests. That's for practice. Okay, there's tests. Back to lessons. There's hope. There's hope. Wait a second. Congrats. I know. Okay, there's a chance here. How do I lower the... Is the volume like horrible or is it okay? It might be fine. Okay. When robots rule the world, there's tech readiness, career prep. Get on Type Racer. Oh my god. No, Type Racer. Type Racer. Okay, let's do this. Mute? Oh, there's a mute. Oh, you're so right. Don't read the whole page out loud, please. How do I mute? Wait, right click? I know there's a way to, it's super easy to do when there's actual sound going through. Oh, it's probably like this, right? Right click and then mute this one. There we go. Okay, we got it. All right, typing race. Okay, wait, okay. 8 seconds? Dude, I'm so ready right now. All right. All right, buddy. Sat down. I hate this game. Oh my god, I'm choking beside me. Alright, he put his arm around my waist. Okay, what is going on in this story? And brushed. Oh my god, I'm missing letters. The hair from my ear. Oh my god, okay. I didn't move. Then I heard him whisper. What the heck is that? How? Is it should be ow because you have like the two. What is going on in this story? To be miss. Oh my god, what is going on in this story? I hate this. I'm distracted by the. Okay, I give up. I get it. Wait, did I swear? Okay, run it back. All right. Okay, we go again. Okay. Also, I did all of... Okay, I'm gonna cope right now and say I did all of Type Racer, or not. I did all of typing.com on a laptop, so it's really weird having this gigantic keyboard in front of me. All right, we go again. All right, one more time. Oh, it's so short. It's gonna be easy. Relax. It's fine. Also, why is it always so many B's? B is so far away from both sides of my... Which one? Do you hit B with the right or the left? Okay. All right. Boy. You... Oh my god. Can't get no higher than this. No, cause love don't get. What was that last story? Higher than this. No. Okay, a little better. How did I do? 48 words per minute. Okay, go in the Discord. Okay, relax. Let's see. Okay, I've learned my lesson around. Wait, we got 2 people. Type Racer, global. Did you know for each living human there's 40 liters of living ants? I love that. That's great. That's great news. That's great news. Okay, let's see. Let's do. Why there's so many ants? Okay. Prepare for downfall. Oh my god, this is gonna be embarrassing. Join race. Okay. Oh my god, this is gonna be so bad. Alright, let's do this. Waiting for the owner to start. Have you ever thought about a world where everything is exactly the same, except you don't exist? Everything functions perfectly without you. The thought terrifies me. Have you ever thought about a world where everything is the same? Wait, what the world? What about like what is in that? Like what is your experience while you're in that world? What the heck? Okay. Because I feel like okay. I feel like the world isn't the scary part, it's the existence part that's scary. Oh my god, this is gonna be so bad. Alright. have you ever thought oh my god, about a world where everything is exactly the same? How is that far off? Okay, I looked away from the keyboard. I mean, I looked at the keyboard. Except you no. Exist? Question mark. Everything functions. Oh no, perfectly without you. The thought terrifies me. Period. Oh my gosh. Type racer guest user. Average speed 83 words per minute. Wow. I almost got second place. Okay. Who's the fourth person? I don't know. Did you? So how does it work if you share? Like, if you share, do people also still randomly join or no? Okay. Interesting. Join this race whenever you're ready. Could be you. Is this the same set? He's just playing normal people. Normal people. Who is here? There's 4. Is me. I'm here. I'm here. We're all guests. That's crazy. All right. Oh, hey, Lapido. We got people in here. All right, that's fun. All right. Oh, wait. Type the over. Okay. What we do know is that as the chemical window closed, another awakening took place. That the human spirit is more powerful than any drug. Oh my god. And that is what needs to be nourished. With work, play, friendship. Oh my god, this is a crate family. These are the things that matter. This is what we've forgotten. The simplest things. Woo! I did the thing. I did the thing. I did it. I did the thing. I did it in 56. I missed a little bit faster than last time. Okay. Hey. That's what it's all about, okay? How many words per minute did you get? I didn't see. So, okay, you got like... I got, you know. Okay. Join race. I got 56. That's pretty good, right? That's pretty good. You could say. As the last fitful. Oh my god. This is such a horrible one. Oh no. Wait. Vetrez isn't in. Vetrez, get in here. What is the comma? How to make the comma? And line. On my keyboard anyway, the comma is next to the period in the bottom right area, and then the line is next to the minus sign, I think. Or no, there's the minus sign and the line. The minus is what you want. So it's the minus. It's a semicolon. Oh, the dot with the comma? Oh, yeah. Yes, there's a comma and there's also the semicolon. I got what is everyone saying semicolon right now? All right. This is fun. This is cool. It's the last fitful rays of my torch faded into obscurity. This is such a ridiculous... What is this? As the last fitful rays of my torch faded into obscurity, I resolved to leave no stone unturned, no possible means of escape neglected. So summoning all the powers associated... Possessed... Torch faded into... Oh my god. Into obscurity. I resolved to leave no stone unturned. No possible means... Oh my god, means of escape neglected. So summoning all the powers possessed by my lungs. I set up series of loud shoutings in the vain hope attracting the attention of the guide by my clamor. Yet, as I come, I believed in my heart that my cries were to no purpose, and that my voice magnified and reflected by the numberless ramparts of the black maze about me fell upon no ears save my own. Okay. Yeah, 56 might be right on where I'm at. 92. Jeez. All right. I'm a champion. I got anti-cheated. You're good. I'm surprised, I'm 56 is pretty steady. 56 might be right on where I am. I literally, it's crazy to me because I don't think I could have done 30 words per minute before I started doing typing.com lessons like back when I was 18, 19. And then I haven't done it in years, but it's a little better. Have to switch between Windows and keyboards. No American. Yeesh. That makes it tough. I can do one more. We can do one more, but then I gotta get back to the editing. But that one was fun. This is fun. We can do one more. I think it feels like 56. Do they have general brackets or something? Because 56 is yeah, true. We'll do one more. This is for all the marbles. Okay. If we can bring it back. Join race. There we go. Come on. Join race. Thank you. Paper, as we know it today, was invented in China in around 100 AD. Wood and other fibrous material is mixed with liquid and mashed into oh my god, it's gonna be so bad, a pulp, which is then oh my god, I'm doing such a bad job this time, onto fine screens. The liquid drains, oh my god, away, leaving a thin layer, oh my god, of fibrous material on the wire. When this material dries, it becomes paper. It wasn't that at 54 actually. I guess that wasn't that bad. Oh my gosh. 106, nice job. That felt really hard to me. 54 is still just only a couple words per minute down from before, but that felt really off. And still went pretty good, I guess. 8-second delay, fair enough. Yeah. Oh, gotcha. Really? There you go. Okay. I'm gonna leave. I have to leave it here. But this is actually That's a fun. I wonder what I could add that to. I wonder, at the end of workout streams or something, I could do Type Racer. It'd be kind of ridiculous, but I've thought about these things before. Consider different options. You have an 8-second delay. I had YouTube switch or YZ switch. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. I know I have a little delay, at least a little. That could be funny though. Yeah, workout and then try to out type people in that state. Dude, I've talked about it before. I don't know if I've talked about it before. Okay. People, I don't know, dude, whatever. But people, everyone, all of my people. It feels like hold on. After I work out, have I told this story before about going to the bank after working out back in the day? I used to work out and then I would go places or run or exercise, whatever, and my brain just does not work. It's the worst. It's going to be funny. It's going to be funny trying to stream with half of a brain after working out, because I just it puts me in this weird state where I remember there's this bank. There's this bank that I bank at, whatever, that I wanted to go into and do a transaction and then also ask if they have any application forms, And I figure, okay, yeah, like this is kind of a good way. Like I'll go in, I'll deposit or withdraw some funds, and be like, hey, do you guys have applications? And then I'll get the application, I'll say thanks, and then like appreciate it, and I'll go on my way, and it'll be a smooth thing. But it was right after I worked out, and I thought I'd waited long enough that my brain was back to functioning again, but it wasn't. And obviously, I'm not very good at thinking of whether or not it's functioning. Well, it's not functioning. So I went into this bank, right? So I go into the bank, and while I'm in there, go up, I'm waiting in line, then I go up to the person, and then we start talking. There's a guy there as like at the front, and then there's a girl that's also there with him who ends up coming over during this engagement, right? This interaction. And and they asked me what my spoken word password is. And I never give, basically, I've never had to do this because I don't usually go in. I always just, do the ATM, right? So I don't have to have a spoken word password. In fact, I don't even know what it is because you make this one time, the first time you start baking there, and unless you actively use it, you just never use it. What would you ever use it for? So I'm like, yeah, I don't know what it is, right? So I'm pulling a blank, right, on this issue. And unfortunately, though, my brain isn't working at this point. So they asked me, I think, another question. Oh, do you know what your account number is? And I was like, I'm not sure. Like maybe I could pull it up in the app or something. So I go to pull it up in the app, and they say, oh no, like that it's all right. Just like they asked me what my birth date is. They asked me what my birth date is. And I was so, by this point, my brain was so scrambled because I worked out and I can't think. And then also because like all this questioning and I'm going, and I just, I couldn't remember what my birth date was. And so, okay. So like that happened. That's probably like the worst. That was the worst. But like, I mean, it's a good example of like brain. We think that our brains work in these ways where you just know things and now you know them, but apparently not. I had a similar thing kind of happen, similar-ish. I don't remember even what it was. At this point, it's been a while, but I remember going in and buying something at a grocery store, and I'm like, checking out, and they asked me some simple question. They said something like super simple, like how is this going, whatever, and I just the words just wouldn't come out. I just couldn't think because it's just like after I work out, I'm so like. I'm just like gone, just gone. Oh, it's tragic. It's tragic. Okay. So we'll see how this whole workout thing goes, this on-stream workout thing goes. But I think, I think it could be, I think it's going to be what it's going to be. So let's see. Take a nap after workout then. Maybe. I mean, what I really need to do after workout is just like walk around and drink water. I think that's like you just walk because you keep burning, you keep burning calories, whatever. That way you burn. The funny thing is, like, and my coach would always tell me, I don't know how true this is, but if you go for a run, the walking you do after, you burn like so many extra calories, or calories, I should say. As you like, what was that word? Calories, though. As you like naps. No naps. Naps not good. Like you can do power naps though, like 10-15 minutes and just close your eyes and boom, and then you're like. You do refocus up really well. So maybe. But I think it'd be better for me to do. I think it'd be better for me to do intensive type competitions right after workouts. As another option besides napping. Another equivalent. It could be good stuff. It could be entertaining. It would probably be horrible. It's a horrible idea. Another option, though, is to react to, like, workout videos or something. Like, talk about them and, whatever. Because I won't have, like, my full mental capacity. But at least I'll be, like, learning something relative to what I'm doing. And it's more associated. But I think maybe a little type racer would be funny. Okay. Anyway. I think that there's a whole new... Like, video essayists didn't really exist with old YouTube. Grade A under A, that's what it is. Grade A... We'll do, like, a slide in. It's just a simple slide in would be best here. Grade A under A. So here and there, here and here, there. And then you're here, and then you're out here. Essayists didn't really exist with old YouTube. Grade A under A, that's what it is. Grade A, grade A under A. Maybe just a little faster. Okay, all right. This one to this one, and then delete this one. There we go. That's what it is. Grade A exists with old YouTube. Grade A under A, that's what it is. What? How is it so slow? Grade A under A, that's... Oh, that's why. Okay, this one. And then this one. Why is it so slow? Shouldn't it be like this? Oh, because this one's on. There we go. Grade A under A, that's what it is. Grade A under... So then this one to this one Wait. So we gotta do that now, actually. I need this one to, like, somewhere in the middle. Grade A under to there. That's better. Okay, better. And then here, and then now
Grade
this.
A under A, that's what it is.
Better. Hello, everyone. That was pretty cool. I can appreciate, 54, 56, and with some practice, I could probably get a lot faster. It's probably something really important with YouTube and streaming and everything. Would be better at typing would be nice.
Popular, but now I think that there's a whole.
So if I ever get one of those Ludwig, challenges where he like pulls people in, I can be like, I am the master of the type.
Like video essayists didn't really exist with old YouTube. Grade A under A, that's what it is. Grade A under A was one of the few people who was really successful at video essay, and video essays are really powerful. They're very, very good for successful at video essay, and video people who is really successful at video essay, and video.
It's down a little bit like this. Let's see. I don't know how the typewriter is good because most of the time I write what I think and not what I see. I'm not manually copying text I see. Most of the time I write, what I think and not what I see. You mean like you copy paste? Yeah, you're manually copying. So or you're saying you like click and drag and copy and paste. Unless you mean, or like writing. Because most of the time I write what I think. Oh, and not what I see. Wait, what do I say? What I think. I don't understand. How the typewriter is good. Typewriter. Isn't the typewriter, I'm confused. Okay, I'm confused. Typewriter. Half the time I type pronunciation to type. Oh, you're saying, you're typing out like the words incorrectly is what you mean, maybe like the with the wrong spellings, maybe time like type pronunciation to by pronunciation, which is funny because pronunciation is pronounced pronunciation, not pronunciation, even though it's spelled like it would be pronounced pronunciation. It's interesting. I mean the game we just played. Type racer, type racer. How type racer is good. I don't know how the type racer. Well, then it's good because it kind of forces you to practice in ways that are a little bit more, I don't know, more competitive, which competition can be really good. I think that like that could be good, but honestly, typing, this is a really good space. Like typing.com is awesome for this. Like it's really good practice. I practice what I never do. Yes. Or what you like fail to do, right? That's the whole point of practice, right? Is that there's a way, like you're practicing the ability to do it better. Never manually type existing text. Oh wait, what? Type what I think. Why do you do that? What do you mean? I never manually type. Oh, yeah, but you'll be better at it. The point is forming the connections between letters and letters in words and your finger's ability to type them without needing to look at the keyboard. So you type a lot faster if you can read what's on the screen while typing instead of reading it and then typing and looking down and then looking back up. So if you can just keep your eyes focused on the screen, so it sort of forces you like, here's a thing on the screen. Instead of like when you're typing what you think, you might be looking at the keyboard the whole time, which is substantially slower than looking up the whole time, generally. 100 times better if we had to make original story. I don't know. I don't know if it would be. I don't know about that. Because then one thing is like, it's forcing you to not make spelling mistakes. So like in a story where you're making the original story, how does it know if you're spelling things right? I suppose. But if it had some way of testing and making sure you had the right spelling, maybe, I don't know. But then you could just say I. Like I would just, I would just get myself one of these, right? And what are you to do about it? Because then I'm saying like, well, no, my story is a poem, and every letter in it is I. It's a poem comprised of 100 words that are all I, for example, right? And that could be a real story. Like, why do things have to be spelled correctly in writing? They technically don't. So you could make it. You could do right. Can you see there? That makes kind of sense. Search option there is recommended. Check it. Recommended? What do you mean? In here? Or, sorry, it'd be in type racer. Search option. There is recommended. Check it. In search. In search, there's an option. Recommended. Recommended. Search option. I don't know. There's recommended search. What do I want? Recommended search. Oh, you're saying in the I post? Is that what you're talking about? So I'd go like here, and then I would do... See what it says to me. Make an account. Oh, there's a lot of I. People have written it before, I guess. Okay. Make an account later. By the way, it should keep record of your progress and improvements. And I saw it shows your problem points. Oh, cool. That'd be nice. There was a bunch of I. Oh, whether it should have a bunch of I's, like what order? Sure. All right, let's see. So then I want to close that. All right.
Grade A under.
So grade A under A. I do wonder, like, with a thing like this where I'm throwing in grade A under A, kind of sliding in from the outside, would it be better if I do that with then followed by, like, clips of grade A under A on the page? I think that would be better editing, but I don't know if that's kind of against the point. Typing does the exact same thing, too. For TypeRacer, typing is... oh, interesting. Back to actually editing. Yeah, I don't know. Like, there's... We'll note that down. Clips or thumbnails or his channel. We'll do a check mark and say clips/channel ? Okay. Pyro is at 1 minute. Yeah, so I don't know how much of like just showing people's face kind of.
Old Keemstar stuff was
Let's see.
possible because nobody was really watching, and because the people that were watching were in the same, like, all of them relied on him. Keemstar was like, I guess, like Machinima in a way as well, because with Keemstar, like, he pulled in a lot of people who were somewhat interested in the same direction. Like Pyrocynical is one example.
Okay, so Pyrocynical is one example. Is a good time to just use cynical to just use a picture of Pyro. Oh, you know what I should use is I shouldn't look up Pyro Furry, but I should look it up off camera. Furry costume. What's that other guy's name? What is that other guy's name? I can picture it. Oompaville. Let's see. Where? Yes. Okay, save image as. Here we go. Let's see. I should look. Yes. Okay, so we're gonna say Oompa Pyro, and then I want just Pyro. Have you guys seen this video? It's awesome. Okay, wait, hold on. It's awesome. None of it matters except for the thumbnail. The thumbnail and title are so funny. Oompa Pyro. This video, this thumbnail and title is awesome. I asked a furry when he first put on the mask, and it shows him in Pyrocynical. That's so funny. Like, I think I watched. Yeah, it is. You know, it's just like it's just them chilling out talking about YouTube stuff, but it's awesome. Let's see. Okay, hold on. So I want home, open image, Oompa Pyro, create new, and then I just want Pyro. Remove this part, and then I want this part. How do I unlock? Go to sleep, have fun, y'all. Appreciate you. Okay, can I do like this? No, chill. Good night. Let's see. So I want this like so. Pretty good there. And then I'll do some text on him as well. Pyrocynical. Right, and then we'll do. Excuse you. Huh? There. Boom. A little off would be good, and then we're gonna pull you up a little bit. I like the fact that you're in the the suit. All right, we're gonna do text. No, this one outline. Maybe I could react to and chat about a video here. Might not be too bad. Can't hide. Outline. What is the? Let's see what this video is from Vetrez. Hold up. Boom. We've got the how I make Actually, viral thumbnails. This one we'll watch during a thumbnail stream. Wacky computer science explained in 17 minutes. And then we've also got, I remember there was one from before though, the Who Asked one, which I kind of resonate with, even though I think the overall construction of the video feels super teenagery to me. No offense to any teenagers and everyone just I got some teenagers, but it's like
while arguing,
like you can be a teenager and make something that doesn't feel like it's, I guess, made by someone coming from that perspective. Like it can feel, I don't know, like there's a particular, it's sort of like someone can make something that like makes it feel like it's from like an emo perspective. And it's like, if I said like it feels very emo-y or whatever, it's not like I don't know, like whatever. Anyway, let's take a look at this. So like, I think that the way that the guy kind of talks in the video does feel kind of, there's a lot of content that I feel is like geared specifically towards teenagers that's meant to be like, for teenagers, this part is really hard. And it's like, well, this is just, I mean, this is true for everybody, It's just like, I think that you're trying to pander specifically to one audience, maybe. Or like, and then also the way the guy kind of talks. But I think that the general messaging of the video is really good, and I definitely resonate with some of it. So this is one of the things that Vetrez sent in that I think would be worthwhile to watch. I haven't looked at the other things he sent yet, but let's start with this one.
definitely heard this dreadful phrase again and again. Who asked? I didn't ask. Nobody asked. When you hear it, you can already tell that there's just something wrong about this phrase. You try to come back.
Honestly, okay, you guys can hear this voice. I think with a little like vocal work, basically, to like clear out some of the I don't know what it is. That's like caught, and some people have like nasal problems and things like that. There's like different ways in which somebody could struggle to like have a clear tone to their voice. But also, I think the more experience, like this person, as with anyone, the more experience you have talking in front of a camera or whatever, is going to help some of that clear way. Honestly, that might be all that it is, because actually what they're talking about is pretty reasonable, I think. Anyway,
At it. But it just doesn't work. Literally everyone who's spectating the argument, including your opponent, is laughing and mocking you at the highest degree over such a dumb phrase. Once this phrase comes along, you are basically out of options. You're thinking to yourself, man, why does this comeback exist? It's so bad. Why isn't it overrated? Well, because it is.
Like, yeah, there's like a pandering towards, I think, a younger audience here a little bit, because it's so bad. Why isn't it overrated? Is not like a real argument, but like he's right though, in a way. Like what he's talking about, the sentiment, I totally agree with here. All right.
The main reason why it's garbage is because the phrase literally contradicts itself. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. It's kind of funny when it's used. I have no problem with it being a simple phrase. The problem is that it's so popular that it seeps into real conversations and real quarrels. And unfortunately, that is forever what the phrase means. As a real use phrase, it sucks. If you really think about it, the phrase...
Yeah, you can gear something towards like a younger or like a very particular aged audience. Well, like let's say there's like someone who exclusively speaks to like 5 or 6 year olds, but they're talking about the golden rule and why it's important, and they're using really simple terms to get that message across. But like, they're not wrong. The golden rule is great, right? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you, right? Is a fantastic rule. Though, THO, sure, but then though is not, right? THOUGH, right? Though, is but yeah, I agree. I think like the messaging, like the words he's using, I'm expecting there to be like a bruh, what are you doing? Like, bruh, don't you know you're making a stupid, what you're doing is so dumb or something. And it feels like I'm waiting for that, and maybe some Vine Boom sound effects. But the actual message is really good. So you can communicate it in this way while also being totally right in the direction you're trying to go, right? In the same way as like someone could have a really good point, but be using terms and slang and pacing of like for example, someone could have super dry, super slow, like if you're at a professor who's like in their 60s or 70s or whatever, and is like just really not trying to get anywhere very fast at all, and they're just kind of really lazily kind of talking, like if they have this very like, and then the whatever came and it was very, challenging, or they get, or like better terms, but like they just like have a very slow pacing. It doesn't mean that they're wrong. They can have a really good point, but it's hard to get that across when you have a certain style of messaging, right? You're not going to reach a certain audience as well, is all I'm saying.
This makes no fundamental sense at all. Like, You say who asked, but nobody asked, or you say who asked. Does that not seem infinitely paradoxical? This still didn't deter self-centered 14-year-olds.
Like the issue. Okay, so yeah, this is kind of. I'm sorry I'm interrupting it so much. I feel like this. I do think that this is spot on, is that there's a problem, but the problem isn't actually with the paradoxical nature of who asked. It's like, well, who asked? Well, now you asked. Well, they're not asking about who asked. They're asking about who asked you to say the thing you said before they asked who asked. So this argument is bad, and it falls apart at like almost no scrutiny at all. But the actual issue with who asked is the same thing as saying like you're a try hard, whatever. It's like it comes from this place of like of insecurity generally. So if someone's like, who asked? They're trying to get people to like them. They're trying to be like, oh, this guy's funny. Oh, this guy's cool. When really it's like, it's okay to be passionate about something or to have a response to something. Like you can go into depth on something, and then if someone else says like, yeah, who asked? It's like, yeah, it feels kind of like, okay, like this is a pointless part of the conversation. The paradoxical nature of it doesn't matter. It's that you're like completely interrupting the flow. In the same way, when someone says, like when people yell out "try hard," it's like, I'm just doing my thing. Like you do your thing. Like dude, or like nerd or something, right? Like it's like you're criticizing somebody for caring or being smart about something, right? So there's like a certain amount of like, it's just like you come across as stupid, or you should, but then who asked actually comes across as like Mimi, and the response to it is no you, right? Because it doesn't make any sense. I'm responding to what you're saying that doesn't make sense with another thing that doesn't make sense, right? That's like the meme slang, is like you just kind of, you're saying things that don't mean anything at all. And then the people in this and here's like the problem with this too, is like you read the comments and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about here, okay? So here we go. So the comments. This one's actually not too bad. Someone once said no one asked during an argument, and the other person hit them with a no one had to. That's pretty cool, but also who asked is the real one, so that doesn't really work. But sure, yeah. But the issue here is like, I feel like there's a lot of people who want to like have an intellectual response that like proves like everyone around them is just going to be this person. This is exactly the problem. Who asked? I don't need your permission to talk. That's how the conversation works. Okay. I give responses to things. Like this makes you come across so bad. You cannot respond this way to who asked, because they're not coming at you with an intellectual argument. They're just memeing and saying nothing of importance. So you just either ignore it and keep talking, or you say no you and keep talking. You either deflect with like an equally like pointless response like no you, or you just ignore it and just keep going, because like the idea of like acknowledging who asked is now you're kind of already on a back foot or a losing position, where you're saying like yeah, like you have to justify, like you have to justify. So they say who asked, which is a pointless stupid thing to say, and now you're trying to like justify who asked. I don't need your permission to speak, but who, oh, like the other person is just gonna be like, realize, oh wait, I'm being dumb. Like really, you expect someone who says who asked to have any self-awareness at all? Are you kidding? No, I don't need your permission to speak. What a stupid response. This is a terrible response. You just say no you and then move on, or just move on and ignore it. You don't actually acknowledge people that say things that don't matter like this. My inner thoughts that y'all would like to hear this. Yeah, it's like yeah, you don't take this serious. You did by starting this conversation. Like you're just gonna own someone by being like intellectual. Like, do you think anybody who's intellectual actually owns people in these types of ways? Not without like we both have to take it seriously for either of us to get a good jab in like this. So if you don't take it seriously, and then I'm like, you did by starting this conversation. Have you guys ever seen this like Redditor guy? Hold on. This is exactly kind of what I'm talking about. Redditor. Yeah, Redditor. We'll just look up Redditor. Shorts. We'll do Redditor shorts. It's perfect. This guy is like exactly spot on about like the issue with trying to do this stuff.
Against my better judgment, I will ask you.
No, not this one though. You got to go popular. This one's awesome. If you guys haven't seen it, like, okay, I'm not like a big. We'll finish this video in a second. I'm sorry, I'm bouncing around here a lot. Okay, but this one's hilarious to me because I knew people like this, and it's the most detestable creature in the world. No offense. Okay, I'm sorry if you're like this, but look at this.
What is going on here? Hi, can I help you?
It's so good.
The name's
Sensei Ledoux. Maurice didn't tell me he had a sister.
Maurice, your friend Dewey's
I'm dying.
here.
I hate this. I hate this, but it's good though.
Sensei Ledoux, idiot.
Maurice, don't say
People like this. Oh.
Bagel bites. How fortuitous.
Oh.
I'm so glad she made these. Her food sucks.
Well, good thing the bagel bites are free, Maurice. Just like living in my house.
Well, I would have preferred some soda instead of this flavorless water, but I suppose this will suffice.
Cringe.
Yeah, too bad. So, Ledoux, are you married or...
Mikasa! It's so funny, but it's so bad.
Okay, hold on. Let me let her in. The fuck?
It's so bad. I don't know if you've ever seen this guy. It's so, I cringe. I cringe to the core of my soul. But that's like the funniest one he's ever made, whatever. But it's not, like, that's not really the point. The point is that he does all these other ones. So, like, this is actually the real one. So this is average Redditor is going through security at the airport.
Please. Sir, do you have any medals on you?
Yes, I do have metals on me. Let's see. Copper, magnesium, iron, potassium. Do I need to provide you a list?
I'm sorry, sir. What?
You know, I assume that an agent for the Transportation Security
Terry, can you come over here for a
would be
second?
uneducated.
I love in this moment, one thing that I love about this is that he has the perfect, like, smug face the whole time. And then the second thing I love about this is that he's explaining, and the other guy in the middle of him explaining is like, Terry, can you come over here for a second? And he doesn't even pause at all. He just keeps, like, however, I did not expect that one would not even have a 5th grade level education. Like, he's just so smug. It's horrible. It's so cringy. But, like, this is the problem with being like an intellectual is like it's fine to be smarter to want to know things or whatever, but like you have to know how to communicate in a way that fits. So this is like my problem with these responses is I can respect that like who asked is the most like 5th grade, lame whatever, like just can we just have a conversation? Can we just like exist? But like you can't say I don't need your permission to talk. Also, that's how conversations work. Okay. And then you just keep going like, that's this guy for me. And this is like the tough thing is like, I 100% understand the struggle. I can understand this. But I knew people like this. This is the bad reaction in like high school or whatever. This is like, you've got people that are super stupid and like bring nothing to any conversation they're a part of. No offense to anybody. And like who asked doesn't have to be like this. There can be people that are just doing it for like fun, for chill, whatever. But there's people who just like all they ever do is be like this. And so, like, this is annoying, but, like, you then can't respond with this guy. You can't be this guy back. Because then you'd rather be the who asked guy than be this guy ever. You never want to be this guy, okay? Like, not the actual person, but the guy he's pretending to be, the guy he's impersonating, whatever, is like the most annoying person ever. And everybody hates this type of guy. And I knew these guys in high school, these types of people in high school, and ugh. Like, and it sucks because some of them are less so like this and they're more earnestly like they just want people to listen to them and have friends and so on. And that's like more painful where I talk to some of these people and I'm just like, I try to kind of impart like, hey, just chill. It's okay. Just, we just roll with it. Right. We don't have to be right every time. We don't have to be so like, like that. We can just kind of roll. In a similar way, like we don't kids like this will do the same thing to the teacher too, and that's like a tough thing. You got a teacher, they're up in front of their class, they just want to get through their day and be on their way. If you really have a question that needs answering for homework, whatever, you can ask a question. But then you've got these, honestly, on both sides of the spectrum of this, you've got the who asked people who are that way towards the teacher, and everyone's just like, I don't want to be here either. Can we just move on? Like, this is so annoying, and the teacher has to put up with it, whatever. And teachers generally don't really put up with it. They don't do the I don't need your permission to talk. They just either send them to the office or say, like, stop talking, I'm talking, whatever. Like, teachers have the good way of doing this, or they just ignore it. And that's like all good. For a teacher, but they're in a position of power. You can't be like, stop talking. You just have to like carry on. And honestly, but still, stop talking is better than this. Don't ever do this. Don't ever, 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 ever do this. It's a losing battle. It is the Redditor battle. You do not want to be the Redditor in this position. But at the same time, like, yeah, there's like this issue where with teachers, the teacher's saying stuff, there's someone in who's like, who asked? Like, and then everyone's kind of laughing. And you just have to like either ignore it or confront it. You can't like smarmy your way through it or whatever. You can't just like do that. You can't do that. Then there's the other side where you have someone who's like correcting the teacher in like an intellectual way every 5 seconds, and it's like that person's also the worst. Just don't be either of these people, you know? Don't you ever be these people, please. It's really not good. And so there's been people that I've known who like, they're like, yeah, earnest, you know, the importance of being earnest. There's people who have very earnestly tried to be like, people think it's funny or enjoyable, but everyone in the class is like, please just shut up. Like everyone hates it. And those people I feel most sorry for. Like, I don't really, like if you're the Who Asked guy, I'm like, ugh. But if you're like the Redditor guy in this position where you're talking to the teacher, I'm like, oh my gosh, like I hope that you fix this, because not only for your own sake, but for everyone else's. Like, I want you to get some friends and to move out of this because it's so bad. So yeah, that's like my problem with this is like, this is speaking to a set of people that I think are primed to hear it because they're young and they're like frustrated by people just like can't we just be serious about things? I hated when I was in high school, like I would run or whatever and people would yell out, try hard, you know, and it's like, what are you adding to this? Like I'm earnest, whatever. I'm trying to improve myself and better my position, and I'm doing this for my own health and my own happiness and whatever, and you're like all those kids in gym class who are just like, we're gonna jog when the teacher's looking, and then we're just gonna walk outside of that, and we think that we're being like sneaky, like the teacher doesn't know. Like obviously the teacher knows. Teacher knows that you're vaping too, you know. Like just get over yourselves, okay? So it's like, yeah, like that stuff is super annoying. But I would never confront these people with I would never go to them and be like, I'm running because it's important and whatever. But actually, some of these same sets of kids, because I never responded to this, because I'm not going to get into that. It's not worth my time. Even as a high schooler, like I recognize this issue, and I recognize people who didn't recognize the issue, and those people had it the hardest because they try to fight it. They try to be like, no, this is important. You guys are being ridiculous, whatever. It's like those people are never going to listen to that. They are like lazy and they don't care. And that's fine. So just like don't engage, you know? But like I recognize this from that age. And I remember one of them was in football, and there were these points where he would come up next to me and we would do sprints, and we would both sprint across. And I was fast. I was fast in high school. So even though he was in football and so he did speed sprints every day, I was competitive or faster. And I think after a little bit of time with this, he realized like this guy's actually really good at what he's doing. You know, I also, you know, I don't want to go into, you know, but I was exercising a lot back then, so I was in crazy shape. So like people started to notice that, and that became like a good thing. So if you just stick to your own lane, like if you want to be super smart and practice and learn, don't get in fights with people who don't care about what you do, because they won't care. They're not going to care suddenly just because you can out argue them the point. Same thing with running or exercising of any kind. Doesn't matter. It's not worth it to fight people on things. Just keep focused and improve what you're doing. People will notice, right? And when they notice, they will care eventually. You just gotta take it easy until then, right? And so I think I can definitely feel for this video, because it is super frustrating that people do this, and it's very immature. Like the Who Asked thing is super immature. But at the same time, there's a right and a wrong way to approach, I think. I think there is. Okay, we carry on though.
Girls from pasting this overpasted, bad-tasted, nonsense-adjacent phrase anytime they find themselves in an argument. Unironically, this phrase has been a leech on competent thinking and internet civilization, which leads to the second reason why it's garbage.
Competent thinking, internet communication. I just think that people just, I don't know about this one. I think people have always been this way. The internet has always been this way. People are like, internet communication has always been the worst thing, like in general. So if you're just starting to notice this now, like, oh yeah, people ask to say Who Asked, and it's so annoying. It's like, what about your mom? Or like, who's Joe? Or like, you know, like that end of things. Like there's always been like stupid meme things where people just, or like, I ain't reading all that, you know? How many times I dealt with that before I was like, it's just not worth it to try to like actually, like, you know, like, yeah, these nuts is okay, you know, that's fine. Like I feel like I ain't reading all that. I ain't reading all that. That's but like this is like exact, like this specifically. Yeah, I'll do it in quotes so people know that I'm messing. So that people know I'm messing around. But like, have you guys seen this one? This is like exactly the problem. That's okay. Okay, relax, buddy. All right, look, like I ain't reading all that is like exactly the problem, right? It's the exact same thing. So for internet discourse, these sorts of phrases are like bad for it, but they always exist. They never aren't going to exist. This is not a unique problem. It's not something really like worth being like, this is a bane of our existence, okay? It's always existed. It always will exist because people want to be, you know, they want to be sarcastic and like whatever.
When the phrase is used in real arguments, it slaps a massive zipper on the victim's mouth that stops any...
Best response to I ain't reading all that. You just ignore it. Don't try to engage with someone who says that. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. They're not willing to participate, but they still want to participate enough to say something. Like, have you ever seen that like you can post something that's like an in-depth response to something? And you guys know I post. You guys know I post in-depth crap, you know. Like if you go to my Discord here. Sorry for that. There's nothing there, but okay. Like I post pretty in-depth responses. I post long and and I don't really care if people want to read it or not. Like I'm posting it for the benefit of people who care. If you don't care, move on. But when I do that, sometimes someone will respond with like I ain't reading all that or whatever, and I'm like you could say like, okay, then move on. But like, what are you really adding there? Like, what are you really adding to the conversation? Just don't even respond to it. Who cares? Right? That's how you do it. You just don't respond to people who say these types of things. Stop trying, like people who try to like find some genius response to this stuff. It doesn't work. Don't do it. Got to pre-plan and say a lot of text. I can't have normal short sentences. This conversation with you. True. Yeah. That's how it goes, man. That's how I do. Have to read all that. Like if people don't want to, it doesn't matter. It's fine. Like I'm not stressed about it. I say it for the benefit of the people that want to read it. And if you don't want to read it, cool. And that's how you have to be about this. Is like if you're trying to like say something and someone says who asked, you just I hear all that exactly. You just don't engage. Just don't engage. You know, it's fine.
Leads to the second reason why it's garbage. When the phrase is used in real arguments, it slaps a massive zipper on the victim's mouth that stops any ideas or any points from getting across.
This is exactly like what they're saying there, where like when someone says that, it shuts down the whole conversation. This is because you let it shut down the conversation. Don't engage. Don't engage. Do I say this? Is it worth it to say this? I don't know if it's worth it to say this. No one's going to read it. Like, it's not, I ain't existent and all that. Yeah, who needs it? Who needs it? This whole existence thing. Have you guys seen, oh my gosh, this is exactly why I said I shouldn't react to videos, but there's it's Key and Peele, Sitting Gangster. Yeah. It's how long is there like a shortened version? Is there a short? I'm gonna say short because I think that's I don't need the whole 3 minutes and whatever. You get the point. I've seen the short of this before. Come on now. It's fine. We'll just watch the. It's fine. It's 3 minutes. Whatever. It's this. This is like exactly. I ain't existent and all that. I have thought I should maybe get a Steam Deck at some point to just be able to like turn on and turn off like music and stuff like that. It'd be so convenient. I've thought about that for sure. I could use my phone. I've considered it. I don't know exactly how it works between like your phone and the stream itself, or like your phone and your computer, but it's probably worth figuring it out, or just buying one, I guess. Steam Deck, the other one. What is that? Stream Deck. Stream Deck is what? Yeah. They're saying Stream Deck. You're saying you're saying Steam Deck. They said Stream. Stream Deck is the one where you like where you adjust parts of your stream with buttons. Steam Deck is the one where you like play games, you know. Let's move forward a little bit. So this like is pretty much exactly spot on for what like the whole like try hard thing. It's the same kind of concept. It's like people just got to be like, you know, it doesn't matter, you know. I don't care. It's not important. Nothing's important to like a certain set of people. And so like who asked, I think, comes from that same. This isn't even close to their best one, but it's so like spot on for this issue, like for this type of behavior. I think their best one is probably, geez, and I said bitch or whatever, you know, that one, and then there's the other one, which is the other one is the one with aliens. There's like a I can peel. I could just sit here and I won't go. We won't watch it. We'll keep watching what we're watching here. But there's this one where he's like, check that out. It's good. It's good. Anyway, let's get back to this one. We're in the middle of it. Okay.
Which is terrible. A real argument is meant to solve problems, mishaps, and misunderstandings. But sometimes people actually use this phrase to literally cover up their insecurities when they are being proven wrong or when someone is giving a really good point that feels embarrassing to oppose. The worst part is
people don't do this that often. That's not really accurate, I don't think. I think that that's almost exclusively not accurate. So who asked is something people say mainly when they're not part of a conversation or when they're not even engaging at all personally, but they want to be like acknowledged as funny, kind of, or like they want to say something that's like poignant, maybe. Like who asked is like it's the same as like I ain't reading all that. That's like the same concept. I think it's rarely ever a position where one person's arguing, the other person's arguing, one person makes an argument, the other person responds to that argument, and then they say who asked. That honestly, that's less common than saying I ain't reading all that in response to someone's counter argument to your argument. So this is really not very accurate. It's a pretty rare thing someone says who asked in this position, this situation, because you're not like, if you're invested enough to be arguing, you don't really have as much ground to stand on to say who asked, because you're already arguing, you're already asking by making an argument. But these people don't really, it's like beneath them to argue this way, that like, or not beneath them, but it's like it's above them really, but they would perceive it as beneath them to make actual arguments. So they say who asked instead, because they have nothing really to say at all. Interested in Victoria co-op? I have so much on my list right now. I mean, maybe at some point, co-op, more co-op in general at some point, but...
is that with how the internet is like right now, it actually works, making the whole argument bogus. By saying who asked, you completely remove the other side's ability to speak and get their point across, which is actually a bad thing. You are literally shutting yourself away from people.
Also, in this kind of scenario, internet arguments, the main point of an internet argument... Here's, like... speak and get their point across. Yeah, you do benefit. Oh, I know. Okay, we're going to carry on because he says something later on that I want to more respond to.
Potentially useful information that could help you and possibly even everyone. During a real proper argument, the best case scenario is that the people arguing learn from their mistakes and learn from each other, and the spectators...
This representation of internet argument is not accurate. I would say, like, and this is like totally on the right side of this argument. So like this is one of those cases where like you're reacting to someone or thinking about something. It's like this guy's 100% right for all the wrong reasons. So internet arguments do not end in mutual understanding, but they do shift people down different paths. So they either better define your own position or they pull you out of your own position, but only after the fact. You don't finish an internet argument with the other person being like, oh, yeah, I guess you are right. That doesn't really happen. Not an actual argument. Like, you can have a conversation, and you can say, like, I think it's this way, they think it's that way. Well, here's why I think it's this way. And say, oh, okay, actually, I guess I can see that. That's not an argument. That's like a conversation. Real internet arguments end in both sides being pissed off, but one side hopefully eventually thinking about it and be like, well, maybe my points weren't really that strong because I don't really know if that's really right. That can happen depending on who you're talking to. And that might be the more point. But like this representation of two people holding hands or whatever, like, or shaking hands is like, that's not very common. Not in like internet argument. Maybe if we're saying like two debaters potentially, but not like, not just randos on the internet. That doesn't...
Leaders could take notes from their actions so that they don't do the same. However, the best case scenario for arguments plagued with the phrase is that no one learns anything and everyone just becomes...
The best case scenario... the best case scenario is that the other person who didn't say who asked is right by so much that everyone just kind of ignores it and moves on and the conversation still exists. You don't argue with someone... You can't argue with someone who says who asked. That's not a real argument. They're not interested in actually making any points. So I think it's like calling this an argument in the first place is like, hey. So that's what it makes me feel is like, that's why I say it's like kind of geared towards teenagers or whatever, is because is because I think if you've only been around, like if you weren't around for the past, like because I've watched YouTube, change in all different ways in which people have had arguments on YouTube in these last like decade or whatever. Okay, old head over here, and so like I feel very aware of like this is a very modern perspective, or like not modern, it's a very modern exclusive perspective where you're only seeing what's happened in the last like 2 to 3 years. It's actually the same problem that people have where they say, YouTube has gotten like, now that YouTube is keeping people from saying things. There's like all this censorship on YouTube. That argument is the exact same. It's like, you have only seen the last couple of years. You have no idea what the past was like. Okay, you don't know the consequences, even close to the consequences of letting people do whatever they want on a platform that's owned by companies that have advertisers. Because a lot of people, like, advertisers now pay like 1/10 of what they used to pay. And this is why, like, a lot of those people that I talk about from the past are so omega wealthy, is because they were doing YouTube and were at the top of YouTube at a time where advertisers were paying 10 times as much. Okay, the reason they paid 10 times as much is because it was like prime area, whatever. But then during this time, there were so many people making such horrible, awful things that were having cultural negative impacts, like iDubbbz. Honestly, iDubbbz was one of the people on like here should be the shocking thing. iDubbbz, who we saw earlier saying some pretty, degenerate stuff. iDubbbz was probably one of the most, like, actually good side of the internet people, with a sea of bad side of the internet people, like Onision or Shane Dawson or whatever. Like, we had all these people back, Leafy, or Keemstar. Like, we have this whole set of awful people that existed, and many of which are no longer on the internet anymore, really. And then people want to say, like, from a very modernized, like, not modernized, from a very, like, limited perspective, they want to say, YouTube is just censoring everything right now. Oh, YouTube, it's so hard to be, like, whatever. Or, like, you can't believe this and that thing as a YouTuber now. It's like, no, YouTube is doing a fantastic job of keeping people from posting, sharing, and engaging in behavior that's harmful. That is something that should be celebrated, because you have no idea the amount of depravity of the past. And, like, I talk about it in this video, this stream has a lot of conversation around this issue, but it's shocking to me the amount of people with such little perspective who have such strong beliefs around a thing, I guess. It's not shocking, it's normal, but it's frustrating, I guess. Or it's like, you see all these new YouTubers and they talk about these things and it's like, geez, like, you just don't know what the heck you're talking about. Okay, anyway, let's see. We'll finish off this, and then we've been sent a Jaden Williams clip, which I'm excited about because Jaden Williams is awesome. But okay, hold on.
Even worse off than usual, sometimes to the point of actual harm to everyone. And should I even mention how it negatively impacts the victim? Can you imagine just trying to share something with others, and then suddenly everything you shared becomes meaningless because someone used a borderline nonsensical phrase against you? Depending on the person, it would either be relatively annoying, or it would be a massive embarrassment that could drag their emotion down for literal weeks. Come on. If all sides actually took a step back, set aside their teenagey, grumpy, insecurity-fueled emotions, and listened to others.
The harm that it can do, the tough thing with it is, like, this is the same thing that I would kind of say to people now, or if I could go back, whatever, with high school, whatever, I feel like there were a lot of people who were harmed by things that, like, or, like, so this type of harm, I guess, where it's like, who asked, caused people to lose confidence in themselves, comes from, like, an inherent, like, massive lack of confidence. Like, a big part of this should be to take it less seriously, and they're not, like, this person isn't talking about it at all. That's, like, the core of it, is, like, you need to learn that these people, when people say these things, just don't engage. You don't have to engage in everything everybody says, and people will like you so much more if you can take a little heat. So, like, if you're somebody who's, like, desperately looking, I really want to have more friends, I really want people to like me and whatever, it's important to work on your self-confidence. And like one of these things, I remember when I was younger, like, there's this thing, it's kind of a ridiculous whatever, but, like, positioning yourself in some way that's, like, wider out and getting used to kind of, like, so I've always been a person to, like, kind of, cross my arms and cross my legs in such a way where I'm very much, like, minimizing the space that I take up. And I remember, like, when I started shifting into maximizing it, I remember there were two TED Talks around this time. There was a TED Talk around power posing, and then there was a TED Talk around manspreading, okay? These two TED Talks have been huge for, like, a long time. The one around power posing was situated, like, when you spread out kind of your position more, you feel more confident, and it boosts a lot of, like, hormones inside you, whatever, which is very true, I believe anyway. It could just be placebo, I suppose. But I remember, like, the impact that had on me, where I shifted from being someone who's very self-conscious into being someone who's a lot more confident, at least for a span of time. It was amazing. It was a great time in my life. And then the other one, which was the manspreading one, where there was a woman who would take water in a cup, onto trains, and if a guy was sitting too spread out, she would throw water on him, which should be like, because people do that with acid, that she should have been arrested, and she should have been publicly mocked and shamed for doing this. This should have been the end of her career. Instead, she became a massive person with TED Talks. It happens, okay? But really, like, it is good to kind of spread out whatever. It's not good, like in the manspreading thing, it's not good to take up a bunch of space on trains and whatever. You should be respectful of people's space and of the amount of space within an area, okay? Like, obviously. But there is something really definitely to be said about like, power posing, or about, like, expanding the space. Like, also, there's this thing you can do where you imagine there's a balloon tied to the top of your head and to the, like, front of your chest. That's, like, both of these, like, pulling you up. It makes you, like, I don't know. It does something. It's like it's posture, but it's also like the way you feel. Like, I feel stronger in that case. The same thing kind of happens when I shave, for example. Like, there's a lot of things about like I would imagine when people wear makeup, or when they shave, or when they like wear nice clothes, or wear something that makes, like, I remember, for example, I used to wear a dragon necklace when I was a teenager, and it felt really good to wear it. I never really wanted people to come up to me and, like, talk to me about it, because I felt, you know, I was not, like, confident in that way at that time. But I would wear it under my shirt, and even just having it there under my shirt, no one can see it, made me feel a little bit better about myself, I guess, in a weird way. And so whatever it is that kind of, like, helps you to feel better those ways, there's a lot of people who respond to that, like, well, like, women wear, you know, makeup, or people wear makeup. Usually it's a very gendered topic, where they say, like, women wear makeup, and they do that because they're looking for attention or whatever. And it's like, I feel like, yeah, there's, like, a really bad public conversation around doing things that make you feel confident and at ease, I guess, or I don't know, whatever. So, like, it's really important to find those things and find what can help make you feel more. Where is this even coming from, though? This guy's talking about, like, yeah, feeling, I guess. I think if somebody feels so, like, taken aback, or so, like, oh, you know, like, there's horrible feelings around someone saying, "Who asked?" And I could see a scenario where that could happen, because people can be very can lack a lot of self-confidence, and then they can also, like, be in these situations that are tough, where there's like social groups. If you're surrounded by a social group and someone says, "Who asked?" and then everybody laughs at you, yeah, that would feel pretty alienating for sure. But yeah, I think, you know, so I could see that, I guess I would say. I can see that. I can see how that could happen. But that's, like, an area where you really want to try to work on that confidence and everything. Hey, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you coming around. NPC EONUR. How do I pronounce? Nur. I'll say Nur. How about that? All right. Welcome, Nur. Appreciate you coming around. If you have a thing you'd rather me call you, we'll definitely switch over. But okay, let's.
Then not only would the argument have real-world value, but it would actually benefit everyone within it, because in one way or another, everyone involved learns something. In large enough movements, stopping this kind of cowardly behavior could actually improve the world. It could speed up major debates, and it would just make everyone happier. Now I know.
Major debates. Oh, stop. Like, this is why, yeah, it's like a teenager perspective. Like, very much on the right side of the argument here, but very much from all the wrong positions. Why would it speed up major debates? Do you think that, like, the debate of climate change, or the debate of, like, race-related things, the debate of, you know, any type of, like social political issue is happening in comment sections? Like, what do you think that when you and your friends all talk about, like, whether or not you agree with something, that's the debate, the major debate is happening? You don't, if you go to a debate and someone says, "Who asked?" then, like, yeah, you're at the wrong debate, buddy. Okay, let's carry on.
No. Some of you already fully understand and support what I'm saying, which is great, but there are still some others who are crossing their arms, claiming I'm giving too little detail on this silly little video. Well, first of all, what other questions about this that I haven't answered yet? What if nobody did ask? If you're asking it in
Okay. Yeah. Just like, yeah, not self-aware. It's okay. You know, you do your best, right? What if somebody did ask? Is it? Yeah. He's setting himself up with questions that are very easy to answer, which is fine, because he's on the right side here. But I do think that there's going to need to be, like, from that perspective, you need some work. You need some work into understanding. I don't know how to construct a compelling argument. Okay. Let's see. So, what if nobody did ask? Is the theoretical question that actually nobody asked. Who asked? Okay, but that's, anyway, sorry. This game out as funny YouTuber for all the wrong reasons. Really? That's interesting. Why is that? But so they're saying, what if nobody did ask? And there are cases. I guess someone could ask this question in this setting where they're like, what if nobody did ask? It's not about whether or not somebody asked. You can make a point and add to a conversation without someone having to ask. Absolutely. All games the wrong way. Well, I think that's a good reason to become popular, because I'm pretty sure he advertises that decently well. Let's Game It Out has like doing this thing the worst way possible or whatever type of videos, doesn't he? I don't know what he titles them. I suppose you could say it's like for the wrong reasons, but I don't know about that. I think it's cool. It's cool when someone like breaks a game or does these crazy things in it. Let's see. Where like this guy is, I think, like it's like let's say that you supported women, but it was because you hate men, right? Or let's say you supported men, but it was because you hate women. Or let's say you supported one race because you hated the other race. Or let's say, you supported people that aren't, I guess, like cisgender or whatever, because you hate people who are, or vice versa. You support people who are cisgender, let's say, because you hate people who aren't. Any of these are all the wrong reasons, but all of these people are good to support. Like if someone's like supporting a set of people, like saying, yeah, this set of people, like it's good, they can do what they do. Like I don't want them to be persecuted or whatever. That's a good thing. We should support people supporting people, right? I guess that's a good thing. But should we support people supporting people because they hate the opposite set of people? Probably not, right? So you can be right about something, but for all the wrong reasons. That makes me different. Like in this case, it's more so like just a lot of really bad arguments and whatever. Like or whatever. It's okay. Like some of these arguments are okay. Some of them are they're there. They're arguments, I guess.
Literal terms, it doesn't matter. Many things that happen aren't asked for. Simply because nobody asked for something doesn't mean that the thing is always...
Like in this case, this is a good argument, but then painting anyone who disagrees with you right beforehand by like saying like, and there's gonna be some people who are gonna watch this and be like, you're not really asking the right questions, or you're not really engaging with this in the right way, and then treating like that, like those people are like, it's like some of you are gonna be good people who are correct, and you're going to say that everything that I say is true and based and accurate. But I know there's going to be some people out there who are going to think that I'm not doing a good enough job. And now I'm going to present those people as just being people who can't understand this very, very simple argument. It's like, oh, like, okay, you are on the right side, but you just are communicating it badly. Or you don't believe it for any of the right reasons. You don't really understand the actual problem with who asked. You think that it's this like huge discourse shutdown, when the reality is that it's just immature, and you think that the response to it needs to be some big debate video, I guess, where you're analyzing it, like anyone who says that is going to watch this, when the reality is that the response, it is always going to exist, it always has existed, and the response to it is always going to be to ignore it. And that's because probably this is a teenager making this, which is okay. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. So happy that it was implemented in the game. Let's see. Found out that my good idea about burners in Victoria was useless, and Dev made it anyway from somewhere else. Podcast. Oh, that's cool. Nice. Oh, wait. Victoria was... So my good idea about burners in Victoria was useless, and Dev made it anyway from somewhere else. So they already had made it. Right. Gotcha. Okay, carrying on.
Always 100% not positive. There are a lot of unasked things that are positive, like gifts and surprises, but it really depends on what the person said. If they started boasting or speaking about something that people genuinely don't care about...
Yeah, I figured... Wait, after? So how was your idea... Yeah, you made it after, which meant it was useless because they already had it. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That makes sense. Right.
About that leads us to... What if nobody cares about something that someone is saying? Simply tell them
what if nobody cares about something that someone is saying?
Politely. Hey, no one is actually interested in what you are saying. Obviously, this is easier said than done.
Like, yeah, just very immature. Just very immature. It's fine.
To how rude and cold some people are, and saying this might round up to another fight. But this would still be so much better than using the half-baked phrase. After seeing...
So instead of saying who asked, we say, excuse me, sire. No one actually cares what you have to say. No offense meant. I hope it does not trouble you, but everything you have to say is of no import to anyone in this conversation. Excuse me, sire, please. You must understand that all of your thoughts are equal to garbage, a waste of time. I must admit. Like what? Like, yeah. Instead of saying who asked, just tell them that their entire beliefs, like everything that they know and think about, is just a waste of space. Like, don't just say who asked. Break down all of the flaws in all of their thinking, or just keep it as simple. Just keep it as simple as possible, and just say, no one cares what you have to say. And that will go over better. And it's not easy, because they might decide to be mad at you over it, but at least you didn't say who asked. I mean, that's the real harm. What? Okay, it's fine. My reality is shattered. It's the one thing that made me start playtesting. Gotcha.
All of the problems mentioned earlier, this really paints a picture of how the phrase can actually be toxic to our society. This
really paints a picture. This is really deep. I'm sorry. Okay, it's funny. Like, I don't mean to make it so much focused on, I guess, age, because my brain says, like, I'm really teenager and I'm really 14 and this is really deep or whatever, you know. Like, it's just, but like this argument set is bad. I guess honestly, yeah, treating it less so about age and more just saying like this. I don't know. This person could be any age. I really have no idea. It just feels very like directed at teenagers and then also with a very poor set of arguments. Even though they're in the right side, but like, oh my god.
Brings us to the final part of the video, how you can help.
Can help. So, you can't. It will not change, it has not changed, and it never will change. And this video will not change that, okay? The reason it will not change that is because it has existed since forever. There are some people who are going to disagree with you on this topic, and they're not going to engage in it. And if you tell them that no one cares what they have to say ever, it's not going to come across better than saying who asked. These are not real solutions to a problem because the problem will not cease to exist, and it is a problem, and it's fine to acknowledge it. But it'd also be good if you would include a little bit of like, here's what you can do: ignore it, don't engage with it, and find people who don't use it. That should be the only real advice. Let's see what he says instead.
Foremost, obviously try your best to stop using this phrase. From your perspective, you might feel like the king of the internet from the reactions.
You're not talking to people who use the phrase. You're not talking to these people. This is not your audience. Because anyone who uses this phrase would never click on this type of video.
People give you, but through real human eyes, you literally just look like an insecure bonehead. You might not be able to stop yourself from saying it right.
And now everyone who watches him, who is not one of these people already, is going to be like, yeah, they look so insecure. And now we can all pat ourselves on the back. This is actually the same problem I have with video essayists, is that they're talking to their own audience and they're acting as if they're talking to another audience that they're not talking to. And then they're all just going to pat themselves on the back. This is not... Okay, it's fine. Carry on.
Right.
What other pieces of advice do you have? What other pieces?
But you can slowly improve and decrease the usage more and more. Trust me, this will improve your social life immensely. Secondly, this video isn't just targeted at you, but it's targeted at other people as well. We've seen how the world needs to stop this. So if you found this somewhat...
We haven't seen that. You haven't proven that. By saying that it happens in major debates and that this would push major debate forward because we would no longer have people seriously saying who asked. Like, you have not proven this. Oh, boy.
Make sure to click, like, and comment on this video.
There we go. There we go. Chill, buddy, chill. You're saving the world. You're going to prove something wrong. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Jeez, yikers. Okay, where's my Discord? Seen anyone who asked? Yeah, who asked exactly? This guy's like, it could improve major debate. Like, no, it could not. This is the comment sections are not major debate. It's not how this works. Okay, anyway, let's carry on. Jaden Williams, we got to get something to lighten up the mood. We've watched well and enough. Honestly, like, again, though, I think it opens up a good conversation. I think it's fine to create videos like that because it opens up a broader conversation of, like, what are good and bad words. The issue is every comment and every person watching it pretty much, yeah, it's not going to really help. Should every human strive to change the world in a positive way? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. But I could understand someone saying that you ought to, that maybe, but like, what responsibility do you have to the world as a whole? I don't know. I also don't think that a lot of people have. I think you should probably try to live your life in a way that, like, as decently represents your own values as possible, while recognizing that representing your values is not this clear-cut thing. So I think that, like, someone could have a value, something like beep bop. Someone could have a value like child labor bad. Child labor bad. Bad. Okay. But then they might take this and say, okay, well then I don't like typing. Gosh dang it. Okay, fine. But because I can't undo it. I can't erase it. There's no, it's like I can't change it. I guess I couldn't change this either. Okay, fair. And we're going to do this in like 16. So we're going to say, so the result of this is that this group of people is going to go forward and they're going to say, I'm not using Amazon for packages because they use child labor. Right? And then I think the true response to this position is you're broke. Amazon is cheap. Getting rich will let you enact more real change than being broke and complaining. Amazon doesn't care what you do. Broken. Like a little bit. Like, okay, it's a little bit cruel or a little bit forward, but we'll say but literally that's kind of what it is. Amazon doesn't care what you do and won't care what you do unless you have real power to make change. Change comes from money. We live in a world. We live in a society, okay, guys? We live in a society. It's terrible, whatever. But this is kind of like an issue that I've seen in real life. I've had people that I've talked to and been friends with or related to, and they have had positions like this where they're like, I'm not using that because they do these things that I disagree with. And like, well, I can support and understand and appreciate this idea of like living your life in a way that's representative of your values. I don't think that this is the way to do it. I don't think doing things that leads to you having less money gets you towards your values. And this is a point that I've had, and I feel like it's even maybe bad. Like if I get to be like some big streamer or whatever, I probably shouldn't share this point because people that take these sorts of things to like extremes that are not maybe appropriate, or people also don't really understand things very well. But I'm expecting we can have a conversation and be pretty fair, especially considering I'm a smaller streamer. Like we can have like a more direct, making sense conversation. So, an example here of a thingy is that as like a negative, I could, for example, let's move this up to 16 again. As a negative, I could go pretty brutal here. We're just gonna say I could kick one dog a day, every day, for the rest of my life. But on the upside, I could get wealthy and get famous and push animal rights forward using my influence to increase donations and awareness. And then the results of all of this would most likely be net good. Right? Now here, like this is a problem that exists with modern society. We are at a scale now where people could, in theory, one person could be powerful enough to do something deplorable all the time, their entire life through, and still overall have more of a positive impact on the thing that they did the deplorable thing to overall. And that's the reality we kind of live in. And so I think that that's like relevant when you talk about like, I'm not going to use Amazon, or I'm not going to do this, I'm not going to do that because it betrays my values. If you really care about it, then you need to do your best to be successful, because success allows for, and success, like, like within what I do, for example, I feel like that's like I feel like I have the possibility of getting somewhere, and throwing that away would be bad, right? And it doesn't have to be massive. You just do whatever you can. Like you do everything in balance, right? So you might have a value of like, let's say, animal rights, and so you care about that, or child labor, you care about that, whatever, and so you want to like push things forward in that way because that's what you really care about. But you probably also care about other things like your own happiness and well-being, like your family, like your whatever. You have all these different sets of things that matter to you outside of just, you know, the singular issue that exists. And so you would not expect it to just focus 100% of your efforts into getting famous or successful enough to be able to do a real substantive change. But like that, like if you really care about it, that's going to do a whole lot more for it than some, I think, what I might call way of trying to like morally feel superior, right? Looks like a big brain guy with glasses in which reflection of the text. Yeah, true. But big brain. Yeah. Here's the head. Here's the neck. Here's the eyes. Sure. So yeah, that's like a thing that I think can be kind of difficult about that whole conversation. Is that like I do think it's probably good to strive to improve things that you think are important, and what you think is important is super subjective, obviously. But I don't think that it's fair to say like the way to do that is to harm your own situation in life, because anything, wherever it is, the thing about the Amazon thing, because it's just not going to lead to the outcome that you're hoping for, as well as basically money. I do think there's a very high importance on money in terms of making mass change like that. But making the world a better place is a wholly different thing than like your family, for example. So if you care a lot about family, then you might like getting famous, or really famous is more important than wealthy in this case. Getting famous and being able to have these massive influential impacts on the way that the world forms around you, whatever, that is the best way to have an impact on the world, is fame. And you see this in a lot of different areas of life, I guess. Generally, the best way. That, along with, like, if you go to local town hall meetings, maybe you care about, like, politics particularly, then maybe that would be, like, another way to really kind of shape things as well as possible in that direction. But even then, like, you look at, people can go to local town hall meetings, and they can have a massive impact. You can think about that. But then, if a person, like, someone, like the big streamers, or, like, some big celebrity, or the president, obviously, or whatever, the amount of impact they can have is so much greater than someone's, like, in 4 years, let's say, than someone's entire life of town hall meetings. And so like the scale there is really rough. The scale with fame, I guess, is really difficult to deal with, I think. But then you think about your family. Like, you could probably destroy your family by trying to just 100% focus in on fame. So it's not really like, you can't just look at this one thing. Like, fame is important for changing the world or shaping the world, not the individual actions you take every day, I think. But like, it's way more important to have influence in that way than it is to be like recycle your bottles or something, right? You could recycle a bottle, you know, you could throw a bottle into the trash, or like throw a bottle in the trash, throw a bottle out in the street every day of your life all the way through, and that's bad. And you could become famous enough to have a big enough impact to make good change, and the good change would counter so many people's lifetimes of bad change. It would be so much more important than all of these people's decisions. Red is what I need here, red. So, like, it's really, like, that's bizarre, but that's not the only thing that matters in life. So, like, this guy is going to just, we'll say, eat all these guys. Can I visually, like, okay, I'm going to do, like, some chompers here. All right, does that make sense? Nom nom. Okay, we're doing ridiculous things right now. Okay, but yeah, he's like the importance of fame to that concept is big, but it's not as important as like it's not as important for like personal life. So in the same way, you could say fame can come at the costs time generally equals relationships. So like that's kind of important. So yeah, like be careful of some of these things. You work out or do YouTube or move house. Make games. Wait, let's see. Drink non-alcoholic beer to have a good tongue taste and feel a bit better, or drink only water, have no taste and feel like nothing is good anymore. So water, this what you're talking about is like delayed, I guess, delayed gratification, or delayed issue. I mean, you know, it's a tough line, but you could say eat junk equals tasty, right? And eat healthy equals bleh, right? And then you say like, and then we say like equals tasty, and then we can say something like minus. So you could say like, let's say minus 20 years or something. And we could say like this one equals 0. So like, it's not that eating healthy helps you, it's that eating unhealthy hurts you, you could say. But the minus 20 years, like we'll say in red, I guess, is important. Not to say like you have to do everything right all the time. Again, like the balance is here. And it is kind of the same. It is kind of the same as like the other issue is like, you can't eat healthy all the time, everything always, but you do your best, I think, to go towards your values. Because some people, for example, there was a guy that was a fitness YouTuber that was on a ton of steroids their whole, like, since they were like 20 through like their 40s or 50s, and then they died from like a heart attack or something, right? Or no, it was an aneurysm, I believe. And that person was openly like admitting or saying like, yeah, I do this thing, and yeah, I know it's going to hurt me, but also it's important to me to be this way, and it's given me all these things, and so it's worth it to me. Like, that person was publicly admitting that it was going to kill them, and it did kill them, and it sucks for their family. But for them, it was worth it for these other sets of reasons. So, like, eating this way could be worth it despite the costs. Healthy, but once it's made, suddenly it's unhealthy. Well, there's a lot of conversations we could have around that. So one aspect of that is like, if you have fruit and you put it into a blender, so here's like an example of something going from one thing to another thing. You have all the healthy ingredients and yet it changes. Fruit in a blender, it like changes the sugars when it like blends whatever, and so you're getting so, and you might think like, well, okay, but it's still sugar either way. What does it matter? When you eat something and it's digested, when it's digested, it's your body has to do work to break it apart, which is burning calories. So that work that your body is doing, that your stomach acids, whatever, that's being done to break these and metabolize these things, is helping you to reduce some of the calorie intake or whatever, or to reduce it changes the way that you, I don't know, process the sugar, something like that. And so when you drink smoothies, even though they're made of the same thing as if you just ate the fruit, technically it's a little worse for you, but I really wouldn't like stress over that. If you're healthy enough that you're like, I make smoothies in the morning, but if I use fruit, it's gonna break apart the sugars and whatever. Like, you're probably already like, you don't need to listen to me about that, right? Because I know enough that I can say like, yeah, that's a thing that exists, but like, I'm not. So like, that's like, doesn't make me breakfast, but fruit makes me do work to process it. Yes. Yeah. Well, I think it's sugar is my understanding, because sugar, there's like sugar molecules in fruit are naturally they're naturally formed into like bonds and whatever. They're naturally constructed in a way where when you put it in the blender, it's like breaking all of those like bonds. Like think about table sugar, right? Table sugar is different than the sugar from plants. Or from, let's say in this case, fruit. But if you were to break that down and take all the sugar out of the fruit, you could be left with just this table sugar. But table sugar is a lot less healthy for you than the fruit itself that it comes from, let's say, in this case. But like, that's like an extreme end. I think like a good thing to consider is like, I don't want to eat bacon every morning, because eating bacon every morning is going to cause me to have early in life like cardiovascular problems. That's probably a good thing to consider. And I want to do some light exercising, whether it's jogging, whether it's like weightlifting, whether it's just some push-ups, whatever it is. Don't take it to an extreme, because you can hurt your joints and whatever. Just like some regular light exercise, unless you want to really get into it, and we can talk about that too. But that might make me feel better for life and the impact that they would have on my stability. Because honestly, the importance here, this is an extreme example. 20 years is kind of a lot. Like, this is junk that I'm talking about. I'm not saying like just burgers, because like burgers aren't really that bad. It depends on exactly what you're doing. Are they McDonald's every day? How often, whatever. Like, these are all important details. But the problem with eating junk is not the early death. It's the lifelong struggle. So, eating junk leading to an early death sucks, but what really sucks about it is that you're 50 years old and your skin is patchy and weird and whatever, or you have or you can't walk, or your knees don't really work right anymore, or like any of these types of issues. These are the real problems with junk food, not early death. Because, and in the same way, actually, this is an argument that I've made regarding medicines that allow, like, if a medicine has the effect, or like a procedure, whatever, of reducing someone's likelihood of whatever, like, let's say like mental health medicine is the big one. If a medicine has the effect of reducing someone's, I guess, early death from mental health related things, it also likely has the effect of reducing their day-to-day struggle. And that might be more important, even though everyone wants to point to the major measurable difficulty, which is like the death thing. People don't necessarily recognize that there's also like the everyday struggle. Like your ability to cope with life is really important. So even if someone never ends up dying from the medical whatever they have going on, they might benefit a lot in these areas, and we're not measuring how important that is when we just say, well, like this percentage dies normally and this percentage then dies. It's a little less, but is that really substantial enough to justify whatever medication? Well, probably, because that amount that's dying less isn't accounting for all the people who take it who end out with, or like whatever procedure, who end out with better quality of life. And that's really the bigger point to those types of conversations. And so in the same way, when we talk about junk food, it's like, yeah, there's the side of it, like potential death and like cardiovascular issues and surgeries and heart attacks and these things that are scary. But more important than that, do you want to be able to breathe really well? Like if you like when we talk about smoking or something, okay? Like if we're talking about that kind of conversation, there's going to be consequences of smoking, like lung cancer, and everyone's going to be like, oh, you got to worry about lung cancer. Well, what about being able to breathe? Okay, like what about being able to go outside and walk around and breathe without coughing? What about being able to go for a jog or start jogging without like hacking up? Right? Wouldn't that be kind of nice? Like it's not just about the extreme end. It's also about the day-to-day. That's really important. So, but again, like burgers is not really the point. Smoothies isn't really the point. These are like, and this is where I think it gets lost a lot of the time, is that a lot of these struggles are less severe, and people kind of like, they're like, okay, it makes it out to be like, oh, if I want to be healthy, I have to eat like a rabbit or whatever, these kinds of phrases. So people get this in their head where it's like, oh, if I want to be healthy, I have to do this and that thing, and I just don't know if I want to do that. No, just reduce a little bit and you'll lose weight, and you'll like a lot of the time. Obviously, there's different health positions. It's all important. But I think a lot of time people want to, and a lot of time as well, when people try to be healthy, they go on these extreme diets, or even just like pretty strong diets where they're like, I cut out this, and then only eat these things, and I'm gonna do this many calories a day, and I'm gonna do whatever. I'm gonna do chicken this day, and then chicken and rice this day. We're gonna do broccoli, and we're like, why don't you start with just cutting out a thing that you know is harmful, like bacon, let's say. Why don't you just start there, right? That's a good change to make. Cut out pop, or cut out something, right? Cut out some of these sugars. Like, that's okay. And still eat things that you like burgers, for example, aren't really so bad. You could eat burgers, that's okay. And maybe do some light exercise, and just eat enough that you're not, and don't starve yourself too, because that can cause all kinds of problems too with your metabolism. There's all these different things where people just, I think they jump to extremes too much in these areas. It's important. Let's see, where am I looking at? Drink alcohol, beer, better taste, drink only water. Yeah, like water, you come around to water. I think the cool thing about water is if you start getting to exercise and you're in it for a while, you might find that like, oh, when I drink water, I actually kind of feel a little better. And that's the only like if you want to keep drinking, I don't know, pop or whatever, like soda, whatever, like that's okay. But just like make little changes and maybe start exercising or whatever, and you'll notice these things. People a lot of the time, like when I talked about cigarettes before, people a lot of the time find that once they start exercising, they're like, they start wanting to not smoke. Even if beforehand they're like, it's okay, I'll keep smoking, whatever, but like I do want to be a little healthier, so I'm going to start exercising. Once they're exercising, they're like, it's like hard to breathe. And then they start smoking a little less, and they notice all these positive benefits in their exercise, and so then it reinforces that maybe they should stop, which is a very challenging thing to do, and so on. Same thing with changing your eating habits. It's very challenging, although it's harder, when there's an addictive quality built within what you're doing. But even eating, like, sugar is addictive, and like to the extent that it is, whatever, but like, yeah, you gotta push through a lot to do some of these things, but you don't have to do it all right away, and you don't have to make it like a huge issue. Just make minor changes is kind of what I'm getting at. Anyway, okay, so where am I going? So we have Jaden. Williams, right? That Vetrez sent me here. Let's look at this for a second.
Before this method, the only way we had so it wasn't in my
What's
head.
going on?
So who was it, huh? If you don't tell me who it was, I will obliterate this class. Oh, so you're all quiet now. This is gonna be someone's neck in a minute if someone doesn't speak up. Mr. Ingrata. Shut up, Jacob. No one likes a snitch. Freaking nerd. I'm about to become more nuclear than Chernobyl. This is about to be an active crime scene. I'm gonna make you wish you were born mute. If no one says anything in the next 10 seconds, I'm gonna invent a new way to perform a lobotomy. It was Andrew, Mr. Ingrata.
It was all of them. What?
Andrew, was it you? What was the great conversation about, Andrew? Did Kendrick come out with another diss track? How's your parents' divorce going? How about we talk about that? You and won't fix what I'm gonna do to your face. You saying that to me or to God? Because that's the only thing you've got saving you now. It's all about win.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Okay, I always like it. Yeah, this guy's hilarious. I really like the sweating and everything like that. But they're all just saying nonsense terms. Is this? I don't believe this isn't modern day. This isn't modern day. It's so funny because I remember like which isn't that long ago, but I remember like when PewDiePie had like the meme review stuff, and that's what I was kind of obsessed with. And this is it now? That's crazy. I remember like when I was it was shocking to me in high school that people were like obsessed with Fortnite, and it was like, this is crazy because when I was in like middle school, this sort of thing would have been like, no one would have accepted this. Now all the like the popular kids are like love Fortnite. It's like what is going on, right? But I was like, but I love, I liked PewDiePie meme review, and so I'd be able to quote any, whatever. Like I knew everything about it. And then the people that I was friends with liked like Call of Duty or something. Like who cares? I don't know. But it's kind of, this is crazy. I mean the Jake Paul fight. Yeah, no one would have been talking about this when I was in high school, I don't think, except me. And I don't even, and like I wouldn't have liked Jake Paul then, and I didn't like Jake Paul then. Actually, he was already, but mainly in Downey Room. Yeah, fair enough. What's the Sigma? What's the Sigma? What does that mean? 2 glasses. I mean, I know what Sigma means. Is this? Do people say what's the Sigma? No way. 2 glasses of milk, please. What are these references? Okay, I'm losing the plot. Baby Gronk. Baby Gronk's old news, okay? Is this guy popular again? Baby Gronk's old news. I guess as a kid, but still. Skibbity. Okay, sure.
So it wasn't in my head.
Rate randomly saying meow. I admittedly, I've done it myself, so I appreciate you. Yeah, I've been there. Okay, so it wasn't in my head. All right. Interesting. These are crazy. This is crazy.
I will obliterate this class.
Honestly, yeah, I did that a lot in high school, so I understand what you're saying. It's just like it's like a tick or whatever. It's like a just thing you say in order to, okay, been there, But what it's like you just say, okay, I'm not having this conversation. Okay, we're carrying on. Don't listen to what I have to say.
Mr. Ingrata. Shut up, Jacob. No one likes a snitch. Freaking nerd. I'm about to become more nuclear than Chernobyl. This is about to be an active crime scene. I'm gonna make you wish you were born mute.
It's crazy that like, yeah, I recognize some of this, but this is wild news to me. Well, honestly, it's mostly like I guess in relationships generally. I don't know if I'd really say it to like friends and stuff, but anyway. But yeah, people. Yeah, it's not that weird of a thing, I don't think.
Before this method, the only way we had.
Baby Gronk's old though. Come on, we gotta band together that Baby Gronk's old now, right? Is Baby Gronk new again? Did Baby Gronk do something again? It can't be. It can't be the case. Baby Gronk. Okay, yeah, 1 year ago, right? Sure. Gen Alpha Whiplash. Whiplash, if it was good. No way. Whiplash is the best. No. Okay. Oh no, this is gonna be so bad. It's gonna be nonsense. It's gonna be nonsense words. You weren't clipped, I promise. Gosh dang it.
Why do you suppose I just gooned in your cave, Neiman?
Oh, I love it actually. We're coming back. Why do you suppose I just gooned in your cave, Neiman? That's so good. That's so good.
Sure you do. My yacht? Were you?
No! Oh, this is, but it's kind of good though.
Edging or were you gooning?
But it's so cringe. I can't believe this. I love this movie. Don't do this to me. But that's good though. Oh no. Oh, it's actually funny. Oh, why does it have to be funny? It's so bad. The SpongeBob stepping, which I remember with Better Call Saul clips, that's always funny. It's a classic. Start mogging, I don't even know, but Skibbity is funny here.
Start mogging. Skibbity, don't.
Like Baby Gronk, damn it! Look at me.
Does he do that?
Mog. Now, was I edging or was I gooning? I don't know.
It's funny because I know what it all means. I'm still on. I'm still there. I'm still cooking. Okay.
Edging or gooning?
I can't tell which one. I don't know which one he's doing though.
Edging.
So you do edge in Ohio. If you deliberately end your viewing streak, I
No.
will riz you like Livy Dunn.
No.
Now, are you
Don't
an
do it
edger?
to him.
Or are you a gooner?
Oh, no.
Or are you gonna
Phantom Tax, Skibbity Toilet.
phantom tax Skibbity toilet? What
This
does
is
that
some
say?
unbelievable.
CG5 only in Ohio?
This is
Sing me some
crazy.
CG5.
Sing me some
Only
CG5.
in Ohio, oh.
Yeah.
Oh my freaking yacht!
I don't. Is he edging or is he? I can't tell the
I didn't know
difference.
they allowed Duke Dennis into Ohio. Am I to understand
Who's
that you
Duke
do
Dennis?
not watch Kai Cenat? Can you even riz up Baby Gronk? What is?
Why would you want to do that? Oh no! This is Whiplash for Gen Alpha. If it was good, and it's kinda good, but it's kinda bad. Oh, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this right now. You do this, and someone sends me a video with the first sentence being, oh my gosh, is this the world we live in? This is crazy.
Yes. What is that?
Patrick Bateman?
Patrick
Tell me
Bateman.
about your motion.
Patrick Bateman. Oh,
What are you,
I didn't
Skibbity
even know.
Toilet? Sing it correctly.
I was never but smart, I'm money smart, make me more intelligent.
Now answer my question. Were you edging or were you gooning? Answer!
Gooning?
are you gonna cry?
Yacht.
Are you a single tier type of guy?
Ryan
Gosling Sigmas. What?
Do I look like
What?
OG Fortnite to you? You must have others. Do you have others?
No.
No?
I think he.
No,
No.
so you just don't have any Riz at all? I do have W Riz.
So are you the Rizzler? Oh my god, this is perfect. I love this movie.
Are you the Riz?
Can they make this as a full movie, please?
No. Yes, you are the Riz.
Freaking no. Freaking really? Oh my gosh.
Say it.
I'm the
Riz.
Rizzler.
Say it so I show speed can hear you. I'm the
I'm the
Rizzler.
Rizzler. Louder!
Uh-uh.
I'm the Rizzler.
He says louder there.
Nuh-uh.
Louder!
I'm the Rizzler. You are a dualist, Rizzless little piece of junk whose mommy left daddy when she figured out he didn't play OG Fortnite, who is now mewing and looks maxing all over my
That's
grimace
so right.
shit like a freaking skibbity toilet.
He's so right.
For
Oh.
the final amazing time,
What's amazing?
I'm the Rizzler.
Start edging longer, Neiman.
No! Don't say it! Don't end it with that! Oh my god. Peak brain rot. Don't end with that. Don't end with that. Oh no. Is this the world we live in? Apparently. There's some, I mean, this is like YouTube poops or whatever. I never really liked those, except it's on a movie that I like too much to not watch it. Oh, you kept me around for the Whiplash. Oh my gosh. There's some good quotes in here. Like,
So you do edging.
no, not that one.
Mog.
No, wait, where is it? Where is
Start
it?
mogging. Skibbity don't
Start
mog.
mogging.
look at
No,
me.
no.
Mog.
Whenever he
Now,
says
literally,
Neiman, just
edging
anything that's like an
Duke Dennis into
actual.
a-
Tell me
This is
about your
insane.
motion.
This is insane.
Now answer my question. Were you edging? or
It's terrible. That's terrible. It's so bad. Okay, but okay. So, why is Baby Gronk still big now? Okay, anyway, why are we still talking about Baby Gronk? Doesn't make sense. Does he make videos that people watch? No, he doesn't. Okay, look, I have more views on videos than this. All right, and who am I? Okay, relax. All right, Jesus, this is crazy. Okay, wait, he's never made videos that people watch. Not like big. Never broke 100K. I don't understand. I don't understand right now. I don't understand. Why are people talking about Baby Gronk still? But the classics. I mean, the classics. They do exist. Okay, fair enough. And then you've also sent me computer science stuff. Can I react to things and still get editing done? I don't know if it's possible, but we can try. Computers. This is crazy. This is insane. Okay.
Computers make no sense. Throw some metal in a box and boom.
Okay.
What the heck is going on here?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Inside your PC is a central processing unit, or CPU. It's basically just a piece of silicon with billions of microscopic switches called transistors. Depending on the flow of electricity, they can be on or off, kind of like a light bulb, which gives us two states, 1 and 0. The value at one of these switches is called
wait, relax, hold on. How do I make it so it switches to this one? I guess I'm going to close these, and then that lets me do picture in picture. There we go. We got it. Okay, good. All right.
Bit. One bit by itself
So what were we
doesn't
saying?
really do much, but put them together
Computer
and
science started over.
computers make no sense. Throw some metal in a box and boom. What the heck is going on here?
Good stuff.
Inside your PC is a central processing unit, or CPU. It's basically just a piece of silicon with billions of microscopic switches called transistors. Depending on the flow of electricity, they can be on or off, kind of like a light bulb, which gives us two states, 1 and 0. The value at one of these switches is called a bit. One bit by itself doesn't really do much, but put them together and a group of 8 bits is called a byte and can have 256 different combinations of zeros and ones. Congratulations, we can now store information by counting in a system called binary. Every bit represents the power of 2, 1 meaning the power is included and 0 meaning it's not. So this number has 1 times 64, 1 times 4, and 1 times 1, which adds up to 69. This is nice, but for humans, hexadecimal is even.
Well, I'm not even paying attention. Why are we doing 69 jokes right now? Okay, what's going on? Okay, I gotta process.
It's basically just a piece of silicon with billions of microscopic switches called transistors. Depending on the flow of electricity, they can be on or off, kind of like a light bulb, which gives us two states, 1 and 0. The value at one of these switches is called a bit. One bit by itself doesn't really do much, but put them together and a group of 8 bits is called a byte and can have 256 different combinations of zeros and ones. Congratulations! We can now store information by counting in a system called binary. Every bit represents a power of 2, 1 meaning the power is included and 0 meaning it's not. So this number has 1 times 64, 1 times 4, and 1 times 1, which adds up to 69. This is nice, but for humans, hexadecimal is even better. It's often denoted by this 0x and is simply a more readable format than binary. 4 binary bits can take any value from 0 to 15. Hexadecimal uses 0 to 9.
Bro is moving too fast. A computer science explained in 17 minutes. What have you sent me this far? How am I supposed to keep... Okay. Binary? Hold on.
A group of 8 bits is called
8 bits is called
a
a
byte.
byte.
256 different combinations of zeros and ones. Congratulations! We can now store information by counting in a system called binary. Every bit represents a power of 2, 1 meaning the power is included and 0 meaning it's not. So this number has 1 times 64, 1 times 4, and 1 times 1, which adds up to 69. This is nice, but for humans, hexadecimal is even better. It's often denoted by this 0x and is simply a more readable format than binary. 4 binary bits can take any value from 0 to 15. Hexadecimal uses 0 to 9 and A to F to represent those values, so a group of 4 bits can be replaced by 1 hexadecimal digit. Okay, now that we can store numbers, we just need the computers to actually, do something with them. Using transistors, you can make logic gates, which are electronic circuits that encapsulate logical statements. You can think of it as a light bulb with 2 switches, where the light only turns on under certain conditions. For example, only if A and B are on. By combining logic gates in a clever way, you can build circuits that perform calculations according to Boolean algebra, which is a system formalizing mathematical operations in binary. But even though computers understand zeros and ones, for humans it's not really all that useful. So, using a character encoding like ASCII, we can assign a binary number to each character. When you type in A on your keyboard, it gets translated into this binary code, and as soon as the computer sees this, it says, "Ah yes, that is a capital A," and slaps it on the screen. How these devices fit together is handled by an operating system kernel like Windows, Linux, or Mac, which sits between computer hardware and applications and manages how they all work together, for example with device drivers. Input devices allow you to give the computer instructions with the press of a button, but at the lowest level, computers only understand instructions in machine code, which is binary code telling the CPU what to do and which data to use. When it comes to following these instructions, the CPU is kind of like a genius, just with a memory.
I don't understand. Okay, so I understand up to so you have little Buzz guy, and it's like a switch where it can either be on or off. That's a transistor. So you have a transistor which can be either on or off if you have electricity flowing through
On the
it.
flow of electricity, they can be on or off, kind of like a light bulb, which gives us two states, 1 and 0.
Right.
The value of one of these switches is called a bit.
The matrix.
One bit by itself doesn't really do much, but put them together and a group of 8 bits is called a byte and can have 250...
Okay, so you have a bunch of these, and if you had 8 of them, there could be, in theory, as many as 256 different combinations, depending on where the 1s and 0s are located amongst those 8.
6 different combinations of 0s and 1s. Congratulations! We can now store information by counting in a system called binary.
So then binary, each different combination could represent a different thing.
Every bit represents a power of 2, 1 meaning the power is included and 0 meaning it's not. So this number has 1 times 64, 1 times 4, and 1 times 1, which adds up to 69.
And then each of these represents a different set or amount. So then 1 through 9 is here. Wait, why? Oh, right, because the total is it about the total? I don't understand. Wait, hold on. This is where you start losing me. So this one's 1 or 0. This one's 2 or 0. This one's 4. Like what? Or wait, there's only one. Okay, wait, no, that makes sense. 1 means the power is included and 0 means it's not. So this number has 1 times 64. Why? Place. Oh, there's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, but then why 8? I'm confused. Wait, hold on. So, included, and 0 meaning it's not. So this number has 1 times 64.
And 0 meaning it's not. So this number has 1 times 64, 1 times 4, and 1 times 1.
1 times 64, 1 times 0. Wait, what? 1 times 4 and 1 times... There are 1 1s, 0 2s, and 1 4s. Wait, 1 4s. Why are there 1 4s? Where's the 4? So, wait, there's 11 1s. There are 1 1s, 1 2s. Wait, 1 4s. There's 160. Isn't this... Wait, no, 0 2s. Oh, there's 1 1, 0 2s, 1 4s, and then they're saying there's 1... there's 0 of these, and then there's 1 of the 64s. But why is this called a 64? Is the 64th place? So if you calculated it based right to left, I guess, the different combinations in binary, because there's 200 whatever possible different combinations, but this one is the 128th, and then allows for up to 264. I guess multiplied by 2. Multiplied by 2. So in this one, there are 2 different total possible combinations. So it's 1 in binary. In this number, there are 4 different possible combinations between these 2. So it's 2 in binary. And then in this one, there are multiplied by 2. Is it really multiplied by 2? Okay. So there's 8 different combinations this one could be, which makes it a 4 in binary, right? Multiples of 2. Multiplied by 2. All those numbers are... Yeah. Oh, you're saying 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128. But why is that the case? I mean, like, I know that's the case, but is it about the possible number of combinations, or we're just saying that we're doing that? You kind of made another sense? Yeah, right. Because I think that's actually the point, isn't it? It's the amount of possible combinations that they can make within them. And then it's also the case that you're doubling every time that you go up like this. But, like, that is not why it's significant. The reason it's significant is because the numbers are representative of the amount of possible combinations. And I mean, okay, wait. Adds up to 69. 69, and then we're measuring it. Wait, and then we're measuring this based on where the number is to say what the overall number is. It's weird. Number 1 would look as 1. But then could we ever have... Oh, and then we could have up to 200 whatever, because we have all of these as 1s, I guess, is how we get to that number. But then why does this overall number matter? This is nice for humans. Hexadecimal is...
to 69. This is nice, but for humans, hexadecimal is even better. It's often...
Okay, by this. 0x, and is simply a more readable format... Use 10 digits. 2 would look like 1.0. Number 1 would look as 1. 2 would look like 1.0. Humans use 10 digits. Okay, from right, number 1 would look as 1. 2 would look as 1.0. Interesting. Okay. The computers we use when electricity is on or off, that is 2 states. Yeah, 2 states. Right. So only 2 digits exist, 0 and 1. Right. On or off. And then with enough of these on or offs, though, the 2 states that can exist for the first one would go into 4 states that can exist for the second one, and 8 for the third one, and 16 for the fourth, are we saying? And then each of these is divided by 2 for whatever reason. I don't know why we divide it by 2. I guess 2 possible on states, maybe. So how to show number like 8 by any 0 and 1. So how to show number like 8 by any 0 and 1s. So then we're saying you could show 8 because you could have the on state of 16, which is 8 in this case, because there's 16, because there's, what is it? Because it's one, why is it? Why would you say that that's the on state of 16 is 8, representative 8? Because there are 8 other possible on states where something is on, and every other one has off states? I don't know. No. Why would you? Why does it matter that that's the 8th one in? Why wouldn't you just say it's 2? Oh, because you have to have 1. So we're just dividing by 2, I guess. Because if you don't divide by 2, then you can't have the odd numbers, maybe. It's like moving comma. So how to show number like 8 by any 0s and 1s, like moving the comma. Interesting. But it's like moving the comma, yeah, like dividing by 10, only it's dividing by 2 instead, because we have to be able to have a 1. So we have up to, yeah, sort of. And then each of these represents now half of the possible combinations is the number that we associate with them. And then we can add any of these together in order to create any number instead of being limited to only even numbers. Yeah, right. So rightmost number is 1 instead of 2. Even though the rightmost number is 2 different possible combinations, and we divide it by 2 so we can have a 1. And then everything else is increasing numbers of possible combinations, all divided by 2 so that they match the 1 on the right side, I guess, sort of. It's 2 because it's the next thing. It's a sequence. I don't know. So, okay, I'm gonna try to see if I can explain my understanding of this in a way that makes sense. Or is clarifying.
Binary. Every bit represents a power of 2.
So there's 2 possible combinations to this one, and I'm pretty sure across these 2, there's 4 possible combinations, and then across these 3, there must be 8 possible combinations, which is why normally you would say this is 2, 4, and 8, because that's the amount of possible combinations for each amount of digits that you're adding. It's a sequence. It's not combination. It would be combinations, though, isn't it? Why is it a sequence? Or does that make sense, like what I'm saying? Yeah, so like, although it's true that it's a sequence of 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, that has nothing to do with the reason why we're using these numbers, I think. Because I'm pretty sure the reason we use these numbers must be, unless I'm mistaken, and I could be because I don't know as much about it as you, but my understanding would be that there's 2 combinations for this one, which we're saying it is 1. How does it go? Our normal numbers, how does it go? We say, well, like, you mean like 1, 2, 3, 4, like that sort of thing? Think about our human sequence. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Right. Okay. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. But wouldn't the utility of this be that we can show any number we want? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 in binary. In binary, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 in binary. Power is included in 0, meaning it's not. So this number has 1s times 64. 1 times 64. 1 times 4 in binary. It's 0, 1, 10, 11, 100, 1, 110, 111, 1000. Why? 0, 1, 10, 11, 100, right? Find a binary counter video. Interesting. Okay.
Meaning the power is included, and 0 meaning it's not. So this number has 1 times 64, 1 times 4, and 1 times 1, which adds up to 69. This is nice, but for humans, hexadecimal is even better. It's often denoted by the 0x and
short. Okay, yeah, if you can shoot me over something super short, that would kind of help me understand this a little better. Because my understanding right now is, like, I would think the utility of this is being able to show any number with just a simple set of order of numbers. So we have to have the ability to show 1, because like if we say it's by combination, then there's 256 possible combinations, I think, across the 8 numbers. That's the argument here. And which means that each one of these 1s we could say is a representation of like half of that, because we have to have a 1, because there's 2 combinations at the start. We want there to be 1 combination at the start. I guess not 1 combination. We want to divide it by 1 so we can have a 1, but still be able to make any number inside of that set of combinations. And then the longer the binary is, the more availability we have to use it that way. Okay, but I want to go to Discord, and you shot me over a video maybe explaining that quickly. Let's see. Binary counter. But wouldn't it be... Okay, wait, why is it not based on possible combinations? These are all the... Yeah, wait, right. Yes. So I'm pretty sure what this is saying that for just 1 digit, there's 0 and 1, which is 2 combinations. For 2 digits, there's 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, which is 4 combinations. And then for what is the activator? Wait, the activator. So we're saying, well, 0 is 1 combination as well, though, right? 0 is the non-activated combination, I guess, and then 1 is the activated one, and then 1 0 is adding in 1 more option, and then 1 1 is adding in another option, which creates 4 here, and then 1 1 1 1 0 1 1 0 0 are all other options. Try to say what the number means. The number represents the amount of combinations on activation, maybe. Because it's about it. Maybe. Numbers at the bottom here. 1 1 1. 1 1 1. Oh, you're saying what does this number represent? It represents one of the numbers available to you when you have a third digit available, I guess. Or what? Summit 3, we're saying? You have 4 2. Oh wait, 4. Oh, 4 2 and 1 is 7. Oh. Okay, so this represents the number 7? And then 1 more 1? No, but then 1 more 1 doesn't represent 8. Wait, how would you get... So how would you get to the number 8 would be having zeros and a 1. Because this flips them all over. Okay. So then there's 0, there's 1, there's 1 0, which is 2. There's 1 1, which is 4. No, 3. There's 1 0 0, which is 4. Okay, there's 1 0 1, which is 5. 1 1 0, which is 6. 1 1 1, which is 7. 1 0 0 0, which is 8. Okay, I think I got it. Right. So that's 4. And then 5 would be 1 0 1. Okay. Okay, I got it. Okay, got it. So how does that play? So my prior understanding before watching that was that it's about the amount of combinations, but then I was kind of confused as to why the next one would start. Like, why do we have to have it? But we're not having it. We are applying a number down here that correlates with any possible combination of numbers. It's like a similar utility, but it's more accurate to say that we're creating a sequence underneath, and then this is representative of that sequence by like addition, kind of. So the 1 here is on 64, the 1 here is on 4, and the 1 here is on 1, which allows us to measure it way, way faster than thinking of it like the other way, where we think of it like amount of combinations. Like, how many combinations is this? Like, it would be sequence based, but you would need to look at the sequence in order to measure that. You wouldn't just think about it, right? Because you can think about it from a 1 0 1 and say, well, in an order of combinations, I guess this is the 4th combination and then the 5th, so the 5th combination. Instead, you would think of it like, here's this sequence, and then that's how we can figure it out without... Because, like, yeah, the amount of, like, thinking you'd have to do to get to that result without a sequence would be kind of insane. It's like 100. Why would you have the zeros? Because it's 100, 3 decimals. Right. 1 is a 4. Interesting. Okay. I think I'm following.
64, 1 times 4, and 1 times 1, which adds up to 69. This is nice, but for humans, hexadecimal...
This is nice is such a good way to, like, finish that very fast conversation. Okay, so we're saying... So that's binary, which has a sequence that we can then use to measure any kind of number using the ones and zeros, and then we shift into
better. It's often denoted by the 0x and is simply a more readable format than binary. 4 binary bits can take any value from 0 to 15.
4 binary bits can take any value from 0 to 16 to 15, and you need to have the 1, 2, 4, 8. So like this example is 8 and 2, so this is 10.
Hexadecimal uses 0 to 9 and A to F to...
Hexadecimal uses 0 to 9 and A to F.
Represent those values. So a group of...
Curious about another question from before. Since you got this figured out, it's a complete subject change. Oh, sure, that's fine. People always have the day they deserve. Well, there's like a lot of presupposition, right? A little bit in there. Not to be like overly, every word I want to use is going to be like too pedantic. Is honestly the word I want to use to describe the way I'm going to be right now, which pedantic is itself like a pedantic word or whatever. Right? Pedantic is the right word I'm thinking of, right? Like overly, what's a good, like a pedant. I love you, Google. I love you, dictionary. Oxford, you are my bestest of friends. Not to be like a pedant. Come on now. Scrupulous, sure, that makes more sense. Yeah, but the word deserve implies a lot. So that's like karma, more so than like the one they want. So... Should they? Also, should is a weird word here. So, but like, I guess from my perspective, though, so the question is, do I think that every person should have the day that they have coming based on their decisions and actions? Which is, I don't think, so, well, this gets into like a lot of worldview stuff. So, I would take an issue with the framing of the question, which kind of sucks as a response, and here's why. So from my perspective, people make decisions based off of their set of influences. So from birth, like from like while you're being born, you have your genes, which to a certain extent impact some of your creation or your formation, and then you have everything that happens while you're in the womb, and then everything happens after the womb, which has a much bigger impact, in my perspective, on how you turn out. So I think saying like people deserve something, some negative or positive repercussion for their decision making, I think is kind of, it's dismissing of the fact that like people are sort of, in my opinion, a product of their environments. So the jail question is a big one. People wake up in jail. They go to sleep in jail and wake up in jail because of decisions that they make. But do people make decisions that they make because of like free will, because one day they just chose to have that happen or to do whatever they do? Or do they make these decisions because of all the influences in their life? And statistically, like people do, in a very baseline way, people born in poverty often commit more crime and so on, or born into born families that are involved in crime generally take up crime themselves in a similar sort of way. It's not just like general crime. It's often specific crimes related to family stuff. And like obviously, like you could look at like mobsters or something like that. If you're born into the mafia, you're probably going to have a general disrespect for law and a belief that you're kind of above it, or you can work your way around it, and that there's not like some negative consequence to that because your families are doing it all the time. And if they're these are the people that you look up to, the people that you're around. So your formation of what you value and how you treat rules and regulation is going to be dependent on those around you to a certain extent. And then we can kind of look at more. And then people always want to kind of throw in these extreme examples of someone who's like, well, they had a great upbringing and everyone was nice to them and then they became a serial killer or whatever. Well, you can kind of, at that point, it's really hard to say, like, where does somebody pick up these odd behaviors or what mental deficiencies or whatever might they have picked up genetically. You don't know. But so I think punishment a lot of the time is sort of against the point unless it leads to some change in behavior, maybe. But I think punishment for the sake of like getting back at somebody for something doesn't make a whole lot of sense in general. Like I'm generally against the death penalty, even though I think a lot of people are in favor of the death penalty, but the death penalty is generally orchestrated or organized around this idea of punishment. And so all forms of death penalty, as far as I'm aware, incorporates some amount of like intentional suffering. And so I don't really buy into that because generally I think of people as being products of their environment, which makes me not as interested in that. And so for that reason, I would say the idea that people should, I guess, suffer for or be rewarded for the decisions that they make seems a little odd to me because I don't really think people make decisions because of some amount of like personal moral authority or something. Like for example, there's a lot of people who would respond to somebody saying that like let's say there's a kid, like I've seen there's cases of like really little children doing really unspeakable things. In those scenarios, people will say like, well, I knew right from wrong when I was 4 years old. And to me, that's like, this is at the core of the issue, is that people believe that there's this sort of like that you just sort of either just know or pick up on good and evil in this way, right? Anyway, a colleague got an email that ended with, "Thanks, I hope you have the day you deserve." Well, yeah, I guess I'm going off on kind of a big, broad tangent, right? There might be more specific thing. We gotta say, yeah, the day you deserve is kind of, that's a pretty strong statement. I guess it could be positive or negative, but let's see, what are we saying? They're in jail. I just learned subnetting through binary system feels good. Interesting. Ironic, that is heavy. It really depends. It really depends on what if the interaction went well, maybe they're trying to be nice, but if it went badly, it could be a really, really negative. It really depends. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. So yeah, but that would be my general position on it, is like the idea of deserving seems a little bit strange to me because I think at least as a people, we can't really make that delineation. Depends on your viewpoint, in my opinion, as in, do you believe you deserve a great day? Then get it. Yeah, I think I've heard things of like make it a great day or not. The choice is yours. Or like do something to get yourself a good day or don't. Like actually, there's a lot of value in thinking like I'm going to have a good day tomorrow, and then going through your day like, no, I'm going to have a good day. Things are going to be good. But then there's also this declining value. So I've had like weeks that were incredible where I was like, I thought like, and then something just too strong happens that is like so strong that it destroys that. But then I feel horrible because then I'm like, I've had weeks of a good day, and then this person did this thing, and it's just too far gone now. Like, and they've like destroyed something that I've now increased in value, a pedestal I put in my head. And I don't really know if it's still better to do that, to create that pedestal, because that pedestal gave me some really solid sets of weeks that were super productive and positive, or if it's better to not create that pedestal because of the extra pain of losing it, I guess. But then maybe you could say about anything, right? So it probably is generally worth it, although there might be better ways to do it where you avoid some of that struggle. So yeah, you sent me Jaden Williams DM. That's the last thing I got. Unless, it's in like my reality is shattered. Oh, yeah. Let me pull this and let's see, YouTube, Discord. This one, I've been learning this. Okay, what do we got here? Vetra sent this in IP address, subnet mask, binary notion of IP address and subnet. Okay, interesting. Like breaking down why it has the order that it has based on bits and whatever, turning it into a code. I don't know. Interesting. I don't know much about it, but that is cool. It's always good to learn things though. It's always super valuable, I feel like, to just have a broader understanding. Not like everything, I guess you could say, right? Like we have a lot of not necessarily useful information, but like if you use a thing and you want to learn more about it, I think that's a good thing, as long as you've got the time for it and so on. But more effort than saying have a great day. Yeah, it's a little weird to say I hope you have the day you deserve. I feel like that's like a bad way to end off an email because it's a little heavy. Yeah, it's kind of strange to me personally. Yeah, like heavy is. Vetra said the same thing. Yeah. Okay.
Before bits can be replaced by
that's
one
interesting. Yeah, if you have further things you want to bounce around, I'm definitely open to it.
Decimal digit.
Anyway, okay.
Okay, now that we can store numbers, we just need to.
So hexadecimal represent these values as a group of 4. So you have A group, B, C group, D group, C group. Because they match, I guess. Oh, A, C, D, C. Well, A, C, D. But they did that on purpose. But so we're saying that we're now taking groups of code and we're bunching them together and sort of like this is actually like DNA, isn't it? That there's like proteins. This is proteins. So this is A protein, C protein, D protein, C protein. Each of these proteins has a set of alleles, which are in this order of 1s and 0s, which is, yeah, this is pretty spot on for protein, is it not? Except that proteins have, let's say, 1 through 4 instead of 1 through 2. But still a very similar concept, I think. Yeah, I think so.
Be replaced by 1 hexadecimal digit. Okay, now that we can store numbers, we just need the computers to actually, do something with them. Using transistors, you can make logic gates, which are electronic circuits that encapsulate logical statements. You can think of it as a light bulb with 2 switches, where the light only...
11 is B, 12 is C. And they do that because they want to pull... Because you don't want any 1s and 0s that represent A's and B's, I guess? 11 is 1, B is... Oh, 11 is B, 12 is C. Huh. I don't know. Yeah, it feels like the reason they want to avoid using numbers is because it could make it more confusing than using letters at that point. Maybe. It's to make it shorter, I suppose. Yeah. Oh, true. Yeah, because then once you get into the thousands, then it's like, what's the point? I suppose. Only turns on light bulb with 2 switches where the light only switches on under certain conditions.
Only turns on under certain conditions. For example, only if A and B are on. By combining logic gates in a clever way, you can build circuits that perform calculations according to Boolean algebra, which is a system formalizing mathematical operations in binary. But...
Hold on, relax, hold on. Jeez, this is an insane video. Yeah, okay. So, A, B, C inch, carry sum. So, A is 1 or 0. No, I don't know. This is confusing. A is 1 or 0, B is 1 or 0. C, A is on or off, B is on or off, C in is on or off, carry and sum. 0, 1, 0, 1, why 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, okay. C is carry. What's a carry in this case? What does that even mean? I don't know what carry means here. Boolean algebra.
In binary. But even though computers understand 0s and 1s, for humans it's not really all that useful. So, using a character encoding like ASCII, we can assign a binary number to each character. When you type any on your keyboard, it gets translated into this binary code, and as soon as the computer sees this, it says, ah yes.
Math and binary.
That is a capital A, and slaps it on the screen.
Okay.
How these devices fit together is handled by an operating system kernel, like Windows, Linux, or Mac, which sits between computer hardware and applications and manages how they all work together, for example with device drivers. Input devices...
The confusion makes me happy. Operating system kernel, hold on. So I followed up to hexadecimals, and that made sense to me. I got some help with the binary, and the hexadecimals is just a logical, I think, extension of that. But then... And then I followed, but I kind of got lost on ASCII, or maybe Boolean algebra. Let's see. Logic gates also make sense to me.
On. By combining logic gates and...
Because that's in games and stuff, whatever. Like that seems like it makes sense. We're just saying it needs this and this in order to be this or whatever. Or
Every way you can build circuits that...
Like if A then, if B then type of idea. Or like a gate that requires A and B or whatever, I feel like. And so, but then maybe I can still learn from this because we're saying... If okay, you have A and B, but then when we get here, we're getting like bolted down this way. What does this mean? It's and ors, and or. Wait, what does or in this case mean? XOR. Sum carry out. Is this the there's like the sum? Is this like division where there's like extra numbers or what? What does this mean? It's only 2 digits. Let me send you a nice table. Okay. YouTube, Discord. How many Discords do I have open right now? A few. Okay, I can then delete this or close this and pull this. Okay. A nice table. All right, so we got this other table from Vetrez there. Yes, not. I'm gonna zoom in. Okay. Use the Discord app, by the way, because it's better. I feel like it's better to use tabs because then I can like close and open and whatever. It just feels, I don't know. It just feels. I do have an app as well, but I just don't often use it because I can just put it into my set of tabs if I want, and I can see it at all times instead of having to like having it because you can't put it into your group of tabs if it's an app. Okay. Yes is 0 or 1. No is... Oh, not. Yes is just do whatever it says currently. Not is do the opposite of what it says currently. Open in browser, it's way better. What do you mean? Open in browser. Maybe Option X would help. Gotcha. Open in browser. What do you mean open in browser? I'm in my current browser, below image. Logic gates. Okay. What do you mean? Oh, are you saying, oh wait, oh yeah, true. Okay, I see what you're saying. So I want to go back to 100 and then right click and, open in browser. There we go. Okay, gotcha. Or right click it and open a new tab probably, I would think. Oh, let's see what happens when I open a new tab. In new tab, that's the same thing. Oh no, it's not the same thing. This is zoomed in. Interesting. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. So there's logic gates where there's a yes logic gate where it puts out whatever you put in. There's a not logic gate. I don't know why wouldn't it say no, but not logic gate where it puts out the opposite of what you put in. There's an and logic gate where it puts out only if you have both. There's an or logic gate where it puts out whether you have both or not. It puts out 1 instead of 0, there's no 2. So if you have either, so it's either basically. So there's an and or an or, and an or is either, an and is both. A not is opposite, a yes is the same. An XOR is either unless both, then not. Either unless both, then not exactly. Because 0 and 0 is either, it's not, because not is opposite, so it's 0, I guess. It's no, which no doesn't exist, but it's like no. So there's, well, no, it's not like no, because yes is putting whatever you have in out. So there's not really a word for this. What's the word you would say? Both, 1 reversed. Versus the last row. Oh, is it a reversal? No, because 0 and 0 don't turn into 1s that then go through, right? So XOR is more like if both, then neither. But if neither, then still neither, which is kind of strange. Reverses it does reverse the last row, but only because they're both. Because if the last row was on the top, it would still reverse it. Compare XOR to OR. Yeah, I know. What I'm saying is What I'm saying is XOR doesn't reverse anything. XOR takes neither if they're both on, but it doesn't reverse them because of the bottom. It doesn't matter what the order is. It matters what the inputs are. So XOR only reverses, I guess, because they're both on, not because they're... It reverses based on OR. No, because OR doesn't OR take either or both, but XOR takes either but not both. So it's not really reversing based on OR, is it? Because OR is whichever. So OR would normally take both of these. So X is not, unless you're saying it reverses based on the ones. So we're saying OR switches this from 1. We're saying XOR switches this from 1 to 0 and this from 0 to 1 because there's a 1 involved. Output is reverse. The output is reverse. First based on OR, the output is reverse, negative, other number. Switches any number to opposite. No, that's not true because these aren't 1s. If it switches to the opposite, these will both be 1s. This would be a 1 output. So that just can't be accurate. Do you understand? Do you agree with what I'm saying, or am I wrong? The last row, but no. But the first row. What if unless you're saying if I took the last row and I moved it to the top, then it wouldn't reverse it? Is what you're saying? If these are both 1s were on the top, then it wouldn't reverse it? Because that's not. You don't have rules. That's not how rules work. Because a rule is XOR is OR. Yes, but last row reversed. That's not how logic works, okay? That is true in this circumstance, but if we had more rows underneath, that wouldn't be true. It's not. That's not how logic works. Okay, hold on. I don't understand how. Okay. It's true that in this circumstance, but it doesn't reverse output because it doesn't reverse output. Look at OR. It doesn't reverse the output. So only the last row is reversed, but it's not reversed because it's the last row. It's reversed because they're both on, correct? Does that make sense? Like, it's not because it's the last row, and it's not really the same as OR, unless you're saying, like, no, it isn't. You could assume falsely, using logic, you could make the assumption that XOR reverses OR for everything, but it doesn't do that because it doesn't reverse the top. You could also falsely assume, I guess, that it doesn't, that it does, it's just OR except the last row gets reversed, but that's not true because if there were more rows beneath, it wouldn't just be because it's the last row. So it's not because it's the last row, it's because they're both on, correct? So for example, if there were 3 inputs, A, B, and C, XOR would only activate if, I believe, all 3 were ones or no. If that were the case, then that would be significant. It could be the case that maybe only 2 have to be ones, though. There are no more rows beneath. Circumstantially, yes. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, okay, hold on. Maybe I need to present this. Because I don't, there's no way you're not following this. Or, I don't know. XOR would reverse last still. Oh, okay, wait. So what you're saying is, I know you can't be right here. So, unless, like, so XOR, which says, in, and there's out, and there's, instead of like this, so currently we have XOR, which is zeros, 1 0 0 1 and 1 1. We're going to change this around. So XOR has 0 0, it has 1 1, it has 1 0, and it has 0 1, which means for output, let's say this is the case instead, okay? For the sake of this is the same thing, so it should work in the same way. And you're saying it would reverse the last still, which means this one, which would normally be 1, would become 0. This one would be 1, this one would be 1, and this one would be 0. And I'm saying I don't believe that that's true. I believe XOR would make this one into a... I believe this one, last is supposed to be 1. You're not listening to what I'm saying. You're also not reading your own messages. So what I'm saying is, unless you're saying the sequence has to be in order or something, which I suppose could be true. I don't know why. Why would that be true? But I suppose, like, for the sake of like the way that we sequence things. But what I'm saying is, it's not because it's the last row. It's because it's 1 and 1. It's because it's all on. This is just a representation. This is just a representation. It's not like because last row has to have all inputs positive as 1. Okay, so but it's not. But again, it's still not because it's the last row. It's still not like it's because they're all on. It's because they're all on. So they're all on. It's the last row is all on because that's a rule that we've set up, you know, as people, because that's how we like to order things, so it makes the most sense. But it's not because it's the last row. It's in the last row because it's all on. Like, this is a good example. So there's this term of causation versus correlation. So XOR, so my statement would be XOR flips if all on. Your statement would be XOR flips if last in sequence, and my counter to that would be that, well, this is true that that's what happens. XOR flips, I guess I would say I'll do this in green. XOR flips because both, because all on, and sequence, we'll say all on is last because it's pretty, because it's pretty to be last. To to be last/organized. Be last/better organized. Okay. Organized. Does this make sense? Static noise? Hopefully not. Yeah, I hear some things too. Oh, it's very... Oh, I hope hopefully not static. I don't know. But I can play some music if that would help. So, okay. Starlight, are you following what's happening right now? I feel like I need someone to acknowledge what I'm saying. So, my argument is that, from my understanding, and I could just be wrong, I guess, is that XOR, the logic behind it is that assuming there's any zeros, it's the same as OR, but it becomes 0 itself if there are all ones, if it's all on. Vetcher's response is, no, XOR flips the last in the sequence. And that's just like how it works. It flips it because it's the last in the sequence. And when I say like, well, okay, like, yeah, it flips it because the last in the sequence number is all on, but the reason it flips it isn't because it's the last in the sequence. It's flipped because it's all on, and that's the point. That's the reason. And so this is correlation and causation. So it's the last in the sequence, and it's always affected by XOR because well being in the last in the sequence is called correlation. Okay. So wait, can you read? Okay. So here's yeah. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I'm saying XOR, to my understanding, the logic behind XOR, the use of XOR, is that it flips the end result from a 1 to a 0 when everything is on. And that's because the use of XOR is to remove all positives, not because of the use of the XOR is to flip the last in the sequence, even though in a sequence we like to order it from all off to all on. The reason we're flipping it with XOR isn't just because it's the last in the sequence, or like the last in the sequence isn't the point. Although it's true that we sequence things from zeros to ones, we do that out of like convenience. We don't like, that's not like, it's not because of that, it's because it's all on. So like if you think about the word and or whatever, like something like this, or so, okay, hold on. Can I pull up maybe causation versus correlation? Because I think that's like a really important thing. Causation versus correlation. Okay. Correlation between variables, however, does not automatically mean that a change in one variable is the cause of the change in the values of the other. Causation indicates that one event is the result of the occurrence of the other event. So the last sequence because it is all on. Yeah, like, but then I said, okay, well, like in a case where it wasn't that way, and then you were like, okay, listen, okay, where even is this video? This. So, although we sequence them from zeros to all ones, if we sequence them in another way, like where there was ones in the middle, which you're saying like, well, we wouldn't do that. What? We wouldn't do that. Like, and I'm like, yeah, I know we wouldn't do that. Like, I understand that that's not how we do it, but it's not because it's the last in the sequence. That's a correlation. It's the last in the sequence, and it's always flipped by XOR, but the reason it's always flipped by XOR is not because it's the last in the sequence. It's because it's all on. Does that... Correlation is just like both these things are true, and like they both happen, but causation is this one causes this one to happen, right? So like that's all I'm saying. It sort of does math. Oh my goodness, 3 inputs, still the last sequence would have all inputs on. 1 0 1 0 1 is 1 1 0 0 is 0. True. Oh yeah, exactly. Actually, that's good. That's good. So if this is true, like let's say we had a sequence. That's true. That's a good point. Okay, here's a way to do this. So we're saying in a 3 sequence. Actually, no, we have a disagreement. That's actually a disagreement, I believe. Right? That's a disagreement I'm seeing in chat. Okay, hold on. Unless I'm mistaken, does binary math. Unless I'm mistaken, if we had a sequence that was built via there's in and out. And there's 0 0, there's 1 0, and there's 0 1, and this is our sequence. XOR would not do this as 0 because this is not both on, unless you're saying that it would because does the last in the sequence no matter what, and that's just the rule of XOR, right? Because the reason XOR does a flip Well, what if you can't see the entire sequence, right? Why? Wait, okay. What if you can't see the whole sequence? What if you have part of your list and you say, well, this one's the last one? But it's the last one, right? Like what your argument is, which I guess like you would be correct in saying, so if we have a full sequence, it's always the last one in the sequence. But like my point is that it doesn't really matter where the end of the statement is. What matters is that it's all on. There are 1, 2 states in. There are 1. Yeah. 2 states in. I agree. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Well, then why didn't you agree? Okay, it's fine. That's fine. This is what I'm saying. Okay, this is all I'm saying. Is all I was saying from the very beginning is that it's not about it being last. It's about it being all on. It's all on. Yeah. Well, that's why XOR activates, because like what I'm talking about is the logic of them and my understanding of it. So I'm saying like, okay, so yes is dependent on this, no is dependent on that, and is dependent on this, or is dependent on that. XOR is similarly dependent on everything except if it's all on. And then you're like, no, it's not because it's all on. It's because it's the last in the sequence. And I'm like, well, okay, but it is because it's all on. It is because it's all on. That is the reason. Even if also it's last in the sequence, which is cool, is good. It's a good way to like quick memorize it, even though it's not a real rule. Fluids chat said last sequence because it's all on, because sequence makes last row all on. Yeah, right. Yeah, because we end there. Yeah, it's just like when I'm trying to remember the rules for it, I'm not trying to remember like here's like also a thing that exists. I guess if that makes sense. Infinite paradox, true. Yeah, the ending. Yeah, if we had inevitably it should be ones all the way down, But if we had enough numbers, we would never reach it. I guess. Sure. Yeah, but then, what if we had an expanding sequence where the sequence was 0 0 1 0 0 1 1 1 0 0 1 1 0 1. Like, what if it expanded like that? Can a sequence expand like that, where we start in a smaller table and we grow into a bigger table? Or do sequences have to have all numbers available at the beginning? I guess they might have to. If they could expand that way, then that would be another example of it being the last one in a sequence not being really relevant. But I don't know if it would. Would we do 0 0 0 0 0 1 and then 0 0 0 1? Look up 3 inputs in logic gate. 3 inputs in logic gate. 3 inputs in logic gates. Images. Does it expand the way I'm thinking? Because like this would be still the last would be the only one that counts, I think, from XOR. But in theory, if we started the sequence with blank numbers instead of zeros, I guess. Yeah, but that wouldn't really happen, I suppose. I want to teach you all computer science, man. Yeah, it's interesting. Okay. Okay. I think we're on the same page. Okay. I was just talking about the logic of it. I wasn't like I understand like there's we follow a certain set of rules, I suppose. And maybe there's a good reason for that, besides just like convenience. I don't know. But it feels like the reason we do this in this order is because it's like convenient. Coding YouTube right now, guys. Sweet. Very good stuff. Code in 1 million subscribers. All right. XOR. So there's XOR. What's the next one? So there's N and. N and is like and, but in this case we just flip every outcome. Okay, which is different than X, because X doesn't flip outcomes. X only flips if all on. And then N or is there's N or and then there's X N or, which X always just represents if all on turn to opposite side. Weird. N or is, which I guess, yeah, it probably is simpler to just think of it as last in sequence. Letter N flips. N and is not. Yeah, N flips. X flips only last in sequence. I guess is the fastest way to say it. Okay. N or is or but flipped. X N or is okay. So then okay. And what use does this have? Because you send it through one of these gates, it moves things in directions that you want it to be moved in, I guess. But why do you want to be moved in these ways? You can loot at not and exit. Not. Yeah. Oh, not. Yeah, X not. X not would be 2 1s, I guess we're saying. and then nor would be just the end flipped. Yeah. Okay. Just all on flipped. Okay. Then computer science. Okay. So then, yeah, but what's the utility in this? XNOR is just NOR X, yeah. What's the utility in this?
Perform calculations according to Boolean algebra, which is a system formalizing mathematical operations in binary. But even though computers understand zeros and ones, for humans it's not really all that useful. So,
okay.
Using a character encoding like ASCII, we can assign a binary number to each character. When you type any on your keyboard, it gets translated into this binary.
So then we change A through Z to a binary. That way we can type in letters to represent
code. And as soon as the computer sees this, it
sets
says,
of code.
Ah, yes.
Oh, and then we could type in any letter, and this would be like a really simple way of thinking of like we could transfer data like words through a series of just numbers. Adder is infinite scaling math calculation. Adder. Let's see, where's is adder? Was that what they talked about earlier? Boolean algebra?
In binary. But even though computers understand zeros and ones, for humans it's not really all that useful. So, using a character encoding like ASCII, we can assign a binary number to each character. When you type any on your keyboard, it gets translated into this binary code.
Okay.
And as soon as the computer sees this, it says, ah,
and
yes.
then this would be like a scenario like you can so with coding. Coding is like a million, layers deep past this, right? Where these have binary and so on, but then in coding, when you type words, like when you define a word, you're using an engine that knows what the word like define means or what these sets of words mean, and then you're quoting the word, and now you're applying meanings to that word, but that word is already itself made up of binary, and then that binary is given like parentheses are given a certain ability using probably way more complicated sets of computer science, whatever. Explain your meowing to no, I can't do it. Have every letter in alphabetical digits. I don't know, it's just like a thing to say. I don't know, it's like a anyway. Letters in alphabetical digits. You'd have every letter in alphabetical. Right. You can create all the letters into digits, but then we're so far away. I can't be doing these things.
And slaps it on the screen.
Slaps it on the screen. How
fit together is handled by an operating system kernel, like Windows, Linux, or Mac, which
is
between computer hardware.
So, software, right? That's operating OS, I guess. OS software, though, right? It is software. Operating system is software, right? Kernel, like Windows, Linux, or Mac. Okay. So, yeah, software is the thing between, right? Or is software put on top of OS systems? Systems are made of software, right?
We're an applications that manages how they all work together, for example, with device drivers. Input devices allow you to give the computer instructions with the press of a button, but at the lowest level, computers only understand instructions in machine code, which is binary code telling the CPU what to do and which data to use. When it comes to following these instructions, the CPU is kind of like a genius, just with the memory of a demented goldfish. It can handle any instructions, but it cannot store any data, so it's only really useful with random
access memory.
RAM. You can imagine it like a grid, where every box can hold one byte of information, which can be data or instructions, and has an address so the CPU can access it in 4 steps. Fetch from memory, decode instructions and data, and finally, execute and store the result. This is one machine cycle. Since a program is basically just a list of instructions in memory, to run it, the CPU executes them one by one in machine cycles until it's complete. Oh yeah, did I mention that this happens like really fast? Modern CPUs can do billions of cycles every second, which are coordinated and synchronized by a clock generator. The speed of this clock is measured in gigahertz, and people often overclock their CPUs to improve performance, which is nice, but might just set your PC on fire.
I don't do that. I don't mess with that, okay? But, okay, so we're saying fetch, decode, execute, store. So all of that's happening between... So the CPU doesn't actually store anything. It's just your RAM that stores things, and then your CPU that reads them and whatever, and then stores them back in again. Interesting. I never thought of it that way, I guess. But you have a hard drive, don't you, that stores like the more long-term data? And then we're saying like that stuff you don't really need your RAM to regularly be using. And then clock generator, overclock. Okay, so wait, gigahertz. Did I mention that? Let's go back to this.
Until it's complete. Oh yeah, did I mention that this happens like really fast? Modern CPUs can do billions of cycles every second, which are coordinated and synchronized by a clock generator. The speed of this clock is measured in gigahertz, and people often overclock their CPUs to improve performance, which is nice, but might just set your PC on fire. What's even crazier, though, is that a CPU has multiple cores, which can all execute different instructions in parallel, so at the same time. Each core can also be split into multiple threads, which allows every
better.
Every single core to handle multiple instructions concurrently,
for
so
more,
switch between
for,
them
well,
really
better
quickly.
for processing different sets of information at the same time, although strong core is also better for processing dense amounts of information all at once.
Okay, that's cool, but it doesn't matter how powerful a computer is if you have no way to give it instructions in the first place. Typing machine code by hand would probably make you go insane, but luckily, you don't have to. The kernel is wrapped in a shell, which is just a program that exposes the kernel to the user, allowing for simple instructions.
Yeah, like a UI.
In a command line interface with text input.
Right, GUI. This is a UI. I'm following. Okay, maybe.
But the best way to make a computer do something useful is with a programming language, which uses abstraction so that instead of this, you can write code that looks like this, which is
So this is an, I don't know, would you call this an engine? Programming languages are, I guess you just call them language. Yeah, maybe. Okay.
Then converted into machine code for you. Some languages like Python use an interpreter, which directly tries to execute the source code line by line. Other languages like C or Go use a compiler, which converts the entire program into machine code before putting it in a file the CPU can execute. Now, every programming language has different syntax, but there's some basic tools almost all of them have. The most basic way to use data is with variables, which assigns a value to a name which can then be reused and modified. Depending on the value, variables can have different data types. For text, there's single characters and strings of multiple characters. For numbers, there's integers which can also be signed if they're negative, and floating point numbers for decimal values.
Okay. Hold on. So source code, So source code to machine code. So there are ways to change files that automatically happen with some languages or with some whatever. So 1 to 10, how much did you understand? This part is, I'm starting to lose myself again a little. I understood this middle part because I don't think this middle part is actually like complex. It's like more general, where you have the different cores of your computer, and each core, depending on each core can deal with different sets of information at the same time, but a faster core or stronger core, whatever, is going to deal with it better. And so more cores is better, assuming you're keeping the same amount of strength per core, is my understanding. I didn't really get overly into that, but that's more cores is better for doing various projects at the same time, but you need to have some way for those cores, for your CPU, I guess, to interact with your operating system or software, I guess, which requires this middleman thing, which would be like a programming language, and I guess it would have to also be software that uses that language to move them to each other, like some middle ground, like Python is kind of the thing. Like computer science, because it just makes sense as logic. Yeah. It's okay. Yeah, I can appreciate this. So source, but then so I got to that part. The shell of the computer is the language, is the programming language. Why is it programming? No, it's the software that engages with that language to translate it or to move it out so that your Windows or whatever can engage with it. Because I don't have to remember everything, but only the rules of logic. So let's move.
Computer is if you have.
I don't like understanding or having a good intuitive understanding where you have the rules and then you can kind of move through those with just that set of understanding and bounce around a little bit by oh well, I know this, so if this is this way and now you're showing me this thing, it must be because you want me to go here. I like that A to C logic instead of A B C logic, where I think a lot of people like everything to be very much in order, and it's important to have things in order so that you can do it to the highest level. But if you want to just kind of have enough, I feel like my brain has always been pretty good at jumping. It's just that it's really hard for me to, or I guess I don't really like having all the formulas all the way there, I suppose. I like understanding the logic of something enough that I can understand the purpose for it and that I can understand the way that it should interact. For example, I have a rule that I can set up in my head where if there's we talked about with Lone Star, if there's 1 1 on the left and then we have 3 6s on the right, then you'd rather remove the 1 if you want to have more 6s, but just in general, would you rather remove the 1, or let's say it's better to say we have 2 1s on the left and 5 6s on the right. Would you rather remove 1 1 or add 1 more 6? You would always rather remove 1 1 because you're doing more to the left side than you are to the right side by moving this into a 6, right? or like a 5. Let's say we have two 1s and 4 6s. We'd rather have 1 less 1 than we would have 1 more 6. So like I know that as a rule because the 4 6s, 1 more 6 isn't gonna weigh as much as 1 less 1. That's like an intuitive understanding, but I couldn't tell you the precise answer. I like that type of understanding where I don't know if I'd like as much doing the actual like, well, what would you need to do? Well, you would need to add them all together and then divide by the amount. Like that's a good thing to know and it's useful, but I really enjoy just kind of I enjoy kind of intuitively knowing, well, I know it's better. I don't know exactly precisely how much better it is, but I don't need to know that. I know enough to know what I need to do. Talk about draw pool generation. Yeah. And yeah, I like that, like those instincts. And so like with this stuff, I think it can be useful for me to learn things, even though I'm not really expecting myself to be a game dev person, besides maybe like at some point bringing people on and like maybe making a game with somebody or something. Like something fun like that could be, I could learn a little bit and then also talk about it a lot and have someone to bounce off of without needing to invest, you know, an immense amount of my life or my time, because YouTube has to take up the majority of that for this to really go somewhere. Relative to, you know, dev work, which some people like to do both. And like it's like a tight line, you know, you have to do a different set of things for that, but okay.
No way to give it instructions in the first place. Typing machine code by hand would probably make you go insane, but luckily, you don't have to. The kernel is wrapped in a shell, which is just a program that exposes the kernel to the user, allowing for simple instructions in a command line interface with text inputs. But the best way to make a computer do something useful is with a programming language, which uses abstraction so that instead of this, you can write code that looks like this, which is then converted into machine code for you. Some languages like Python use an interpreter, which directly tries to execute this.
Interpreter. Okay. Other languages like C++ use what?
Source code line by line. Other languages like C or Go use a compiler, which converts the entire program into machine code before putting it in a file the CPU can execute. Now, every programming language has different syntax, but there's some basic tools almost all of them have. The most basic way to use data is with variables, which assigns a value to a name, which can then be reused and modified.
Yeah, okay. So X becomes a thing, and then like we define it, and then we can now go from there. That's
Depending on the value, variables can have different data types. For text, there's single characters and strings of multiple characters. For numbers, there's integers, which can also be signed if they're negative, and floating point numbers for decimal values. They're called floating point because the decimal point can float around. To trade off precision with range. This is possible because they use scientific notation. It's some number times the power telling you where to put the decimal point.
But then couldn't you also do that with any number, because you can always move it over or move it back? There's an invisible decimal point there always, isn't there?
Which is exactly what they look like under the hood. The actual number is stored.
I think that's true, no?
Stored with binary fractions.
Yeah.
Some fractions.
I mean, it is true, but like I think that would be true here too. I don't see why it wouldn't be. So, okay, then we're saying more like these are the two ways you could use numbers, not that like there's this way and that way. We're saying that like numbers have these two different main uses to them, I guess. The fact that they can be negative or positive, and the fact that they can be moved in any way you want. Some fractions like 1/3 can only be approximated in binary with an infinite sum.
But since memory is not infinite, you have to cut it off at some point, which leads to rounding errors, causing pretty weird calculations sometimes. If these are not enough, long and double use twice the amount of memory to double the range of ints and floats. Some languages like Python automatically figure out which type of variable is, but in a language like C, you have to explicitly declare the type of a variable. The value is, but in a language like
some languages like Python,
range of ints and floats. Some languages like
automatically figure out which type a variable is, whether the variable is going endlessly and therefore needs an extra amount of space to make sure it's correct, or whether it's a pretty short variable that has all the data it needs so that you don't really need to do that.
Python automatically figure out which type of variable is, but in a language like C, you have to explicitly declare the type of a variable. The value of a variable is stored at some address in memory.
Yeah, because how does it know if it's going to be a 3 or a 3.0001 or whatever, right? Like that's why you'd want it to be either an integer, an absolute number, I guess, or like an exact number. I don't know how you'd say that. No decimals that are important, or a floating number where the decimals are more relevant. Okay. The value of variables stored at some address in memory. Pointers are variables
whose value is the memory address of another variable, which is denoted by this ampersand. So really, a pointer is just some chunk of memory pointing. The value of a variable is stored at some address in memory. Pointers are variables whose value is the memory address of another variable, which is denoted by this ampersand. So really, a pointer is just some chunk of memory pointing to another chunk of memory.
Why do you need that? Why is a pointer relevant? Is a pointer like, hey, I've previously defined what this thing is, I just want you to reference that? If that's all that it is, that makes sense to me. So a pointer is just a use of a term we've previously defined, or a pointer has some other use that I didn't recognize there. Let's see if I can look at this and see if I can
The value of a variable is stored at some address in memory. Pointers...
Right. We've said what it is, and now int p
are variables whose value is the memory
equals ampersand x
memory address of another variable, which is denoted by this ampersand.
Address of x. So, wait, but why are we defining a pointer? Haven't we already defined x? So now if we use x within the language, we should, are we saying a pointer? A pointer is saying, hey, remember this location as something that we can say something else is happening at whenever we want, at which point we're giving it this other value. I can't tell if it's the simpler one where it's just, oh, a pointer is like an example of a way. No, we're saying like, hey, remember this is something we can look at for later. So like we've defined it, but also remember exactly where it is so we can go there whenever we want with something else. So we can apply that location to whatever we want in the future. So when I say x, I want you to do something not x. I don't want x to be x, which is at 3. I want x to be the address of x, which is 3. I guess. I think. That's weird. Okay.
So really, a pointer is just some chunk of memory pointing to another chunk of memory. Since a memory address is just a number, you can add and subtract from it to navigate through individual bytes of memory. This is called pointer arithmetic.
Oh, so and then at that point, now you can change what the pointer is pointing to, so that you don't have to change where x is in order to move something relative to x. So now if you say, I want to be where the pointer is but moved, that's what pointers are for, so that's fine. But if you say, I want x but moved, now you're moving x, and you don't want to do that. So a pointer is more like here's like a flag. The flag is on the current location of x. And then you can later say, hey, I want to be on the flag but moved, or maybe I want to be the flag but moved. I want the flag to be over here instead, maybe. What prints in memory, maybe. Yeah, this part's a little bit weird to me. Visual bytes of memory is called pointer arithmetic.
In some low-level languages like C, you have to manually allocate and free up memory once it's no longer used. This all happens in the heap, which is a part of memory that can dynamically grow and shrink as the program demands, which allows for more control but makes it incredibly easy to completely break your code. You could touch memory you're not supposed to, or that simply doesn't exist, which is known as a segmentation fault. But also, if there's some chunk of memory that's no longer used and you forget to free it or you have no way to access it anymore, that memory is no longer usable. This is called a memory leak and can cause the program to slow down and eventually crash. To avoid this mess, high-level languages like Python have built-in garbage collectors that manage memory for you. Different data types take up a different amount of memory. Integers are most often 4 bytes of memory, a single character is most often 1 byte of memory, and a string is just multiple character bytes with a null character to signal the end of the string. Storing multiple items in a contiguous chunk of memory like this is the idea of an array. More generally, it's a list of items with the same data type, with each item having a numerical index, most often starting at 0. Since the items are next to each other in memory, by knowing the address of the first item, you can quickly index to any item.
Okay, I was following up until we got here. So memory management feels like a bunch of representation of a thing that you could understand without actually giving me any data that I need to understand. So there's not a part that I can really miss there. We're just saying things can go wrong. Here's a couple ways. You could have it print the memory or put the memory somewhere that's a little bit outside of the box, and then it just gets lost. You could have it put itself over a memory or whatever. There's ways in which we could lose memory because it's not in the right location, and the computer could just have it lost, which is why there's things like Python that have defenses for that, where when things are supposed to get lost, it stores it somewhere just in case you didn't mean to have it go to the wind or whatever, I suppose. And then we start talking about arrays.
To avoid this mess, high-level languages like Python have built-in garbage collectors that manage memory for you. Different data types take up a different amount of memory. Integers are most often 4 bytes of memory, a single character is most often 1 byte of memory, and a string is just multiple character bytes with a null character to signal the end
integer
of the string.
Okay.
Storing multiple.
Oh, that's also like biology. That's also the end of a string of proteins has a particular order or a particular statement that it makes where it says that this is the end. Okay. or like where the protein becomes like its own thing, which is also how like cancer and tumors and everything else are sort of made. No, I I took like 101, you know, but I asked my teacher a lot of questions because I was curious about a lot of aspects of this. Because it's biology is crazy interesting. If you like, at least in college or in whatever, you should take like a 101 because it's just super fascinating. But yeah.
Multiple items in a contiguous chunk of memory like this is the idea of an array. More generally, it's a list of items with the same data type, with each item having a numerical index, most often.
Intro to biology, probably. It's like something basic. Well, in college, at least in the U.S., we have like 101, 201, or like 102. So like you have like 101, which is like an intro to a topic, and then you have like 102, which is like a continuation of like a basic level of that topic. We have something like 201, which is like your second year or second semester or whatever, a little bit more advanced, but a look into it still that might be focused on specific aspects of it. So like for accounting, at least, which I did take as like a major, you have like 101, which is like you have intro to business, which is a business 101, and then you have intro to accounting, which is accounting 101. For accounting, it's accounting 101, and then you've got like maybe some 201 classes or 20 whatever classes, 210, whatever it is, that are like, you've got maybe like I guess specific aspects of accounting, like I don't know, if there's like tax accounting related stuff or like QuickBooks or like using online sources kind of accounting stuff, which I forget what there's like a CO something. There's like a particular term for each of these. But like let's see. Say I were to look up biology 101, I'd imagine I'm going to see something like Olson biology 101. I guess we'll say class. Intro to biology. If I look up 201, you're going to see something human anatomy, right? Which is also biology, but not exactly, because biology can also be like plant life, for example. Know in what XOX we are in life, yeah. But yeah, it's let's see, computer science. So like with biology 101, there's it's a lot of like, you bounce around topics a lot, but there's things about, for example, the ways that plants turn glucose into energy, I guess, or I'm pretty sure for plants, it's like the way that they turn light and water and something else into glucose and I think oxygen. And then for humans, once we eat those plants, or for any creature, I guess, once we eat those plants, how we use the glucose that's made from those plants, as well as the oxygen made from those plants when we breathe that in order to break down that glucose into energy, which is ATP or whatever, that we can move your arms, move every part of your body. So yeah, like things like that. It's cool. It's just cool to learn about, to have like a general understanding or idea on how some of that works, especially like that idea, like how, so like plants and photosynthesis and whatever, creating oxygen and creating glucose, and then us as humans eating that and using that to fuel everything we do, and also breathing the oxygen that they make. It's cool. I don't know. It's cool. But you know, I don't have like an in-depth knowledge, and then also like with proteins and that sort of formation, and like, because I had a lot of questions about like tumors, obviously, for myself, I guess, because I had one, you know, behind my eye, that whole thing, and so I was curious of like, how does that actually happen, and so then like the understanding of when DNA is like replicating, when cells split apart, you've got a new cell with a whole set of DNA that's kind of like zipped together, like a zipper. You're imagining these two different sides kind of pulling together and matching up like ones and zeros, only that instead of being ones and zeros, it's there's like 4 combinations, and each combination has like a matching other end. So it's really like 2 different possible combinations, but it's like it's alleles are I don't know how to use. Alleles are, is it alleles or is it, what are the little ones? Building blocks of proteins. Building blocks of proteins, which are amino acids. Amino acids are, okay, amino acids, names, which are, no, then these. Proteins are made up of amino acids. Amino acids are, hold on, made of amino building blocks, amino acids, which are molecules. What are they called? Names. Which are, this isn't what I'm looking for. What I'm looking for is there's like four blocks of proteins. Amino acids. Now, what's the four? The four that I'm talking. It's not right. That's not what I'm looking for. What am I thinking of? Anyway, there's these four. It's like ACH whatever T, something like that. I'll say ACHT. Is it that? They might be more complicated than we learned as well. We'll say ACHT. I'm pretty sure it's ACH and T. Protein. Structure. Come on. Where is it? Secondary. Dang it. Polar, nonpolar, positively charged, negatively charged. No. You're talking about, I think, atomic structure. I'm going to say amino acid ACHT. I'm pretty sure it's ACHT, isn't it? I must be thinking of something else. Amino acid. How about DNA? DNA ACHT. No, building blocks of DNA. That's what I'm thinking of. I'm not thinking about proteins. I'm thinking of DNA. Which DNA is made up of proteins, but building blocks, isn't it? Building blocks of protein. Not protein, DNA. Which should then tell me these. Adenine, guanine, cytosine, and thymine. These are the ones. And then, but then doesn't DNA forms proteins? In order for a cell to manufacture these proteins, specific genes with its DNA must first be transcribed into modules. This is what it is. Okay, so mRNA, which now is used as like a weird talking point for people who've never probably taken a biology class in their life, refer to manufacture these proteins. Specific genes within its DNA must be transcribed into molecules of mRNA, which then are used to produce all sorts of like cells in the body, is my understanding. And then there's cells like there's hair cells and whatever. Like if you ever had though, like sometimes people have, where somewhere in your skin you're supposed to get a skin cell there, but then this set of DNA, which images, which look like this, and you have the green with the red, the yellow with the blue, and it just keeps alternating like that. This DNA structure with the four different types that can exist in it, sometimes it links up incorrectly, which is how, like, the tumor that I had, for example, would be like a mutation in that way, where like, let's see, DNA formation mutations. There's like transfer, let's see, where is it? Scenario 1, no. There's like, I think mutations only like one, oh, wait, maybe it's this. Altered replication, mutation. I want one that just lists all four, because there's four different DNA formation problems. Maybe. Let's see. Does this say it? Mutations, DNA replication. There's ways that it's not for some. It's kind of hard to actually find in here, but there's ways. Oh, maybe this. No. So like if you look here, you've got like a set of DNA, and then as new DNA comes in, there are times where some of the DNA will like break off. There are times where some of the DNA will like swap and connect in the wrong way or whatever. And when DNA connects in the wrong way and then just keeps being built, sometimes you run into a problem where the wrong proteins are being made. So normally the protein chain is to create, like, let's say a skin cell, and then that protein chain ends up somehow breaking or not working correctly, and instead out of this you have a hair cell. And so then this hair cell, you have this like long white hair growing onto your side or something, right? Or like anywhere, you know, people have like the wrong cell that forms and then grows weirdly because it's not supposed to be in that location. And the worst kind of case scenario, a lot of the time, like let's say almost every time, tumor in knee, yeah, well, you might find this interesting then. Almost every time, yeah, it really depends on where it is and how severe it gets. And then there's some people who have like genetic conditions where they have tumors just keep popping up everywhere all the time. There's also people who have, I guess, a cancer form in that type of a way. So instead of being a benign tumor, it forms a cancer that then can spread through your bloodstream and land somewhere else, and you have all these problems. But all of these things can be caused by, generally what these proteins do is like when they create the wrong order or chain, which happens like pretty often, I guess you could say. Relative to the amount of overall cell I guess replications that are happening. Like there's all these cell replications, which are like tons and tons of cell replications, and then virtually all of them go correctly. Benign, no. You could get malicious though, but like most of the time they're benign, and then sometimes, no, yeah. You couldn't anyway. A benign tumor isn't going to become cancerous, although it could become more, I guess I'd say malicious. Like mine, for example, was benign, but it just kept growing and growing and growing. And so their plan was to just kind of leave it and it would stop growing eventually, and it wasn't going to, basically. It just kept going and going past where it was supposed to, and they were like, okay, we have to have a surgery. So, and the idea at the time was like, we're not going to cut away more than like where you're able to see, because they didn't want to remove my vision. But eventually it was just too much, where they were like, yeah, it's becoming a danger because it's pushing up towards your brain and so on, and so they had to cut it out. But it's still like called benign, even though you think of like, I guess a benign tumor is one that's going to like grow to a size and then stop, where a malicious tumor is one that's just it's trying to like spread anywhere it can. And if you think of that, I guess, as cancer, I don't know if I would call that cancerous. I'm not sure if that's called cancerous or not, because a cancerous thing is going to spread through your bloodstream and grow somewhere else. And that's like, I think, the bigger danger with cancer. But anyway, what are we saying? So like kind of I don't know, an interesting thing with it is like when, like most of the time, almost every time when cells replicate and there is a problem like this, then it'll just reorganize in the wrong way and the protein won't work. So eventually, finally, the end section, the stop protein will be formed, or the end, portion of it, the amino acid, I guess. The stop amino acid will be formed, and then the protein should be finished, but then it looks at the overall protein, it has like no function, and so then it's just kind of like this dead strand of tissue, which is like super microscopic, right? And so that just like goes through your bloodstream and gets out of you, right? Like it's just filtered out. But very, very rarely it'll be a working protein, which again, most of the time a working protein is just going to be like, instead of a hair cell, it's a skin cell, or vice versa, or like instead of this type of cell, it's that type of cell, like organ tissue or something, like whatever. They're microscopic, it's a cell, but every once in a while it'll become a protein that's goal is to basically grow and survive, I guess, and you can consider this like a tumor. And then this tumor will just keep growing and expanding, but sometimes not end, like there's like benign ones that are supposed to like stop at a certain point. And so people can live with the tumor like that. Whereas malicious ones are like, is it malicious? Tumor, benign versus malignant. Malignant is what I mean, not malicious. Malignant, which is, malignant means, I guess it is cancerous. Okay, malignant just means cancerous. Okay, which means that like a benign tumor has, I guess, a solid outside that's going to grow but isn't going to like break open and move. Where malignant, I guess, is going to shift around your body. But that's kind of the same concept. But yeah, a benign tumor wouldn't be cancerous anyway, because they have like solid outsides that aren't just trying to like spread everywhere. Although then again, like you can have different types of tumors. Like you can have a bone tumor that will grow across the bone, but that even then it's not like something that just moves around through your bloodstream or something. It's going to stay where it is, even if it's relegated to that bone. So they might remove it for that reason as well. But anyway, yeah, it's interesting. It's especially interesting, like the DNA side of it. I think it's a little bit less close to home generally in my mind. Like talking to my teacher about it, whatever. Like I remember back when I was in that biology class, I would take all these notes as I was going along because I was exercising like crazy. So I was curious about the formation of energy through plants and so on, and how some of that worked, and like muscles and oxygen, and like would it be better if you just breathe more oxygen? Would you then, like for example, another cool thing is like if you don't breathe enough oxygen, so like you guys know fermentation, right? So like when people make alcohol, let's say, or make whatever, like if you leave something in a spot that's like living tissue, whatever, it'll ferment over time, and like through the oxygen interacting with it, it's almost like rotting, kind of, really. However, if you are running or lifting weights or doing anything, you need oxygen in order to like use and create that energy and move whatever thing you're trying to move, your body really, but whatever you're trying to move. Then like without oxygen, you can still move things using just like raw, like, I don't know, strength within your muscles. But because there's no oxygen, the other way to get that energy created, like the non-oxygen way, is to create like fermentation, which is what do you call that? There's like a term for when your muscles are like really sore and stiff. It's because they have a lot of lactic acid. Lactic acid is what's produced when you move something without enough oxygen to fully let your muscles support it, which is what causes that like soreness that lasts days, instead of just like, you know, using your muscles like the tearing. You're not just tearing your muscles in minor ways, right? That's like sort of how you build muscle. You are you're building up lactic acid because there's not enough oxygen, which there's this thing called anorexic versus anorexic exercises. Oh, sorry. There's aerobic versus anaerobic exercises, I think it is. So, sorry, not anorexic. What the heck? So, anaerobic. So, there's aerobic versus anaerobic exercise. Aerobic exercise means you've got enough oxygen to support the muscle movement, which means you have less lactic acid buildup. So, if you go for jogs every day, maybe you jog like a mile or like several miles. Maybe you're in that type of shape where you're jogging a lot, but you're jogging in a way that's not like that you're able to get enough oxygen in to support your muscles moving that way. So maybe you're a little sore, but not really too bad, and you're kind of always up to jog a little bit. Versus if you're sprinting. When you're sprinting, you're doing so much energy creation in such a short span of time that it's not even possible for your body to produce, or like to inhale, to absorb enough oxygen to support the movement, and that's called anaerobic. Aerobic exercise. Aerobic exercises are when you have enough air, enough oxygen to support that movement. Anaerobic exercises are when you don't. So that could either be because you're not breathing enough, or simply because you're using your muscles to too much of an extent to possibly get enough air in your lungs. So the difference between maybe you're breathing and you're steady breathing, whatever, and you're lifting weights, maybe you're doing like high rep weight lifting versus like lifting a really heavy weight. So you have to pull, and then and the thing that can happen even with pulling is that like as you're moving, as your muscles are moving, something else I learned in biology is like as you're pushing or pulling, your muscles are slowly like using more and more and more fibers. So that's why you see sometimes like you know those like Olympic or level like heavyweight lifter people who are like they grab a weight and they start pulling, and you can see their whole body's like, and then finally the thing lifts up off the ground. So it's not like they just grab it and they throw it up. Like they have enough strength, it seems, to lift it, so why not? Well, it's because as they're pulling, more of their muscle fibers are being activated all over throughout their body. Like I guess in a squat, it's mostly really your legs at that point, but regardless, you're like the push that they're doing as they're pushing to get up off the ground, more and more of these muscle fibers are activating before finally it's enough. So for someone like that, there's going to be some lactic acid buildup because you're doing there's no way you have enough oxygen for that. So you see their face get all red and everything, right? Because the oxygen they have is just not enough to support the amount of what they're doing. It's eating up all the oxygen, I guess, really. But so they push and push and push, and finally it's enough muscle fibers to push this thing up, and then they build up lactic acid, which is why you got to be careful. You don't do that every time you lift or whatever, that whole concept. So that's like sprinting for the weightlifting world, is like doing low rep, high weight exercises like that. Anyway, I'm rambling about other things. Maybe back to computer science, but anyway.
Starting at 0, since the items are next to
Let me. Which is all miles away from editing, but I don't mind. In a minute, when I've posted update to website, mind having a look and tell me what you think. Sure. Game, there's a video on there lurking the whole time. All good. Yeah, let me know.
Each other in memory. By knowing the address of the first item, you can quickly index to any item in the array by using pointer arithmetic. Arrays are what's known as a data structure, which is just a way to organize data to make it easier to work with. Retrieving values from an array is blazingly fast, but the size of an array is often fixed on creating it, so when it's full you can't add anything, and if you don't use all of it, it's just wasted memory, so a more flexible option is a linked list. It uses nodes containing a value and a pointer to the next node, which allows them to be spread apart in memory. Also, it can grow and shrink dynamically as you can add and remove.
But, okay. So this is better because there'd be so many, like, 5 long that don't have enough? Like, I'm confused as to, because does this just take up one extra space? Oh, it's probably doesn't actually take, like, this is probably like a simplistic representation, I'm guessing.
Remove any node, and you can reorder it by simply rearranging the pointers. This is great, but they can be impractical as you have no way to access the last node except if you traverse every single one before it. But still, both arrays and linked lists are useful as they allow you to create queues and stacks. A stack follows the last in first out principle, just like taking a pancake from a stack. Practically, just imagine a pointer that always points to the item that was last added to the structure. Then you can pop, so remove the last item, which increments the pointer back. A queue follows the first in, first out principle and uses 2 pointers, one for the first item that was added and one
accounting terms. Last in, last out, and first out are accounting terms as well.
One for the last. Any new item gets added after
for inventory. Inventory is organized by either last in, last out, or first in, first out, or last in, first out, or whatever.
Last pointer, which is then updated and
it's generally going to be first in, first out. It's also like it's the way that you measure the inventory when you're trying to do like taxes and stuff is like how much, or when trying to keep track for some governing body or for what's the with accounting, which no one else probably has an interest in really. There's a term for like this set of like all businesses have to run under, let's see, U.S. business rules. Accounting. Accounting. GAAP, is it? Well, no, but it's a generally it's sort of accounting principles. That might actually be what it is. Organization. Let me see if that's what it is by looking up organization, because if it shows it there, then maybe it's a different thing. Yeah, it is GAAP. Yeah, gotcha. Which is like there's this idea that all companies over a certain size have to follow a certain set of rules with accounting, or else we would have mayhem, right? Because no one would be able to know immediately. Like you should like. The expectation is that when a company has shareholders, they can just immediately see all of or understand pretty well how the whole system works instead of it. Because if you didn't follow accounting principles, you could maybe reorganize inventory, reorganize whatever, just to show that like you have a ton of money in inventory or very little money in inventory in order to like trick investors into thinking that you're more put together than you really are is sort of the idea. But okay.
Dequeuing starts at the first pointer. Another useful data structure is a hash map, which is just a collection of key value pairs. It works kind of like an array, but uses a hash function to take a key and assign it to an index, where its value is then stored. But sometimes two different keys can map to the same index, which is called a collision. Okay. There's different ways to deal with this, but one way is to create a linked list at that position in the array, which makes it a little slower to look up that value, but still, hash maps are incredibly useful because you can define the keys that point to every value, and since they're based on arrays, retrieving them is blazingly fast. For many problems, it can be very useful to represent the relationship between different data points as a data structure. If you take the nodes of a linked list, but allow any node to point to any other node, you get a graph, where the nodes are connected by edges that can be directed, undirected, and can even carry a weight, which can stand for any metric, such as distance or cost. Graphs are useful for...
So, I'm understanding why do we have a graph? You can create a graph.
Nodes are connected by edges that can be directed, undirected, and can even carry...
So you gotta, going this way or either way or weighted, carry a weight.
Which can stand for any metric, such as distance or cost. Graphs are useful for analyzing groups inside networks or finding the shortest path between 2 points, for example in Google Maps. There's 2 main ways to search a graph. Breadth first search starts at one node and moves out layer by layer until it finds the target node for the first time. Depth first search explores everything...
That's ray tracing, right? Ray tracing is you shoot it out and you see how many points it has to hit before you find the target and use that to measure how close it is to the target, or maybe multiple of them at once to find
path fully until it reaches a dead end. Then it backtracks to the last node with a different path and continues from there in the same way until it finds the target node. A graph where any 2 nodes are connected by exactly one path is called a tree and represents a hierarchy, for example the file system on your computer. A tree starts at the root and branches out into subtrees which end in leaf nodes. Parent nodes can have any number of child nodes, but oftentimes binary trees are the most useful. For example, a binary tree where all the values left of any node are smaller and all the values right of it are greater is called a binary search tree, which makes finding specific values super fast. If you want to find a target value, just start at the root. If the target is smaller than that node, go left. If it's greater, go right, and repeat this until you find the target. What we just used is a very simple algorithm, which is just a set of instructions that solves a problem step by step. The simplest way to write an algorithm is in the form of a function. It takes inputs, does something with them, and returns an output. Just like variables, you can then call a function by its...
Sum A and B equals C, returns C. Sum 2 and 3, 2 plus 3 equals 5, return 5.
Its name and pass in different arguments.
Okay, let's see. So we're moving ourselves along. Let's see. Close this one. I'll use this one like this, close this one, click, website, Starcade, interesting. Okay. Okay, let me pull this up then. Click, click, and here. I like the I like the kind of text, fonts, style, everything like that. That's kind of nice. Starcade, a safe space community for Starcade game development, open to anyone, even if not interested in game development. No drama, arguments, etc. are allowed. Yeah. Join. Then there's Starcade. Previous video answers. Okay, gotcha. Move this over. Share your ideas. Which account? Hold on. Okay. Okay, close this one. Click, click. Share your ideas. Why does it? Why do I automatically? Okay. Anyway. Okay, so we have Skyblock, new game idea. What is your name for crediting? Explain your idea. Attach any links. Okay, interesting. Skyblock, new game idea. What is your name? Explain your idea. Attach any links. Gotcha. And then it also shows, I want this one. Boom. Graphics and the option to something else instead of the same thing. Gotcha. And then it shows a video. Okay. Which right now is just, yeah. Oh, it's auto creating that. Yeah, like in Minecraft, sure. And then you move the water up. Makes enough sense. Basically, just a website with Discord invite, information, videos of game, and idea form. Gotcha. Okay. Interesting. Cool. And then join. What happens when you click join? Sure. Accept invite. Continue, cancel, continue. Okay. Interesting. Next. Red, next. Updates, small updates. Just do finish. Okay. Interesting. That's cool. You got some bots in there. All right. Gotcha. Well, always a cool thing. Always a cool thing to see new work.
Calling a function, the function call gets pushed onto the call stack, which is short-term memory used for executing code. And as the name implies, it's based on a stack data structure, which means last in, first out. To implement algorithms, you often have to compare two values, which you can do with operators like greater than or equality, and logical expressions such as and, or, and not. Expressions like these are simple. They can be true or false, which are the possible values of the Boolean data type.
Said as God in Discord, appreciate you.
And allow you to write conditional statements. If some condition is true, do this, else do that. Booleans can also be used to loop over certain parts of code. One way is with a while loop. While this condition is true, this code will execute. Another expression such as
and or not.
And or and not. Expressions like these are simple. They can be true or false, which are the possible values of the Boolean data type, and allow you to write conditional statements.
And then if true, print yay. If false,
if some condition is true, do this, else do that.
Yeah.
Booleans can also be used to loop over certain parts of code. One way is with a while loop. While this condition is true, this code will execute. Another way is with a for loop, which can iterate over every element inside a data structure like an array, but can also loop for a specific number of iterations by setting a starting value, incrementing it after each iteration, and setting an upper bound with a condition. Functions can also call themselves, which is known as recursion. This is useful when a problem can be broken down into smaller identical problems, such as calculating 5 factorial, which is just 5 times 4 factorial, which is just 4 times 3 factorial. But by default, a recursive function will just keep on calling itself forever. This means that it keeps pushing more function calls onto the call stack until stack memory is exceeded.
I know factorials. I understand factorials. That's cool. I know a thing. Error, stack overflow, function.
Stack overflow. That's not optimal. To stop this, you have to add a base condition to a recursive function which defines when to stop. Only then will the function calls be executed without crashing your PC. Recursion is cool, but it can be pretty expensive time and space-wise. So, to minimize the amount of computations needed, past results can be saved in a cache, so if they come up again, the computer doesn't have to recompute them from scratch. This is called memoization. Okay. Speaking of performance,
memoization? Is it really? Is it actually called with an I?
How good an algorithm is, you can look at time and space complexity, so how much time or space is required to run it. This is measured in big O notation, which describes the relationship between growth of input size and number of operations needed to execute the algorithm. For example, adding 1 to every number inside an array is O of n, because the number of operations increases in a linear way as the array grows. What's relevant is not the exact number of operations, but rather the trend as the input size goes to infinity. You see, something like n factorial grows way faster than any linear function ever could, so as long as the time complexity is some kind of linear relation, it's simplified down to O of n, and the same thing goes for any other group. When writing an algorithm, there's always different approaches. A brute force approach would be to simply check every item until we find a target in a list, but if you want your program to run faster than a garden snail, you need a more sophisticated approach like divide and conquer. For example, in binary search, you repeatedly check the middle element to see on which side the target is and keep searching in that half until you find it. Also, there's different approaches to writing code in general, which are called programming paradigms. Declarative programming describes what the code does, but not how exactly until you find it.
Okay.
Also, there's different approaches to writing code in general, which are called programming
procedural, OOP, functional
paradigms. Declarative programming describes what the code does, but not how exactly the computer should do it, whereas imperative programming explicitly describes how the computer should achieve a result with detailed instructions. An extension of imperative programming is object-oriented programming, where you can define classes as blueprints for objects, which are single units consisting of data in the form of properties and behaviors in the form of methods. To code a class, you begin by defining the properties as variables and the methods as functions. After encapsulating properties and methods in a class, you can instantiate an object.
Which is a lot. Yep, easier. OOP is used in making games. Yeah, I've seen this before. So we're defining, we're just defining and defining terms. We're creating a whole section of terms, the subsections of things that they can do, and then applying attributes to those things, I guess, which we then also have to define separately.
Notation to work with its properties and methods. Classes make it easy to organize and reuse code because you can define subclasses that inherit properties and behaviors of a superclass but can also extend and override them. For example, a rubber duck subclass might implement quack with a squeak instead. As a result, rubber ducks can be treated as objects of the duck class but behave differently when quack is called, which is the concept of polymorphism. But for some problems, none of
polymorphism, or is that it's funny, like I feel like I've heard these words before, but they're not used in the context of coding. I've heard them used in other areas, I guess. I don't even know where I've heard polymorphism, but I feel like I have. It's a polymorph is it basically just means a transformation of a thing to another thing, right? Or let me look up or a related thing like polymorph. Ism, multiple forms. Apart from computer analysis or programming, the idea of polymorphism occurs in the other real-world areas, including biology. Yeah, I've heard it there, I think. Chemistry and drug development. Okay. One of the most common concepts in OOP. Compile time, run time. Okay, I have no idea what that means. That part I don't know, but that's fine. Back to you.
These traditional paradigms will work. Let's say you want to make a computer recognize which of these images is a bee. The problem is, you can't really describe what a bee looks like with code. This is where machine learning comes in, aka teaching a computer to do a task without explicitly programming it.
Machine learning. They're trying to sneak in AI into my world. Unacceptable. Okay.
To do that task. First, you need a lot of data, which you can split into training data and test data. Next, you choose an algorithm that can change its parameters over time. For example, a neural network where the weights can be updated to achieve a different result. By feeding lots and lots of training data into this algorithm, you can build a model whose accuracy you can then check with a test.
What is that called?
If it's not quite right, the model can improve over time by comparing the output to what it should have been, capturing the difference in an error function, and tweaking its parameters to minimize the difference. But no matter how futuristic, bleeding edge, blazingly fast, and optimized it is, if you want people to actually use the application you wrote, you should probably know about the internet. It's a network of computers from all around the globe connected by wires. Like, literally, the internet is just a bunch of thick cables that...
It's just a bunch of tubes.
Run at the bottom of the ocean along with facilities like internet service providers that connect you to your destination. These computers communicate with the Internet Protocol Suite. Every computer on the network has a unique IP address, and two computers can then transfer data with a transmission control protocol. It breaks messages into a bunch of packets, sends them through a network of wires before the receiving end puts the message back together. If you have a poor internet connection, you might have experienced packet loss, which is just if some of these...
Sneaking gorillas into the... Okay. Packet loss, which is just if some of the packets get lost along the way.
Packets get lost along the way. If the internet is the hardware, then the web is the software, which you can use with a browser. Every page on the web has a URL. When you type it into your browser, it looks up the IP address of the server hosting this website with a domain name system, which is like a dictionary mapping domain names to IP addresses of actual servers. After connecting to it via TCP, your browser, called the client, uses the hypertext transfer protocol to send an HTTP request to the server, which then gives a response, ideally containing the contents of the web page. The actual website most often consists of 3 parts. An HTML file contains all the content of a website and is basically just a collection of elements, which can be text, links, buttons, and so on. A CSS file controls the visuals and makes a website look nice. But a website is useless if pressing nice-looking buttons does nothing, so a language like JavaScript adds functionality. But sometimes, things can go wrong. With every HTTP response comes a response code, which carries information about the status of the response. For example, 200 means OK, and anything starting with 4 is an error, the most famous one being 404, page not found.
Well, sure.
HTTP requests can carry different methods. For example, get, post, put, and delete, so retrieve, add, update, and delete information. These are often used by application programming interfaces, which connect to applications and allow them to interact with each other. For example, store and retrieve data from a database. The most common type of database is a relational database, which uses tables to store data.
Okay. Did I follow everything? I feel like I followed it pretty well, I think. So, machine learning, we start talking about AI. Difference, error, okay. ISP, TCP. So, data is transferred over through a series of wires and then through I guess waves, data waves, whatever, through and then okay, Excel-like table. Wait, that's what I like. Yeah, it looks like the IP address. Okay, so and then we started getting into websites, which, well, they can work for everything with all the storage and all the whatever. Just like they're basically like a computer, but through wires online, whatever, or through like a server. And then every once in a while that fails because some part of it that gets transferred over is lost. And so then you get different error codes, and you can adjust the way that it all works by different requests, I guess, to update or whatever. And then you get into relational databases. Database, which uses a table to store data. Columns of a table contain different attributes. So book ID, 1, Harry Potter, 2, The Hobbit, 3, 1984, 4, Hamlet. Author ID, sure. Okay.
Columns of a table.
So author ID is 2, book ID is 1. So these are the first 4 books, I guess we would say. And then this author has done books outside of these, and so we've given them different IDs. Although it's odd that you wouldn't have book ID 1 be author ID 1. I don't understand how that would happen, but I guess it could happen. I can see why. I don't. I could see if the first 3 books were made all by the author 1, that maybe the 4th book might be author 2, but I don't really understand why, or like why would this be out of order? But okay.
Table contain different.
I mean, obviously this is just an example. Which uses tables to store data. Columns of a table contain different attributes.
And rows represent individual data points. Also, each table has one unique attribute called the primary key. A foreign key is the primary key of another table, establishing a relationship between the two. In this case, each book is connected to an author. With a language like SQL, you can write statements to work with data from these tables. You could look up the titles and authors of all books whose title starts with an H, but for that we have to join the authors table with the books table on the matching key to combine 2 attributes from different tables into one, giving us this output. These statements are useful, but you gotta be careful or you might just delete an entire database.
Hold on, go back. Relationship, okay, okay. Database use tables, store data, columns of table.
Rows represent individual data points. Also, each table has one unique attribute called the primary key. A foreign key is the primary key of another table, establishing a relationship between the two.
Okay.
In this case, each book is connected to an author. With a language like SQL, you can write statements to work with data from these tables. You could look up the titles and authors of...
Select title, name from book. Select title, name from books. Purple. Oh, wait. Different colors here have meanings, right? Select Harry Potter, let's say, and then that would be J.K. Rowling from books.
Of all books whose title starts with an H.
Where title like H, so there's either Harry Potter or Hamlet, which means it's either Rowling or Shakespeare. Okay.
But for that, we have to join the authors table with the books table on the matching key to combine 2 attributes from different tables into one, giving us this output. These statements are useful, but you gotta be careful or you might just delete an entire database with one line of code. But don't worry, that's never happened before. Behind every login page is a database with usernames and passwords. When a user tries to log in, an SQL query is often used to check if the user input matches with an entry in the database. That's good, but a devious actor could type something like this, which changes the query by terminating the string early and commenting out the rest, which means as long as this username exists in the database, access is granted. This is called an SQL injection attack, and it's one of the easiest ways hackers get places they're not supposed to. Hearing about these concepts is one thing, but to really learn them, you have to see them in action and use them yourself, which is exactly what you can do with Brilliant, which has thousands of interactive lessons for everything from math and data science to programming and AI. They make knowledge
all
stick
just Brilliant
with
from
visual
here on.
lessons
Okay.
and interactive problems, which is not only...
So... okay. I think I followed that pretty well. I think it's okay. I don't know if I learned... it's always tough to say whether or not I learned properly from it, but it is interesting. It is interesting because it's like in 17 minutes you can't really, like, you need to practice with it. So like if I wanted to really learn this, the best way would be to learn it and then practice each mechanic one at a time rather than burst firing. Videos like this are kind of, they're cool for like entertainment, but I don't know, like something that I've always like perfect practice make perfect and that whole idea. So like, but have I, like, okay, what have I absorbed? It's been well over 7 minutes, so if I can go through beginning to end without looking pretty well, then maybe I've learned a little bit. So I'm going to go here. So what I've learned today, we started with binaries, is that instead of binary code being like ones and zeros, and that just being my general understanding is like, let's say each 1 and 0 represents like whether this thing is on or off, binary code is actually used to measure to basically to say numbers, and numbers could represent almost anything, but it's a way for you to with a simple set of numbers express any individual number, like with a simple set of code express any individual number without needing to have a whole set of numbers like 0 through 9. Instead, you could just have transistors, which can be on or off, which is a lot simpler than having to somehow store code in much more complicated ways. You could now represent 9 by saying that the first 0 or 1 represents 1, the second 0 1 represents 2, the third 0 1 represents 4, so that now if the third in is 1, we know it's 4. If the third in and the second in are on, but the first in is off, we know that that's 2 and 4, which means that's a 6 in overall. And if they're all 3 on, first 3 are all on, we know that's 4, 2, and 1, which means it's 7. And then, we just keep going on like that, and we could have an 8 code that could represent anywhere from 0 to 256 or whatever it is. So that's like with just 8 0 or 1s, we now have the ability to represent all these numbers and to easily remember what the number is by saying, well, this one represents 64 or this one represents whatever. And so if this one's on, we know it's at least this much plus however many other ones there are. So there's a 4 here and there's a 1 here, and we can say, well, okay, we got 64, we got the 4 here, which means it's 68, and the 1 here, which means it's 69. Nice. And then we can go on from there and try to find, like, okay, so we've got that this is this number for this, and like we'd have an endless amount of these. But what do all these do for us? So what do they do for us? What does having all this different data actually do? That's the part that I'm a little bit unsure on. But we moved on from there and we went into hexadecimals, I think, which are instead of representing all of this by numbers of 0 and 1s, we represent these whole packets of 0 and 1s by letters. I think that's what that one was talking about. So you could have A, B, C, D, whatever, that each represent a different possible set of codes, and then you could string this together. Like, for example, a use of all these codes of this 8 set that could represent any of these things is obviously, for one, that there's a lot less than 200 and whatever letters, so you actually only need the first 4, because the first 4, the max combined amount of those, let's see, that's 1, 2, 4, 8. 8, I guess you need 5, wouldn't you? Because 8, 12, 14, 15. So you actually need 5. So, and then 16. So 15 and 16. So now you'd be up to like 30, 32, 30, wait, 16 and 15, 31, I guess, which is enough now digits to do any letter, because you could have 0 through 31, which is 32 possible combinations, right? That'd be the argument. So you could easily fit any letter into that, and then now you could translate. Well, as at least at the bare minimum, we could translate words from one computer to another computer, and then if we can translate words, then we could then try to like define those words as having meanings using almost any number of words that we needed to. But computers don't need to understand what words mean except for a small set of words that can be coded into them using RAM. And then we started talking about RAM, I think, after, which is like you have within RAM you have all these different like storage spaces. Is this the next one we went to? No, the next one we went to was logic gates. Logic gates are ways in which we can say, if it says this, then make it say this instead, so we can have it reverse everything that it said. We can have it reverse only if they're all on. We can have it... I guess we just have dependencies. We can have ways in which if it says this, we can switch it around to say that instead, and create whole slews of different paths for things to take like that. And then I think we got into RAM, if I remember right. I don't know if there's something in between there. But RAM was like, that's all about storage. So we got CPUs, which are just for the processing of the data, but they don't store the data, which is why we have RAM, because RAM allows us to store pieces of data at a given time. And that helps us process better because the CPU needs to grab from somewhere. Yeah. And then I think that's where things start to get messy, because I had a really good understanding up until that point. Because then we get into what's after RAM? What's after CPUs and RAM? The internet's a little bit later. We start talking about the other aspects of computer systems. So on top of, like, I guess surrounding the CPU, which the CPU interacts with the RAM in order to keep data going and to keep processing whatever. In order for it to really be able to do that, it needs an operating system, which is a form of software. So this operating system software, like Windows or whatever, is the way that, like, it's like built on top of it, or like formed on top of it, in order to process the information so that it can use the processing power of data, or like to filter the information, use the processing power of the data to figure whatever out. But then in order for that system, which now is like filtering these things, to do anything engaging with the person, the owner of the computer, it needs to have some way of linking directly in. Why did I not play music for this whole part? This is crazy. Okay. That's crazy. So in order for it to be able to do that, it needs to have some, like, in order for the computer to be able to interact with the user, we need to have something attached to that operating system, which is going to be something like Python or some type of something like that. So that service like Python is going to have a whole set of rules, I guess, that the user can interact with. So like the operating system and really the CPU are all engaging with code to process anything, but Python and things like that allow us to type in words that wouldn't really make any sense to just binary, but then it like filters that through. So it's like both the Windows operating system and Python are used to kind of help us engage with that CPU. And then the RAM is used to store and engage with CPU, as unlike the other side, I guess, for it to be able to do its job. Then now where are we now? So we've exited the computer by enough that we're now in Python. And then I think from Python, we start talking about programming languages, because there's various different ways of languages you could use. So we get like Python and whatever, but then you've also got... I feel like we come back around to this later, but we've got like last in, first out, or first in, first out, or whatever, like these different ways of organizing the data. So like you can define all your terms, or you could have them predefined within the software. Like there's that end of things, and then we also start getting into like what's the point of any of that if it's all just within a computer and between the person working on the computer and the computer itself. So we have to go into the internet, which is just a whole set of tubes. Once we get into the internet, we're talking about wires are plugging into things, and that's how data is being transferred and whatever, and then that's transferred then over like waves of some kind that go across and then come back into other people's wires and tubes. And so these waves are these like websites, I guess, these places that we can engage with this person's server or computer, across people. So now we have these websites, and we're engaging the websites in order to engage with this server, with this whole thing that you've built. If you want to fix the website, you're going to have to send in like these sort of requests. to the website, which is going to mean from your computer, or I guess from the original server computer, they can make adjustments there, and then from your computer, you can engage with that service. But if you have bad internet, bad connection, then you can get some of this data back and not all of it. And that was like part of the talking. And then where do we go from there? So once we get out of that, there's like, there's databases. So now we're talking about way more surface level, like I guess way less like computers and how they function, and we're getting really heavy into just our engagement with it, or like an understanding that I could have, like from like I go onto a library desktop thing and I look in a database, right? So now we're getting into much more consumable area, I guess. So like within a database, we might have like a book ID is what they're showing as an example, is like we got the author and the book that they made. So you've got like this book is book number 1, this book is book number 2, number 3, number 4, and then you've got this book was made by author number whatever, which is in a separate database, which we're now connecting to each other. So when you search for something, you find it. And I don't really understand why we even got there. I guess that's showing like utility. That's like the utility of all this, is that now I can directly find a book within a thing that isn't even in the computer. It's in someone else's computer that's put onto a website that I'm now engaging with in this way in order to find what I want to find. And that's just like a general example that could exist for almost anything. I would have loved it if we could have also gotten into like how that would work with gaming, because I think we're only a few steps away from that. But like, yeah, I think that's the end, right? Okay. Huh. Okay, what are we saying? What's everyone saying? I went on a trip just now. How long was spent actually editing compared to other stuff? Very true. So what I like, Excel table, okay. 9 is 1001, right. You understand binary well now, nice. There are 10 types of people in the world. People who know binary and people who don't. Interesting. This is actually a very good one. Oh my god, I might steal this one. Many people use it. It's the first time I see it. Remembering very well. How? I have bad memory. My brain is 1 megabyte RAM, right. 4.8 gigahertz processing. Very good stuff. We're proud of you. I appreciate you. I was hoping that I would at least be able to remember some parts of it. I remember those parts. I feel like that's pretty good. Because they say your short-term memory is like, what, 7 minutes or something? So some of that must have entered into the dome, you know? Gotten through all the hard metal on the outside and come into the whatever. The bits, the wiring, you know? But okay, well, you know, I don't know if I did very much editing. I did a little editing. I got a little editing in, and we also went on some crazy trips there. And I can always appreciate these things. But, all right, I guess that's a good place to end it off. We'll do more editing sometime soon. We'll get a little deeper into it. I'll try to focus a little bit better. But that was a pretty good one, and I think it got a little bit better of an understanding. Hopefully, if you guys joined in, you either do have a better understanding yourself, or at least were entertained by my struggle to gain something out of all this. But, all right. Appreciate all of you. Appreciate all you coming around, working inventory stuff now. Good job. Good luck with all of it. I really appreciate that you got websites going, you got games you're working on. Always a great thing. Best stream, LOL. Appreciate it. Appreciate you very much. See you guys in the next one. Thanks, Metrez. Thanks, Starlight. Thanks, Lapidev, for coming around before. And we got Soren. We got a few people that have kind of rolled through. Really appreciate all the conversation. But all right. See you guys in the next one. Thanks for coming around. See ya. Later. Bye now. See you next time. Bye.